1. In the personal history of the man, which is never totally and rigorously separated from that of his work and writings. 2. In the history of the relation his readers, students, friends, and enemies have maintained with him and with his work, including the relation to his silences, which one sees more than ever now in the compulsive outbursts of certain of his former disciples who today are publicly repudiating a debt that was publicly declared but no doubt always intolerable to them. 3. In the history, memory, disappearance, reapparition, survival, and so on, of the whole archive oral and written, journalistic and epistolary. In all of this, the problematic of biodegradability is at stake, and this example of it remains fascinating whatever else one may think of it. As regards all these events, I venture to recall that I warned against the language of consciousness which I had to adopt at points. Then I referred, and very carefully, to some experience of the unconscious, while adding and underscoring the following: if the word unconscious has any meaning, then it stems from this necessity. With or without a recognition of the unconscious. And so on, p. 593. A double necessity advised caution, to take seriously the unconscious in all these histories but not to rely dogmatically on the ordinary axioms of psychoanalysis, neither from the ethico-political point of view nor as regards their determinism, economism, topologism, according to which nothing is lost, everything is held in reserve under the watch of repression simply by changing places. It is as if everything were at once integrally, bio-degradable, by conserving itself in other forms in an organic compost that would draw nourishment from everything, including transformed, unrecognizable, and recycled wastes, and non-bio-degradable, that is, indestructible, leaving no resource other than metamorphosis or displacement. I will go so far as to claim that, from the title to the last word of my article, everything was set in motion by this question: what remains? What is survivere, living on, surviving, fortleben, überleben? How did these newspaper articles and everything they record resist time? From what distance and by means of what detours? Why are they reappearing, and how do we hear and understand what perhaps we have never stopped hearing, from afar, telephonically, through so many layers of apparent amnesia, this transoceanic rumor and rumbling deep within a shell? By quoting the man quoting what is, in sum, Montherlant's wager, to the writers who have given too much to current affairs for the last few months, I predict, for that part of their work, the most complete oblivion. When I open the newspapers and journals of today, I hear the indifference of the future rolling over them, just as one hears the sound of the sea when one holds certain seashells up to the ear. I called attention to the paradoxical and cruel survival of an error or a lost wager, p. 612. What interested me most consistently in this article was the transmission at a distance, the teleprogrammatrix, the delays, detours, halts, the play of mediation, of the media, and of the immediacy in the storing and routing of a still readable or audible archive, whence my telephonic title and the recurrence, which was real moreover, of telephone calls, that transatlantic cabling cablure that was both literal and figurative and that my judges paid no attention to or understood not at all. 25. What interested me above all was the structure of this event in the enormous mass of that which it conditions or in which it participates. First, an error of appraisal. Montherlant's then demands quoting Montherlant on the subject of the disappearance of the newspapers and the indifferent amnesia that awaits them. This error sees itself cruelly belied by history, which takes charge of its own survival, the archived survival of this very error, of this utterance and of this quotation that I again quoted and have just requoted once more here. In a newspaper, someone quotes an error while making in his turn an error on the subject of the non-survival of newspapers and assures in that very way, in determined conditions, the survival of the newspaper article, of the quotation, and of the requotation of these very errors. As such, it is as if I were assuring the survival of a text by mistakenly saying of it, I bet this will not survive. I said, temporary, survival, thinking of proper names, of the literality of the formula, which is in itself just about insignificant, of the singularity of textual events, but I could have said the contrary, biodegradability, while referring to the meaning and to everything that lets itself be anonymously assimilated into the tradition of a more or less common memory, into what is confusedly called culture. When one speaks of the destruction of an archive, do not limit oneself to the meaning, to the theme, or to consciousness. To be sure, take into account an economy of the unconscious, even if only to exceed it once again. But it is also necessary to take into consideration the supports, the subjectiles 26 of the signifier the paper, for example, but this example is more and more insufficient. There is this diskette, and so on. Differences here among newspapers, journals, books, perhaps, the modes of storage, of reproduction, and of circulation, the ecosystems, libraries, bookstores, photocopies, computers, and so on. I am also thinking of everything that is happening today to libraries. Official institutions are calculating the choices to be made in the destruction of non-storable copies or the salvaging of works whose paper is deteriorating, displacement, restructuring of the archive, and so on. What would have happened if people had been able yesterday or 10 years ago to consult on a screen the whole Demand archive in a minute, from one library to another? In short, telematically. Difference between the war articles and certain of his last seminars whose voice we still have, the audio archive that students pass among themselves from one university to another, even in Europe, and certain of which are already published on the basis of this recording. I risk annoying any number of people, for example Demand's successor, if I say once more that I must postpone two short treatises that are indispensable here. Possible titles: 1. On the support and the insupportable, keep the ellipsis and the pun in French. 2. On the impossible distinction between public and private, in general and in particular, in a modern problematic of the archive. Repetition, where usure, and biodegradability, in certain cases, quotation, the rhythmic return of the same wears down the mark, it is boring, provokes disgust, pushes toward oblivion. In other cases, it is the contrary. Intellectual modes are born and die from this repetition. What is the rule? The determination of the rule is part of the process, it does not dominate that process. People will wonder, since he doesn't believe in the pertinence of this figure, the biodegradable, when it is applied to discourses, to discursive texts, to culture in general, why, then, does he devote so much space to it? Why is he writing so publicly and at such length on this subject, and so on? Response: well, for no reason, just to see, to reflect, and see what remains of it, perhaps to take the measure of the biodegradability of this text here, precisely, beyond its meaning, to test its conditions of translation, publication, and conservation. To see what passes and what happens beyond its content, its theme, or the interest of the debate in which it must take part, no doubt a very minor interest. Since this text here, private and public, does not come down to the content of its meaning, I abandon it more or less like an empty form, a mere container, one of those plastic packages that float, for how long, on one of our beautiful rivers. Why do I say are? A minuscule simulacrum of nucleoliterary waste. And then I am also thinking somewhat about diverting certain readers who, concerned about the essential gravity of these questions, might be a little tired of the vain polemics that are turning around it. Brief exchange Thursday night with IND. They had just read the critical responses. What relentless fury! Kulakarni meant, from a verb that formerly had the sense to give the pack the scent of the prey's flesh, chair. Yet one wonders where is the flesh. They don't go into detail, the 6 of them. Real executioners. I don't know what they do love, but well, you're not held in any fondness in their thoughts. Don't be so sure. As for me, I think deep down they love you. I mean, they don't want to let you go. This is a good opportunity, they want to stay with you rester avec toi. As long as possible. At all costs. What does that mean, to stay rester and at all costs? Who fixes the prices and the deadlines? After a burst of laughter and while patting me on the shoulder, at any rate, if they love you, they don't seem to suspect it, they don't have the foggiest idea that they do. Me on the contrary, I think two of them suspect it, all it would take is a bit of analysis or attention to rhetoric. Guess which ones? I then spent a certain amount of time pointing out to them the signs of this. It was necessary to reread, from A to Z. What is less clear for me, more complicated, is the case of Jonathan Culler. Saturday, January 28, 8 a.m. For the last 2 minutes, I have been observing attentively the little word most in a declaration such as Derrida ignores most of this history, p. 771. The point is to produce an effect, guess which one? What does most mean? I have not read certain books that, since my article appeared, the author of this verdict has had the conscientiousness to read. I noted the references, thank you. There are still many books, particularly dealing with this history, that neither one nor the other of us has read, and that is regrettable. I have read some others. But that is not the question. In the reference thus made to sources unknown to me, I found not a single fact, even a factual detail 27 that completes or contradicts in a pertinent fashion the description of the historical context that I proposed. I point this out, as well as a certain number of other things, in the two tables. So I knew most of this history. I took account of it. I was even the first, in this academic debate around a man, to put it forward and in a more precise and more abundant fashion than anyone since. I would have liked it if someone had at least had the honesty to acknowledge this. I was the first to demand with some insistence that this work of the historian be pursued. To write next in the same paragraph, with just as much bad faith, Derrida pays little attention to this disclaimer, is to make a use of little that is as abusive as the use of most, p. 771. What is the measure here for most and for little? The accusation is all the more arrogant in that it is a question of the attention paid to a text that I myself cite on the subject of the soir vol. What would they have said if I had not quoted it? By calling the reader's attention to the, finally, decisive role that, by means of crude and childish rhetorical strategies, one wants to assign to words as big or as petty as most and little, am I abusing what the same author calls close, subtle reading, specifying right away that such reading is quintessentially Derridian, p. 767? One will have quickly figured out that the compliment was meant to be poisoned. But I wonder on the basis of what norms of reading one can ironize in this way. Such close, subtle reading is not a good thing then? Should one avoid teaching, inculcating, or propagating this vice? Must one recognize it as the property, the originality, or the eccentricity of this or that individual, close, subtle, indeed quintessentially Derridian reading? I underline teaching because I am thinking first of all of the students who read this sort of thing, of the undergraduates who are perhaps more vulnerable than we are. I hope not, all the same, not all of them more vulnerable than all of us, to the consequences of jokes as sinister as this one. If they were vulnerable to it, the risk is that they might say to themselves, oh, I get it, close, subtle reading is not good, therefore, it's perhaps a style, a perversion, maybe even a European fashion. Would that by any chance be what people call deconstruction? Yuck, and so on. So the real question becomes, what is happening in a university? Let's leave aside the personal case of the professor who indulges in this operation and takes such a responsibility, when one of its members can permit herself or himself to be sarcastic on the subject of what she or he calls close, subtle reading? When she or he expects to derive a benefit from these sarcasms and be given credit for them by the community. What is the politics of this sarcasm? And since we are talking about history, doesn't this accusation launched against the refinement of reading, against the taste for analysis remind you of anything? You would have a short memory. But this warning by a professor against close, subtle reading sets up even more troubling acts of violence. I refer to the manner of treating witnesses' testimony. First of all, one means to discredit living witnesses on the pretext that their names are not in some book or other recently consulted in the United States. So what? I quote, Gourly and Dosogny, neither of whose names I have been able to find in any of the books on the Belgian resistance I have consulted, provide the man with little more once again, how much more, exactly, than the sum of my best friends are Jews alibi, pages 774 to 75. Illusionism, confusion, or manipulation. I will not decide among them, but I will first remark that such alibis are generally alleged by non-Jews who want to clear themselves of the accusation of anti-Semitism. In the present case, this argument might perhaps have a little worth, just a little, if the man himself had said some of my best friends are Jews. Well, he is dead and never said such a thing. And the suspicion of an alibi becomes ridiculous when it is the friends themselves who take the initiative of the testimony. What is more, to my knowledge, only Gourly, Georges, is Jewish and presents himself as such. The testimonies that I quoted have, moreover, been confirmed, developed, enriched by many others in the same vein. They will have been published by the time this appears. But there is something still worse and more confused. With a jubilating snicker that doesn't even try to disguise itself anymore, the author of this response reports, Georges, Gourly's attacks against a man. I cite them in turn for more clarity. Gourly informed the audience that the man was completely, almost pathologically, dishonest, a man to whom swindling, forging, lying were, at least at the time, second nature, p. 774 n.8. A cause for exultation. This time renouncing any suspicion, the author puts the two parts of the testimony on the same level. Since this respondent has little patience, as was clearly stated from the first lines, for close, subtle reading, there is no more time wasted looking at things more closely or asking a single question. One doesn't wonder whether the very form and the logic of the judgments thus reported might not correspond better to some evening of a score or to some resentment that would have nothing to do with politics or racism. Well, it seems to me on the contrary that, all political matters once again set aside, portraits of this type disqualify themselves. What is more, they appear extravagant to those who knew the man well or from a distance, for several decades, in Belgium before and during the war, and in the United States. On the other hand, I can attest that all those who have met Mr. Georges Gourly these last months and have spoken to me of him charged this violence to the account of personal rancor that has nothing to do with what we are discussing here. Because for what we are discussing here is what counts, a man, Mr. Georges Gourly, so brimming over with hatred as regards the man, almost as much as those who quote him with gratitude and delight, declares loudly and clearly that the accusations of pro-Nazism and anti-Semitism against the same man are absurd and ridiculous. He is only therefore all the more credible on this point. In the testimony of such a violent and relentless prosecutor, the part favorable to the accused, the public concession seems more convincing than ever. Everything leads one to suppose that if he had been able to condemn the man on yet another count, Mr. Georges Gourly would not have let the chance slip away. Here is someone who had no desire to let the man off lightly. At any rate, finally, as important as it may be, the recourse to testimony, in particular to this one, was far from being the only argument determining my analysis. By spewing such venomous insults, did Mr. Georges Gourly ever suspect that they were going to turn up intact, still non-biodegraded, in the mouths of all those who would like to savor them in their turn, chew them over again, or spit them out like so much chewing gum? Of all those who are ready to pass the precious poison from mouth to mouth without wondering whether the motivations and ruminations of this man don't justify some caution? And in fact, I find the same substance again, cited, countersigned, I should say spread out in the conclusion of another one of the 6 authors. Manifestly, for these people, it is imperative to cite it as often as possible so that its archive does not get lost. But don't count on it, the laws of conservation and wear are more paradoxical than one thinks. Once again, therefore, I cite this quotation in my turn, persuaded on the contrary that the frequent and careful rereading of these words will better allow one to evaluate their credibility, supposing things were not clear at first reading. Defending de Man's character, Derrida quotes Georges Gourly, a former Belgian resistant who knew de Man well, as saying that de Man was not ideologically anti-Semitic. Gourly, who today is Professor Emeritus of Sociology at the Free University of Brussels, subsequently described de Man as completely, almost pathologically, dishonest, declaring that swindling, forging, lying were, at least at the time, second nature to him. p. 802. I note without further comment that this latter phrase is thus calmly cited and accredited by an expert specialized in the de Man affair, the now famous author of Deconstructing de Man, The Nation, January 9, 1988. My intention was no more, may I spell this out once more in passing, to defend de Man's character than to fulfill the responsibilities of friendship. The author of The Responsibilities of Friendship, formerly the author of Deconstructing de Man, believes or affects to believe that my article was essentially inspired by friendship. For him, de Man is only and before all else my friend, his friend, p. 801. And here he has the audacity, I can't believe my eyes, to give me a lesson in an honorable way to fulfill the responsibilities of friendship, p. 797. If I needed someone to teach me honor, and how to distinguish the honorable from the dishonoring, really, I would look for another teacher in the future. Second, concerning friendship and the responsibility for what I write, especially on such subjects, my idea is a little more complicated. Finally, my friendship for Paul de Man did not for a moment forbid me to judge unpardonable what seemed to me to be so. It is true that, as I said above, the same preacher had forgotten, as is his wont, to read or to mention this judgment, and the same could be said for so many other analogous remarks. In conditions where it was rather difficult, where it would have been so easy, on the contrary, to join the pack or to be silent, I did indeed reaffirm my friendship, that's the way I am. But that never prevented me, I will say on the contrary, from proposing each time that it seemed just and honest, and almost on every page, conclusions that have also been found to be exceedingly severe. What idea do these people have of friendship? The most suspect one, in my view, the one that implies blind approbation, projection, or identification. If one wants to authorize oneself to give advice on what is honorable or not, it would be better to begin by recognizing publicly one's own errors or falsifications, especially when they are as numerous and serious as those published under the title Deconstructing de Man, The Nation, January 9, 1988. I was surprised, really, was I so surprised, to see the author of this article claim to direct criticisms at me without thinking for a moment about first responding to those that I, like so many others, formulated indignantly in Note 50 of Paul de Man's War. He turns aside the questions and the focus in the direction of a New York Times article. He accuses me of having attacked the messenger of bad news or those who reported the news, p. 801. No, the messenger was first of all me, long before any journalist. And those who reported the news, months earlier, on my proposal, he forgets this as well, were some colleagues and myself. The journalists mentioned by this journalist came after, long after, they have not reported, they have simplified and deformed the news. And they would have done nothing, known nothing, seen nothing for a long time if we, on my proposal, had not organized the meeting in Tuscaloosa and taken the decisions that are now public knowledge and that I recalled in my article. Point 28. I cannot enumerate all the signs of such a lack of probity, it would take us too long. I'll just mention one more. How can a professional historian write this? L'Histoire in those years was thus a Nazi publication, and the official post-war tribunal the Conseil de Guerre considered those who published in its pages to be collaborators, p. 798, while holding it against de Man even as he must specify in a note that, As Jonathan Culler appropriately reminds him, de Man was never condemned, was not even tried by such a war council. See what I say about this above, p. 849. His note says that de Man was questioned by the Auditor General in 1945 but not formally charged, p. 798 n1, thereby insinuating once again that he could have been informally charged, which is dishonest and gratuitous. When one acts like this, how can one inscribe the word responsibility in a title, the responsibilities of friendship? How can one dare to give advice about what is or is not honorable, p. 797. The only lesson the author of Deconstructing de Man draws from his past errors, but it is the least he can do, is to release in advance a colleague from any responsibility for the errors that he, the author, did not fail to make, yet again, right here, and to which he seems willing to get accustomed more quickly than his readers. Mark Poster provided valuable comments on an earlier draft of this paper. The errors that are present are the responsibility of the author, p. 797. The only concession one can make to him is that the courageous use of this indicative is a responsible, honest, and prudent signature. I am going to stop. I have once again been too verbose and too elliptical. Someone, guess who, is perhaps going to reproach Critical Inquiry for publishing me too often and at too great a length. I will point out that I myself never asked for anything and would have gladly done without all this extra work whose usefulness is doubtful. I like to think that I have better things to do at the moment. If only to read, for example, much better and newer responses in the volume of that name, or reading de Man reading, or those texts of de Man recently assembled in Critical Writings, 1953 to 1978, not all of which I knew, far from it. Point 29. As to the length, completely relative, of my responses, is it not justified by the fact that 6 texts and 7 authors were mobilized against my single article? The last time, in Critical Inquiry, on the subject of my text against apartheid, only 2 authors were set up against me. At the progressive rhythm of this capitalization, is the present response going to lead Critical Inquiry to call on 36 or 49 critical respondents? I give notice right now that I am tired of the scene and that I will not get back into the ring, at least not this ring, even if others still want to be seen there or have their photographs taken there. I have never in my life taken the initiative of a polemic. 3 or 4 times, and always in response, and always because I was invited to do so, I have simply tried to confront some manipulations that were too serious to ignore. I have always limited myself in these cases to stakes that are not personal, but philosophical, moral, and political. Of those who might regret the harshness or the high-handedness of certain of my remarks, right here, I ask, isn't it only fair, to reread one more time the critical responses? Then they will have a better measure of the aggression, its violence, and its mediocrity that has me as its victim, in 5 of the 6 cases. It is not possible for me to respond on that level. And it is my duty not to accept it? One does not always decide by oneself on a high-handed tone. Saturday, February 4, 10 p.m. This paper is biodegradable. Note the very extended use of paper in English. Even in the university, every speech is a paper. The word paper recalls the name of journal, in the sense of newspaper and not of diary. Only in English? And the French word journal in a certain way the homonym of the English word, but the latter is what we call a review, works equally well as a translation of newspaper and of diary. This is naturally only a pretext for asking 2 questions. 1. Is what resists translation more or less bio-degradable? See above on the proper name. 2. Isn't it striking that, according to some extraordinary destiny, Paul de Man's articles, Wartime Journalism, have been reproduced in facsimile, the book thereby preserving the appearance of the paper journal? I am reminded that those who can / will not read any voulent polire had the audacity to accuse us of publishing in the original so as to prevent them from reading it. Alas, they do not need our strategies for that. I am dreaming of other strategies, to make them read instead. How to translate the valuable and economical French expression papier journal. It designates the least noble species of paper newsprint. It is thought that, since it lends itself to all uses, it is better suited than any other to biodegradation. Here, now, the word biodegradable is waste matter undeshet. Already partly biodegraded. Will I have used it up enough? An internal reading will always be insufficient. And moreover impossible. Question of context: as everyone knows, there is nothing but context, and therefore, there is no outside the text ilny upon a horse text, used up formula, yet unusable out of context, a formula that, at once used up and unusable, might appear to be impossible to wear out inusable. I don't believe that in the least, but the time involved is difficult to calculate. For example, what can be the future destiny of a document that would now give one to read, like right here, this sole phrase, forget it, drop it, all of this is biodegradable? 7 of Spirit. Translated by Geoffrey Bennington and Rachel Bowlby. In order better to present the context of our excerpt from de l'Esprit, Jacques Derrida has asked us to include the following remarks, which originally appeared on the back cover of his book ed. I shall speak of ghost, of flame, and of ashes. These are the first words of a lecture on Heidegger. It attempts a new crossing, neither an internal commentary nor an indictment on the basis of external documents, however necessary they remain within their limits. It again has to do with Nazism, of what remains to be thought of Nazism in general and of Heidegger's Nazism. But also with politics of spirit, declarations on the crisis of spirit and on freedom of spirit, which people thought then, and still want today, to oppose to the inhuman, Nazism, fascism, totalitarianism, materialism, nihilism, and so on. It is starting with the Rectorship Address, 1933, that Heidegger raises a hymn to spirit. 6 years earlier, he had decided to avoid this word, and then surrounded it with quotation marks. What happened? Why has no one ever noticed? Just like today, the invocation of spirit wanted to be a meditation on the destiny of Europe. This was the echo from the eloquence of the great European spirits, of Valery, Husserl, or others whose politics are less innocent than is often believed. At the very heart of their tradition, European philosophies, systems of morals and religions share their discourse, exchange it with that of Heidegger when he names spirit. What are we to do with this sharing and this exchange? Can we interrupt them? Should we? At stake here are good and evil, enlightenment and flame, spirit in its fiery tongue, Geist is flame, says Heidegger. This book has 2 focal points. If, in 1933, Heidegger celebrates the spirit whose name he had wanted to avoid until then, this first inflection does not have the form of the turn-care that fascinates the commentators. It is nonetheless decisive. Later, a second inflection displaces the privilege of the question held until then to be the piety of thought. The question of the question remains suspended, held to the gauge of an acquiescence that must precede it. Yes, the gauge, the engagement or the wager before the abyss. What happens when this becomes ethical or political? To what and to whom does one say yes? I shall speak of ghost revenant, of flame and of ashes. And of what, for Heidegger, avoiding means. What is avoiding? Heidegger on several occasions uses the common word vermeiden, to avoid, to flee, to dodge. What might he have meant when it comes to spirit or the spiritual? I specify immediately, not spirit or the spiritual but Geist, geistig, geistlich, for this question will be, through and through, that of language. Do these German words allow themselves to be translated? In another sense, are they avoidable? Senuendizeit, 1927. What does Heidegger say at that time? He announces and he prescribes. He warns averti, a certain number of terms will have to be avoided, vermeiden. Among them, spirit, Geist. In 1953, more than 25 years later, and this was not just any quarter century, in the great text devoted to George Trakl, Heidegger notes that Trakl always took care to avoid, vermeiden again, the word geistig. And, visibly, Heidegger approves him in this, he thinks the same. But this time, it is not Geist nor even Geistlich that is to be avoided, but Geistig. How are we to delimit the difference, and what has happened? What of this meantime? How are we to explain that in 25 years, between these two warning signals, avoid using, Heidegger made a frequent, regular, marked, if not remarked, use of all this vocabulary, including the adjective Geistig? And that he often spoke not only of the word spirit but, sometimes yielding to the emphatic mode, in the name of spirit? Could it be that he failed to avoid what he knew he ought to avoid? What he in some sense had promised himself to avoid? Could it be that he forgot to avoid? Or else, as one might suspect, are things tortuous and more entangled than this? I will not rely for the essential justification of my topic on an introduction or preface. Here, nonetheless, are three preliminary arguments. There is first the necessity of this essential explanation, the quarrel between languages, German and Rome, German and Latin, and even German and Greek, the Übersetzung as Auseinandersetzung between Pneuma, Spiritus, and Geist. At a certain point, this last no longer allows of translation into the first two. Tell me what you think about translation and I will tell you who you are, recalls Heidegger on the subject of Sophocles' Antigone. 1 in this title, De l'Esprit, the Franco-Latin De also announces that, in the classical form of the inquiry, and even of the dissertation, I wish to begin to treat of spirit the word and the concept, the terms Geist, Geistig, Geistlich in Heidegger. I shall begin to follow modestly the itineraries, the functions, the formations and regulated transformations, the presuppositions and the destinations. This preliminary work has not yet been systematically undertaken, perhaps not even, to my knowledge, envisaged. Such a silence is not without significance. It does not derive only from the fact that although the lexicon of spirit is more copious in Heidegger than is thought, he never made it the title or the principal theme of an extended meditation, a book, a seminar, or even a lecture. And yet I will attempt to show this. What thereby remains unquestioned in the invocation of Geist by Heidegger is, more than a coup de force, force itself in its most out-of-the-ordinary manifestation. This motif of spirit or of the spiritual acquires an extraordinary authority in its German language. To the precise extent that it does not appear at the forefront of the scene, it seems to withdraw itself from any destruction or deconstruction, as if it did not belong to a history of ontology, and the problem will be just that. On the other hand, and this is a second argument, this motif is regularly inscribed in contexts that are highly charged politically, in the moments when thought lets itself be preoccupied more than ever by what is called history, language, the nation, Geschlecht, Greek, or German. On this lexicon, which we are not justified in calling spiritualist or even spiritual, can I risk saying spirituel, Heidegger draws abundantly in the years 1933 to 35, above all in the rectorship address and an introduction to metaphysics, and also in a different way in Nietzsche. But during the following 20 years, and except for one inflection that I will try to analyze, this same lexicon gives direction, for example, to the seminars and writings on Schelling, Hölderlin, and especially Trückl. It even takes on a thematic value in them, which is not without a certain novelty. Here, finally, is my third preliminary argument. If the thinking of Geist and of the difference between Geistig and Geistlich is neither thematic nor athematic, and if its modality thus requires another category, then it is not only inscribed in contexts with a high political content, as I have just said rapidly and rather conventionally. It perhaps decides the very meaning of the political as such. In any case it would situate the place of such a decision, if it were possible. Whence its privilege, still scarcely visible, for what are called the questions of the political or of politics that are stimulating so many debates around Heidegger today, doubtless in renewed form in France, thanks notably to Philippe Lacaille-Labart, at the point at which they tie up with the great questions of being and truth, of history, of the Aranis, of the thought and unthought, or, for I always prefer to say this in the plural, the thoughts and the unthoughts of Heidegger. To my knowledge, Heidegger never asked himself, what is spirit? At least, he never did so in the mode, or in the form, or with the developments that he grants to questions such as, why is there something rather than nothing, what is being, what is technology, what is called thinking, and so on. No more did he make of spirit one of those grand poles that metaphysics is supposed to have opposed to being, in a sort of limitation, Beschränkung, of being, such as is contested by an introduction to metaphysics, being and becoming, being and appearance, being and thinking, being and duty, or being and value. No more did he oppose spirit to nature, even dialectically, according to the most forceful and permanent of metaphysical demands. What is called spirit? What does spirit call up? Was Geist, so that is the title of a book Heidegger never wrote. When they have to do with spirit, Heidegger's statements rarely take the form of a definition of essence. Rarely, that is to say, exceptionally, and we are interested in these exceptions, which are in fact very different and even opposed to each other. Most often, Heidegger will have inscribed the noun, Geist, or the adjective, geistig, geistlich say in a linked group of concepts or philosophemes belonging to a deconstructible ontology, and most often in a sequence going from Descartes to Hegel, in other words, in propositions I will again risk calling axiomatic, axiological, or axiopoetic. The spiritual, then, no longer belongs to the order of these metaphysical or onto theological meanings. Rather than a value, spirit seems to designate, beyond a deconstruction, the very resource for any deconstruction and the possibility of any evaluation. What then does he call spirit, Geist? In Senuendizeit, it is first of all a word whose meaning remains steeped in a sort of ontological obscurity. Heidegger recalls this and asks for the greatest possible vigilance on this point. The word relates back to a series of meanings that have a common feature, to be opposed to the thing, to the metaphysical determination of thingness, and above all to the thingification of the subject, of the subjectivity of the subject as supposed by Descartes. This is the series of soul, consciousness, spirit, person. Spirit is not the thing, spirit is not the body. Of course, it is from this subjective determination of spirit that a delimitation, Abgrenzung, must disengage, one could say liberate, the existential analytic of Dasein. Dasein finds itself given the task of preparing a philosophical treatise of the question what is man. It should be remembered that it precedes, liegt vor, Heidegger's emphasis, all biology, all anthropology, all psychology. One could say all pneumatology, this being the other name Hegel gives to rational psychology, which, further, he also criticizes as an abstract metaphysics of understanding. 2. Now who are we? Here, let us not forget, we are first and only determined from the opening to the question of being. Even if being must be given to us for that to be the case, we are only at this point, and know of us only this, the power or rather the possibility of questioning, the experience of questioning. We were speaking a moment ago of the question. Now precisely this entity which we are, this we, which, at the beginning of the existential analytic, must have no name other than Dasein, is chosen for the position of exemplary entity only from the experience of the question, the possibility of the Fragen, as it is inscribed in the network of the Gefragte, being, the Erfragt, the meaning of being, of the Befragte der Seinsfrage, that is, the entity which we are and which thus becomes the exemplary or privileged entity for a reading. Heidegger's word of the meaning of being. The point of departure in the existential analytic is legitimate first of all and only from the possibility, experience, structure, and regulated modifications of the Fragen. Such is the exemplarity of the entity which we are, of the ourselves in this discursive situation of Mitsein in which we can, to ourselves and to others, say we. This exemplarity can become or remain problematical. But this ought not to dissimulate a still less apparent problematicity which is, precisely, perhaps no longer even a problematicity. It could not even be determined as question or problem. For it depends on this point of departure in a reflection on the question, it's better to say the Fragen, and its structural components. How, without confirming it a priori and circularly, can we question this inscription in the structure of the Phrygian from which Dacian will have received, along with its privilege, Vorrang, its first, minimal, and most secure determination? Even supposing that this structure is described properly by Heidegger, which is not certain, but I leave that to one side for the moment, any worry as to the legitimacy or axiomatic necessity of such a point of departure in a reflection on the being able to question would leave intact neither the principle, nor the order, nor finally the interest of the existential analytic, in 3 words, of Senuendizeit. One would then turn against it what Heidegger himself says: however provisional the analysis, it always and already demands the assurance of a correct point of departure, Senuendizeit, section 9. I insist on this point of departure in the possibility of the Phrygian not only for the reasons I pointed out at the start. A few years later, when the references to spirit are no longer held in the discourse of destruction and in the analytic of Dacian, when the words Geist and Geistig are no longer avoided but rather celebrated, spirit itself will be defined by this manifestation and this force of the question. And therefore of the question in the name of which the same words are avoided in Senuendizeit. When he says he must avoid them, Heidegger is right to emphasize that he does so not out of caprice, stubbornness, or concern for terminological oddness, section 10. The terms of this series, spirit, but also soul or psyche, consciousness, ego, reason, subject, and Heidegger adds on life and man to block any interrogation on the being of Dacian. They are all linked, as the unconscious would be as well, to the Cartesian position of the subjectum. And even when they inspire the modernity of eloquent discourses on the non-thingification or non-reification of the subject, they and in particular the terms life and man mark a lack of interest, an indifference, a remarkable lack of need, Bedürfnislosigkeit, for the question of the being of the entity which we are. Should we close Senuendizeit at this point? Do the many developments devoted to the heritage of the Cartesian graft add nothing to these premises? Is this the book's last word on the theme of spirit? Yes and no. Yes, insofar as the premises and the deconstruction will never be called into question again. Neither in Senuendizeit nor later. No, because the rhetorical strategy is displaced when a step is taken, already, in the direction of this analytic of Gamut. As early as Senuendizeit, Heidegger takes up the value and the word spirit, simply in quotation marks. He thus assumes it without assuming it, he avoids it in no longer avoiding it. To be sure, this unavoidance now supposes and will henceforth maintain the earlier delimitation. It does not contradict but confirms and renews the necessity of avoiding, vermeiden, and it will always do so. And yet, along with the word, even surrounded by quotation marks, something of spirit, doubtless what signals toward Gamut, allows itself to be withdrawn from the Cartesian Hegelian metaphysics of subjectivity. Something that the word spirit still names between quotation marks thus allows itself to be salvaged. Spirit returns. The word spirit starts to become acceptable again. The catharsis of the quotation marks frees it from its vulgar, unagentlich, in a word, Latino-Cartesian marks. There then begins, at the other end of the same book, the slow work of reappropriation that will merge, as I should like to demonstrate, with the regermanization. It's the law of quotation marks. 2 by 2 they stand guard, at the frontier or before the door, assigned to the threshold in any case, and these places are always dramatic. The apparatus lends itself to theatricalization and also to the hallucination of the stage and its machinery. 2 pairs of pegs hold in suspension a sort of drape, a veil, or a curtain. Not closed, just slightly open. There is the time this suspension lasts, 6 years, the suspense of the spectator and the tension that follows the credits. Then, suddenly, with a single blow and not 3, the lifting levy of the quotation marks the raising lever of the curtain. And there's a coup de theatre immediately, with the overture, the entry on stage of spirit itself, unless it's delegating its ghost, its Geist, again. 6 years later, 1933, and here we have the rectorship address, the curtain raising is also the spectacle of academic solemnity, the splendor of the staging celebrating the quotation mark's disappearance. In the wings, spirit was waiting for its moment. And here it makes its appearance. It presents itself. Spirit itself, spirit in its spirit and in its letter, Geist affirms itself through the self-affirmation of the German university. Spirit's affirmation inflamed. Yes, inflamed. I say this not only to evoke the pathos of the rectorship address when it celebrates spirit, not only because of what a reference to flame can illuminate of the terrifying moment that is deploying its specters around this theater, but because 20 years later, exactly 20 years, Heidegger will say of Geist, without which it is impossible to think evil, that in the first place it is neither pneuma nor spiritus, thus allowing us to conclude that Geist is no more heard in the Greece of the philosophers than in that of the Gospels, to say nothing of Roman deafness, Geist is flame. Which would then be said, and thus thought, only in German. How are we to explain this sudden inflammation and inflation of Geist? Senuendizide was all tortuous prudence, the severe economy of a writing holding declaration within the discipline of severely observed marks. So how does Heidegger get from this to the eloquent fervor and the sometimes rather edifying proclamation dedicated to the self-affirmation of the German university? What is the leap from the one to the other? And what in spite of this is confirmed and continued from the one to the other? Each word of the title, Die Selbstbehauptung der Deutschen Universität, is traversed, steeped, illuminated, determined, bestimmt, I mean both defined and destined called for by spirit. Self-affirmation, first of all, would be impossible, would not be heard, would not be what it is if it were not of the order of spirit, spirit's very order. The English word order designating both the value of command, abduction, or conduction, the Führung, and the value of mission, sending, order given. Self-affirmation wants to be, we must emphasize this willing, the affirmation of spirit through Führung. This is a spiritual conducting, of course, but the Führer, the guide here the rector says he can only lead if he is himself led by the inflexibility of an order, the rigor or even the directive rigidity of a mission, Auftrag. This is also already spiritual. Consequently, conducted from guide to guide, the self-affirmation of the German university will be possible only through those who lead while themselves being led, directors directed by the affirmation of this spiritual mission. Later we shall have to recognize a passage between this affirmation and a certain thinking of consent, of commitment in the form of a reply, of a responsible acquiescence, of agreement or confidence, Zusage, a sort of word given in return. Before any question and to make possible the question itself. The German character of this university is not a secondary or contingent predicate, it cannot be dissociated from this affirmation of spirit. As the highest agency of the institution thus erected, of this high school, Hochschule, directed upward from the heights, spirit can do nothing other than affirm itself and this, as we shall hear, in the movement of an authentication or identification, which would want themselves to be properly German. Right from the opening of the address, Heidegger himself emphasizes the adjective spiritual, geistig. It is thus the first thing he stresses. I shall emphasize it in my turn, reading Gerard Grainel's French translation, not only because it is the first word to be stressed by Heidegger, but because this adjective, geistig, is the word that 20 years later will be opposed to geistlich. The latter would no longer have anything Platonico-metaphysical or Christo-metaphysical about it, whereas geistig, Heidegger will say then, in his own name and not in a commentary on Trückl, remains caught in the metaphysico-Platonico-Christian oppositions of the below and the beyond, of the low and the high, of the sensible and the intelligible. And yet, in the rectorship address, the Geistigkeit to which Heidegger appeals is already opposed to the Christo-theological interpretation of the world which came after, Die Nachkommende Christliche Theologische Weltdeutung, point 3. But there is no Geistlichkeit yet. Is this simply a terminological incoherence, a verbal adjustment that takes a certain time? Up to a point, without doubt, but I do not think that things can be reduced to that. Here, then, is the first paragraph of the rectorship address, the lifting of the quotation marks that are carried off, the raising of the curtain on the first act, the inaugural celebration of spirit, cortege, academic procession. Spirit is at the head, and in the highest, since it leads the very leaders. It precedes, anticipates prevenient, and gives the direction to be followed to the Spiritus Rector, whose directives we know better today, and to those who follow him. To take over the rectorship is to oblige oneself to guide this high school spiritually, die Verpflichtung zur Geisteigenführung dieser Hohen Schule. Those who follow, masters and pupils, owe their existence and their strength only to a true common rootedness in the essence of the German university. But this essence comes to the clarity, the rank, and the power which are its own, only if first of all and at all times the guiders guiders Führer, I prefer guide to guider, a rather rare and perhaps neologistic word, which runs the risk of making us forget that Führer was at that time very common in Germany, are themselves guided by the inflexibility of this spiritual mission, Geisteigen Auftrags, the constraining nature of which imprints the destiny of the German people. With its specific historical character. S. P. 9, A. P. 5. This final sentence speaks, then, of the imprint, Gepräge, marked in the destiny of the German people. A typographical motif, and even an ontotypological motif, as Lacuille Labart would put it. Its recurrence in the rectorship address must be interrogated retrospectively in light of the letter to Ernst Jünger, zur Seinsfrage, and what relates there to the modern accomplishment of subjectivity. Without being able to enter into this problem, I would point out that the figure of the imprint is associated here, regularly and essentially, with that of force. Heidegger sometimes says Projektkraft, S. P. 9, or Pragendenkraft, S. P. 18. Now force is just as regularly, just as essentially, associated with spirit in the sense that it is celebrated thereafter without quotation marks. At the center of the address, for the first time to my knowledge, subsequently he does so only twice, in texts on Schelling and on Trückel, Heidegger offers a definition of spirit. It is certainly presented in the form of a definition, S is P. And without any possible doubt, Heidegger takes it up for himself. He is no longer mentioning the discourse of the other. No longer speaking of spirit as in Descartes, Hegel, or later Schelling or Hölderlin, he links this predicative determination to a series of headings whose importance there is no need for me to stress. I will name 4 of them to prepare for the reading of this definition. 1. First there is questioning, Fragen, which manifests here and manifests itself as will to know and will to essence. Even before the definition of spirit, which reaffirms it, this will had been affirmed earlier in the address. To will the essence of the German university is to will science, in the sense of willing the spiritual historical mission of the German people, will as ungeschlichtlichen Geisteigen Auftrag de Deutschen Volks, as a people that knows itself to be in its state. Science and German destiny must, in this will to essence, achieve power, mocked, at the same time. S. P. 10, A. P. 7. 2. Next there is the world, a central theme of Senuendizeit. Like the renewed quest of Fragen, it marks the profound continuity between Senuendizeit and the address. 3. Further, and still linked to force, there is the theme of earth and blood, Erdund Bluthaftenskraft als Macht, S. P. 14. 4. Finally, and above all, still in essential and internal continuity with Senuendizeit, there is Entschlossenheit, resolution, determination, the decision that gives its possibility of opening to Eigentlichkeit, the authentic property of Dasein. Here now is this key paragraph, with these 4 determinations of spirit. If we want the essence of science in the sense of this manner of holding firm, questioning, fragenden, and exposed, in the middle of the uncertainty of entities in their totality, then this will to essence creates for our people its most intimate and extreme world of danger, in other words its true spiritual world, sein wahrhaft geistige Welt. Geistige is underlined. For spirit in quotation marks, but this time to recall in a still negative definition the spirit others talk of is neither empty sagacity nor the gratuitous game of joking Spiel de Witzes. This distinction between spirit and the mot d'esprit, between Geist and wits, recalls the cant of the anthropology, noting that a feature of the French spirit was marked by the fact that French has only one word, the word esprit, to designate wits and Geist, nor the unlimited work of analysis of the understanding, nor even the reason of the world, probably an allusion to Hegel, but spirit is the being resolved to the essence of being, ursprünglich gestimmt, wis and ins Glossenheit zum Wesen descends, of a resolution which accords with the tone of the origin and which is knowledge savoir. And the spiritual world, geistige Welt underlined, of a people is not the superstructure of a culture, and no more is it an arsenal of bits of knowledge, connaissances and usable values, but the deepest power of conservation of its forces of earth and blood, as the most intimate power of emotion, Macht der innersten Erregung, and the vastest power of disturbance of its existence, Dasein. Only a spiritual world, in geistige Welt alien, guarantees the people its grandeur, for it imposes the constraint that the constant decision between the will to grandeur on the one hand, and on the other the laissez-faire of decadence, de verfalls, give its rhythm to the march our people has begun toward its future history. S. p. 14, a. pages 13 to 14. The celebration corresponds properly, literally, to an exaltation of the spiritual. It is an elevation. This is not only a question of the kerygmatic tone, of proclamation or declaration, but of an exaltation in which is declared and erected the Most High. As always, the profound and the haughty are allied in the Most High, the highest of what guides the spiritual guides of Die Hohe Schule and the depth of forces of earth and blood. For it is precisely in them that consists the spiritual world. As to what is clear in this exaltation, spirit has here no longer the sense of metaphysical subjectivity. There is no contradiction with Senuendizeit in this regard. Spirit does not belong to subjectivity, at least in its psychical or egological form, for it is not certain that the massive voluntarism of this address is not still caught up in the said epoch of subjectivity. One other thing seems as clear, in a sense that would, to be sure, like to think itself not Hegelian. Historicity is immediately and essentially determined as spiritual. And what is true of history is true of the world. On several occasions, Heidegger associates, with a hyphen, the adjectives geistig and geschichtlich. Geistig geschichtlich is Dasein, s. p. 16, a. p. 17, geschichtlich geistig is the world, s. p. 17, a. p. 18. This association will be constant, 2 years later, in an introduction to metaphysics. But still in the address, and still in order to follow this trace of the question and its privilege, I shall insist on the following point: the union, the hyphen trait d union between spirit and history plays a very significant role in a passage that makes of the phrase in the very assignment of spirit. The question is of spirit or it is not. Such an original concept of science carries the obligation not only of objectivity, Sachlichkeit, but again and above all of the essentiality and simplicity of interrogation, defragens, at the center of the spiritual world, which is, historially, that of the people, inmitten der geschichtlich geistigen Welt des Volks. And even, it is solely from this that objectivity can receive its true foundation, in other words, find its genre and its limits. S. p. 17, a. p. 18. The self-affirmation of the German university, every word of the title is, as we said, steeped in the exalting celebration of this spirit. We have just seen how the force of its imprint marks the self-affirmation, signing in the same stroke the being German of the people and of their world, that is its university as will to know and will to essence. It remains to confirm that the same spiritual imprint is inscribed in the academic organization, in the legislation of faculties and departments, in the community, Gemeinschaft, of masters and pupils. The faculty is a faculty only if it deploys itself in a capacity for spiritual legislation, Geistiger Gesetzgebung, rooted in the essence of science, so as to give to the powers of existence, Macht des Daseins, which form its urgency, the form of the people's unique spiritual world, die in Geistige Welt des Volks. S. p. 17, a. p. 18. As for what is commanded or recommended of spirit in it, this address calls for at least 3 readings, 3 evaluations, or rather 3 protocols of interpretation. 1. To the extent that he countersigns the assignment of spirit, the author of this address, as such, cannot withdraw from any responsibility. His discourse is first of all that of response and responsibility. Responsibility properly assumed, or even claimed before different authorities. These latter are always associated among themselves inasmuch as they are united with spirit. Spirit writes their hyphen, the hyphen between the world, history, the people, the will to essence, the will to know, the existence of Dasein in the experience of the question. 2. This responsibility is nonetheless exercised according to a strategy. Tortuous, at least double, the strategy can always hold an extra surprise in reserve for whomever thinks he controls it. On the one hand, Heidegger thus confers the most reassuring and elevated spiritual dignity on everything in which and on all before whom he commits himself, on everything he thus sanctions and consecrates at such a height. One could say that he spiritualizes National Socialism. And one could reproach him for this, as he will later reproach Nietzsche for having exalted the spirit of vengeance into a spirit of vengeance spiritualized to the highest point, ein höchst vergeistigt der Geist der Rache, point 4. But, on the other hand, by taking the risk of spiritualizing Nazism, he might have been trying to absolve or save it by marking it with this affirmation: spirituality, science, questioning, and so on. By the same token, this sets apart D. Mark Heidegger's commitment and breaks an affiliation. This address seems no longer to belong simply to the ideological camp in which one appeals to obscure forces that would not be spiritual, but natural, biological, racial, according to an anything but spiritual interpretation of earth and blood. 3. The force to which Heidegger appeals, and again in conclusion when he speaks of the destiny of the West, is thus a spiritual force, Geistige Kraft. And we will find this theme of spirit and of the West again, though displaced, in the text on Truckle. What is the price of this strategy? Why does it fatally turn back against its subject if one can use this word, as one must, in fact? Because one cannot demarcate oneself off from biologism, from naturalism, from racism in its genetic form, one cannot be opposed to them except by reinscribing spirit in an oppositional determination, by once again making it a unilaterality of subjectivity, even if in its voluntarist form. The constraint of this program remains very strong. It reigns over the majority of discourses that, today and for a long time to come, state their opposition to racism, to totalitarianism, to Nazism, to fascism, and so on, and do this in the name of spirit, and even of the freedom of the spirit. 5. In the name of an axiomatic, for example, that of democracy or human rights, which, directly or not, comes back to this metaphysics of subjectite. All the pitfalls of the strategy of establishing demarcations belong to this program, whatever place one occupies in it. The only choice is the choice between the terrifying contaminations it assigns. Even if all forms of complicity are not equivalent, they are irreducible. The question of knowing which is the least grave of these forms of complicity is always there. Its urgency and its seriousness could not be overstressed, but it will never dissolve the irreducibility of this fact. This fact, fate, of course, is not simply a fact. First, and at least, because it is not yet done, fate, not altogether put out of fate, it calls more than ever, as for what in it remains to come after the disasters that have happened, for absolutely unprecedented responsibilities of thought and action. This is what we should have to try to designate, if not to name, and begin to analyze here. In the rectorship address, this risk is not just a risk run. If its program seems diabolical, it is because, without there being anything fortuitous in this, it capitalizes on the worst, that is, on both evils at once, the sanctioning of Nazism and the gesture that is still metaphysical. Behind the ruse of quotation marks, of which there is never the right amount, always too many or too few of them. This equivocation has to do with the fact that Geist is always haunted by its Geist, a spirit, or in other words, in French and English as in German, a phantom, always surprises by returning to be the other's ventriloquist. Metaphysics always returns, I mean in the sense of a revenant ghost, and Geist is the most fatal figure of this revenance returning. Of the double that can never be separated from the single. Is this not what Heidegger will never finally be able to avoid, Vermeiden, the unavoidable itself spirit's double, Geist as the Geist of Geist, spirit as spirit of the spirit, which always comes with its double. Spirit is its double. However we interpret this awesome equivocally, for Heidegger it is inscribed in spirit. It is of spirit. He will say so in speaking of spiritual evil in the text on Schreckl. But he already notes it, in another mode, at the beginning of an introduction to metaphysics, 2 years after the rectorship address. In the same way that, in spite of the coup de theatre, the raising of the curtain or the lifting of the quotation marks, the address relaunches and confirms the essential elements of Senuendizeit, so the Einführung in die Metaphysik, 1935, repeats the invocation of spirit launched in the address. It even relaunches it, explains it, extends it, justifies it, specifies it, surrounds it with unprecedented precautions. The rhetoric is no longer, to be sure, that of a treatise, as in Senuendizeit, nor that of an inaugural and emphatic speech, as in the rectorship address. Here we have a teaching language, which partakes of both genres simultaneously. No more than in 1933 does it rehabilitate the concept of spirit deconstructed in Senuendizeit. But it is still in the name of spirit, the spirit which guides in resolution toward the question, the will to know and the will to essence, that the other spirit, its bad double, the phantom of subjectivity turns out to be warded off by means of destruction. Is this duplicity the same as the equivocally or the ambiguity that Heidegger recalls right at the beginning of an introduction to metaphysics, when he speaks of the Zweideutigkeit in which every essential form of spiritual life stands? 6. The more singular a figure of spirit, the more tempted one is to be mistaken about it through comparison and confusion. Now philosophy is one of the essential forms of spirit, independent, creative, rare among the possibilities and the necessities of human Dasein in its historiality. Precisely because of its essential rarity, a singularity always inspires mistakes, just as Zweideutigkeit inspires Misstudung. The first misinterpretation consists in demanding first of all we are still very familiar with this program today that philosophy procure for the Dasein and the age of a people the foundations of a culture, and then denigrate philosophy when it is useless from this point of view and is useless for that culture. Second expectation, second mistake, this figure of spirit, philosophy, ought at the very least to procure a system, synopsis, world picture, Weltbild, map of the world, Weltkart, a sort of compass for universal orientation. If philosophy cannot ground culture, then it should at least alleviate and facilitate the technico-practical functioning of cultural activities, and lighten the burden on science by taking off its hands epistemological reflection on its presuppositions, its concepts, and its fundamental principles, Grundbegriff, Grundsätze. What is expected of the philosopher? That he be the functionary of the fundamental. These misunderstandings, more full of life today than ever, are sustained, notes Heidegger, and who will argue with him, by teachers of philosophy. Self-affirmation or self-presentation of spirit, all that the rectorship address announces in these terms is renamed in the Einführung in die Metaphysik. One could say from the title and name of Einführung. The assignment of the question is here immediately associated with that of the Führung said to be spiritual. The Einführung opens a meditation on the question, or more precisely, on the introduction to the question, on what introduces, induces, and conducts to within the question, the Hineinführen in das fragende Grundfrage, p. 22. There is no questioning except in the experience of the question. Questions are not things, like water, stone, shoes, clothes, or books. The Hineinführen into the question does not conduct or induct something, it guides, conducts toward the experience, the awakening, or the production of the question. But as nothing ought to dictate the question nor precede it in its freedom, the Führen is already questioning. It comes before, it is an already questioning forecoming of the question, ein Fragensvornchen, a pre-questioning, ein Vorfragen. In this way, if nothing precedes the question in its freedom, not even the introduction to questioning, then the spirit of spiritual conduction, Geistige Führung, spoken of in both the rectorship address and an introduction to metaphysics, can be interpreted, through and through, as the possibility of questioning. It responds and corresponds to this possibility. Unless this latter already responds or corresponds to it, in the ties and obligations or even the alliances of such a correspondence, as also in the experience of this co-responsibility. This discourse on spirit is also a discourse on the freedom of spirit. Given that nothing precedes it, spiritual duction remains itself unconducted, and thus breaks the circle of empty reflection that threatened the question of being in its fundamental form, why are there entities and not nothing? That was the first sentence of the book. There was a risk that the reflective machine would make it circle ad infinitum in the question of the question, why? And so on. Heidegger speaks rather of a leap, Sprung, of the question. The leap makes the originary upsurge, Ursprung, surge, liberates it without having to introduce the question from anything other than an already questioning conduction, and this is spirit itself. Spirit awakens rather Plutko earlier plus taught from the Vorfragen of the Führung. Nothing anticipates this power of awakening in its freedom and its resolution, Entschlossenheit. What comes before and in front, what anticipates and questions before all else, Vor, is spirit, the freedom of spirit. As Führer, it goes or comes on the way, in front, up in front, before any politics, any psychagogy, any pedagogy. For in all honesty we must make clear the fact that at the very moment at which he runs the risk of placing this thematics of the Führung in the service of a determinate politics, Heidegger gives it to be understood that he is breaking in advance with any such service. In its spiritual essence, this free conduction should not give rise to any camp-following suivisme, one should not accord it any following, any follower, any Gefolgschaft, any aggregation of disciples or partisans. One can naturally extend to the party what Heidegger says, to exclude them, of the school as academic study, technical apprenticeship, or professional training. Undoubtedly it will be difficult to understand what can be meant by a Führung that mandates, demands, or commands without being followed, obeyed, or listened to in any way. However spiritual it may be, one will say, it must surely guide. Certainly, Heidegger would say here, but if one finds it difficult to understand, that means that one remains imprisoned in a logic of the understanding and does not accede to this freedom of listening, to this fidelity or modality of following, which would have no relationship to the mindless following of Gefolgschaft. Perhaps. But it is also the case that, on the other hand, if it is not further reduced to its discursive modalities or to interrogative utterances, this questioning belongs through and through, that is to say, essentially, to will and to will as the will to know. Fragen ist Wissen wollen, p. 23. All this conducts the Einführung back to the rectorship address, and again to the thematics of resolution, Entschlossenheit. This last plays a decisive role, in fact, the role of decision itself in Senuendizeit. The paragraph defining questioning as will to know, section 74, also reminds us that will itself is a being resolved, Entschlossensein. Although at least in appearance the appearance of a less emphatic tone, the Einführung begins to mark a political retreat in relation to the rectorship address, in fact it proposes a kind of geopolitical diagnosis, of which all the resources and all the references return to spirit, to spiritual historiality, with its already tried and tested concepts, the fall or decadence, Verfall, are spiritual, so too force is spiritual. Geopolitical, then, Europe, Russia, and America are named here, which still no doubt means just Europe. But the dimension remains properly geopolitical. Thinking the world is determined as thinking the earth or the planet. Heidegger denounces, then, a spiritual decadence, Geist-Tiger Verfall. Peoples are in the process of losing their last spiritual forces because of this. This last expression returns often. The verfall of spirit cannot allow itself to be thought other than in its relation to the destiny of being. If, in questioning, the experience of spirit appears proportional to danger, the German people, our people, this metaphysical people, das Metaphysische Volk, par excellence, is at once the most spiritual. Heidegger specifies this clearly later on in speaking of language, and the most exposed to danger. For it is caught in a vice, in the middle, intermit, p. 41, between its European neighbors, Russia and America. 7 On it devolves the great decision, die Großentscheidung, which will engage the destiny of Europe, the deployment of new spiritual forces from this middle place, Neuergeschichtliche Geist-Tiger Kraft aus der Mitte. Emphasis, emphase, the word spiritual is again underlined both to mark that the fundamental determination of the relation to being occurs there, and to ward off the possibility of a politics other than of spirit. A new commencement is called for. It is called for by the question, wie steht es das Sein? What about being? And this commencement, which is first a recommencement, consists in repeating, wiederholen, our historially spiritual existence, Anfang unseres geschichtlich-geistigen Daseins, p. 42. The we of this are is the German people. I referred over hastily to a geopolitical diagnosis, at the point where the discourse is neither that of knowledge nor clinical or therapeutic. But geopolitics conducts us back again from the earth and the planet to the world, and to the world as a world of spirit. Geopolitics is none other than a Weltpolitik of spirit. The world is not the earth. On the earth arrives an obscuring of the world, Weltverdusterung, p. 48. The flight of the gods, the destruction of the earth, the massification of man, the preeminence of the mediocre. 8. Given time, the time of the king. Translated by Peggy Kamoff. Epigraph. The king takes all my time, I give the rest to Saint Cyr, to whom I would like to give all. It is a woman who signs. For this is a letter, and from a woman to a woman. Madame de Maintenon is writing to Madame Brinon. This woman says, in sum, that to the king she gives all. For in giving all one's time, one gives all or the all, if all one gives is in time and one gives all one's time. It is true that she who is known to have been the influential mistress and even the morganatic wife of the Sun King I, the Sun and the Sun King will be the subjects of these lectures. Madame de Maintenon, then, did not say, in her letter, literally, that she was giving all her time but rather that the king was taking it from her. The king takes all my time. Even if that means the same thing, in her mind, one word does not equal the other. What she gives, for her part, is not time but the rest of the time. I give the rest to Saint Cyr, to whom I would like to give all. But as the king takes all her time, then the rest, by all good logic and good economics, is nothing. She can no longer take her time. She has no more time. And yet she gives it. Lacan says, speaking of love, it gives what it does not have, a formula whose variations are ordered by the acrits according to the final and transcendental modality of the woman, inasmuch as she is, supposedly, deprived of the phallus. Point 2. Here Madame de Maintenon is writing, and she says in writing, that she gives the rest. What is the rest? Is it, the rest? She gives the rest which is nothing, since it is the rest of a time concerning which she has just informed her correspondent she has nothing of it left since the king takes it all from her. And yet, we must underscore this paradox, even though the king takes all her time, she seems to have some left, as if she could return the change. The king takes all my time, she says, a time that belongs to her therefore. But how can a time belong? What is it to have time? If a time belongs, it is because the word time designates metonymically less time itself than the things with which one fills it, with which one fills the form of time, time as form. It is a matter, then, of the things one does in the meantime pendent, or the things one has at one's disposal during pendent this time. Therefore, as time does not belong to anyone as such, one can no more take it, itself, than give it. Time already begins to appear as that which undoes this distinction between taking and giving, therefore also between receiving and giving, perhaps between receptivity and activity, or even between being affected and the affecting of any affection. Apparently, and according to common logic or economics, one can only exchange, by way of metonymy, one can only take or give what is in time. That is indeed what Madame de Maintenon seems to want to say on a certain surface of her letter. And yet, even though the king takes it all from her, altogether, this time or whatever fills up the time, she has some left, a remainder that is not nothing since it is beyond everything, a remainder that is nothing but that there is since she gives it. And it is even essentially what she gives, that very thing. The king takes all, she gives the rest. The rest is not, there is the rest that is given or that gives itself. It does not give itself to someone, because, as everyone knows, Saint Cyr is not her lover, and it is above all not masculine. Saint Cyr is a very feminine place, a charity, an institution, more exactly a foundation of Madame de Maintenon's. Saint Cyr is the name of a charity for the education of impoverished young ladies of good families. Its founder retired there and no doubt was able to devote all her time to it, in accordance with her declared wish, after the death of the king in 1715. Would we say, then, that the question of the rest, and of the rest of given time, is secretly linked to the death of some king? Thus the rest, which is nothing but that there is nevertheless, does not give itself to someone but to a foundation of young virgins. And it never gives itself enough, the rest, I give the rest to Saint Cyr, to whom I would like to give it all. She never gets enough of giving this rest that she does not have. And when she writes, Madame de Maintenon, that she would like to give it all, one must pay attention to the literal writing of her letter, to the letter of her letter. This letter is almost untranslatable, it defies exchange from language to language. I insist on the fact that it is a question of a letter, since things would not be said in the same way in a different context. So when she writes that she would like to give all elle voudrait le tout donner, she allows two equivocations to be installed. Le can be a personal pronoun, in an inverted position, je voudrais tout le donner, I would like to give it all, or it can be an article, before the word tout, which is thus nominalized, I would like to give all, that is everything. That would be the first equivocation. The second equivocation, tout or le tout, can be understood to refer to time, all of which the king takes from her, as well as to the rest of time, of the time and of what presents itself there, occupying it thus, or of the rest and of what presents itself there, likewise occupying it. This phrase lets one hear the infinite sigh of unsatisfied desire. Madame de Maintenon says to her correspondent that everything leaves her something to be desired. Her wish is not fulfilled or attained either by what she allows herself to take from the king, nor even by the rest that she gives in order to make a present of it, if you will, to her young virgins. Her desire would be there where she would like, in the conditional, to give what she cannot give, the all, that rest of which she cannot make a present. Nobody takes it all from her, neither the king nor Saint Cyr. This rest of time of which she cannot make a present, that is what Madame de Maintenon, as I wish to call her, desires, that is in truth what she would desire, not for herself but to be able to give it pour le pouvoir donner. For the power of giving pour le pouvoir de donner, perhaps, in order to give herself this power of giving. She lacks not lacking time, she lacks not giving enough. She lacks this leftover time that is left to her and that she cannot give, that she doesn't know what to do with. But this rest of time, of a time that moreover is nothing and that belongs properly to no one, this rest of time, that is the whole of her desire. Desire and the desire to give would be the same thing, a sort of tautology. But maybe as well the tautological designation of the impossible. Maybe the impossible. The impossible may be if giving and taking are also the same thing, which would certainly not be a thing. One could accuse me here of making a big deal and a whole history out of words and gestures that remain very clear. When Madame de Maintenon says that the king takes her time, it is because she is glad to give it to him and takes pleasure from it. The king takes nothing from her and gives her as much as he takes. And when she says, I give the rest to Saint Cyr, to whom I would like to give all, she is confiding in her correspondent about a daily economy concerning the leisures and charities, the works and days of a grande dame somewhat overwhelmed by her obligations. None of the words she writes has the sense of the unthinkable and the impossible toward which my reading would have pulled them, in the direction of giving-taking, of time and the rest. She did not mean to say that, you will say. What if? Yes, she did etsi. And if what she wrote meant to say that, then what would that suppose? How, where, on the basis of what and when can we read this letter fragment as I have done? How could we even hijack it as I have done, while still respecting its literality and its language? End of the epigraph. Let us begin by the impossible. To join together, in a title, time and the gift may seem to be a laborious artifice. What can time have to do with the gift? We mean, what would there be to see in that? What would they have to do with each other, or more literally to see together, chu sce chu ils oreint avoir ensemble, one would say in French. Of course, they have nothing to see together, and first of all because both of them have a singular relation to the visible. Time, in any case, gives nothing to see. It is at the very least the element of invisibility itself. It withdraws whatever could give itself to be seen. It itself withdraws itself from visibility. One can only be blind to time, to the essential disappearance of time, even as, nevertheless, in a certain manner nothing appears that does not require and take time. Nothing sees the light of day, no phenomenon, which is not on the order of the day, in other words, of the revolution that is the rhythm of a sun's course. And that orients this course from its end point, from the rising in the east to the setting in the west. The works and days, as we said a moment ago. We will let ourselves be carried away by this word revolution. At stake is a certain circle whose figure precipitates both time and the gift toward the possibility of their impossibility. To join together, in a title, both time and the gift may seem to be a laborious artifice, as if, in order to economize, one sought to treat two subjects at once. And that is in fact the case, for reasons of economy. But economy is here the subject. What is economy? Among its irreducible semantic predicates or values, economy no doubt includes the values of law, nomos, and of home, oikos, home, property, family, the hearth, the fire within. Nomos does not only signify the law in general, but also the law of distribution, nemain, the law of sharing or partition partage, the law as partition, moira, the given or assigned part, participation. Another sort of tautology already implicates the economic within the nomic as such. As soon as there is law, there is partition, as soon as there is nomi, there is economy. Besides the values of law and home, of distribution and partition, economy implies the idea of exchange, of circulation, of return. The figure of the circle is obviously at the center, if that can still be said of a circle. It stands at the center of any problematic of oikonomia, as it does of any economic field: circular exchange, circulation of goods, products, monetary signs or merchandise, amortization of expenditures, return on investment, substitution of use values and exchange values. This motif of circulation can lead one to think that the law of economy is the circular return to the point of departure, to the origin, also to the home. So one would have to follow the Odyssean structure of the economic narrative. Oikonomia would always follow the path of Ulysses. The latter returns to the side of his loved ones and to himself, and he only goes away in view of repatriating himself, in order to return to the home from which à partir duquel the signal for departure is given and the part assigned, the side chosen le parti pris, the lot divided, Destiny commanded, Moira. The being next to self of the idea in absolute knowledge would be Odis Shan in this sense, that of an economy and a nostalgia, a homesickness, a provisional exile longing for reappropriation. Now the gift, if there is any, would no doubt be related to economy. One cannot treat the gift without treating this relation to economy, that goes without saying, even to the money economy. But is not the gift, if there is any, that which interrupts economy? That which, in suspending economic calculation, no longer gives rise to exchange. That which opens the circle so as to defy reciprocity or symmetry, the common measure, and so as to turn aside the return in view of the no return. If there is gift, the given of the gift, that which one gives, that which is given, the gift as given thing or as act of donation, must not come back to the giving, let us not already say to the subject, to the donor. It must not circulate, it must not be exchanged, it must not in any case be exhausted, as a gift, by the process of exchange, by the movement of circulation of the circle in the form of return to the point of departure. If the figure of the circle is essential to the economic, the gift must remain an economic. Not that it remains foreign to the circle, but it must keep a relation of foreignness to the circle, a relation without relation of familiar foreignness. It is perhaps in this sense that the gift is the impossible. Not impossible but the impossible. The very figure of the impossible. It announces itself, gives itself to be thought as the impossible. It is proposed that we begin by this. And we will do so. We will begin later. By the impossible. The motif of the circle will obsess us throughout this cycle of lectures. Let us provisionally set aside the question of whether it is a matter of a geometric figure, a metaphorical representation or a great symbol, the symbol of the symbolic itself. We have learned from Hegel to treat this problem. Saying that the circle will obsess us is another manner of saying that it will encircle us. It will besiege us all the while that we will be regularly attempting to exit la sortie. But why exactly would one desire, along with the gift, if there is any, the exit? Why desire the gift and why desire to interrupt the circulation of the circle? Why wish to get out of it en sortir? Why wish to get through it en sortir? The circle has already put us onto the trail of time and of that which, by way of the circle, circulates between the gift and time. One of the most powerful and ineluctable representations, at least in the history of metaphysics, is the representation of time as a circle. Time would always be a process or a movement in the form of the circle or the sphere. Of this privilege of the circular movement in the representation of time, let us take only one index for the moment. It is a note by Heidegger, the last and the longest one in Sensuende Zeit. Some time ago I attempted a reading of it in Nausea and Graham, note on a note from Being and Time 3. Since this note and this note on a note will be part of our premises, it will help to recall at least the part concerning the absolute insistence of this figure of the circle in the metaphysical interpretation of time. Heidegger writes, "The priority which Hegel has given to the now which has been levelled off, makes it plain that in defining the concept of time he is under the sway of the manner in which time is ordinarily understood, and this means that he is likewise under the sway of the traditional conception of it. It can even be shown that his conception of time has been drawn directly from the physics of Aristotle. Aristotle sees the essence of time in the nun, Hegel in the now, Jetzt. Aristotle takes the nun as orus, Hegel takes the now as boundary, Grans. Aristotle understands the nun as stigma, Hegel interprets the now as a point. Aristotle describes the nun as tot ti, Hegel calls the now the absolute this, das absolut dieses. Aristotle follows tradition in connecting chronos with sphera, Hegel stresses the circular course, Kreislauf, of time. In suggesting a direct connection between Hegel's conception of time and Aristotle's analysis, we are not accusing Hegel of any dependence on Aristotle, but are calling attention to the ontological import which this filiation has in principle for the Hegelian logic. Point 4. There would be more to say on the figure of the circle in Heidegger. His treatment is not simple. It also implies a certain assumed affirmation of the circle. One should not necessarily flee or condemn circularity as one would a bad repetition, a vicious circle, a regressive or sterile process. One must, in a certain way of course, inhabit the circle, turn around in it, live there, a celebration of thinking, and the gift of thinking would not be a stranger there. That is what Der Ursprung der Kunstwerks, the origin of the work of art, suggests. But this motif, which is not a stranger to that of the hermeneutic circle either, coexists with what we might call a delimitation of the circle. The latter is but a particular figure, the particular case of a structure of nodal coiling up or interlacing that Heidegger names the Geflecht in Unterwegs zur Sprache. If one were to stop here with this first somewhat simplifying representation, or with these hastily formulated premises, what could one already say? That wherever there is time, wherever time predominates or conditions experience in general, wherever time as circle, a vulgar concept, Heidegger would therefore say, is predominant, the gift is impossible. A gift could only be possible, there can only be a gift at the instant an effraction in the circle will have taken place, at the instant all circulation will have been interrupted, and on the condition of this instant. Moreover, this instant of effraction, of the temporal circle, must no longer be part of time. That is why we said on the condition of this instant. This condition concerns time but does not pertain to it, is not a part of it without being for all that more logical than chronological. There would be a gift only at the instant when the paradoxical instant, in the sense in which Kierkegaard says of the paradoxical instant of decision that it is madness, tears time apart. In this sense one would never have the time of a gift. In any case, time, the present of the gift, is no longer thinkable as a now, that is, as a present bound up in the temporal synthesis. The relation of the gift to the present, in all the senses of this term, also to the presence of the present, will form one of the essential knots in the interlace of this discourse, in its Geflecht, in the knot of that Geflecht of which Heidegger says precisely that the circle is perhaps only one figure or a particular case, an inscribed possibility. That a gift is called a present, that to give may also be said to make a present, to give a present, in French as well as in English, for example, this will not be for us just a verbal clue, a linguistic chance or a lia. We said a moment ago, let us begin by the impossible. By the impossible, what ought one to have understood? If we must speak of it, we will have to name something. Not to present the thing, here the impossible, but to try with its name, or with some name, to give an understanding of or to think this impossible thing, this impossible itself. To say we are going to name is perhaps already or still to say too much. For it is no doubt the name of name that is going to find itself put in question. If, for example, the gift were impossible, the name or noun gift, what the linguist or the grammarian believes he recognizes to be a name, would not be a name. At least, it would not name what one thinks it names, to wit, the unity of a meaning that would be that of the gift. Unless the gift were the impossible but not the unamiable or the unthinkable, and unless in this gap between the impossible and the thinkable the dimension opens up where there is gift and even where there is period, for example time, where it gives being and time, es gibt das Sein or es gibt die Zeit, to say it in a way that anticipates excessively what would be precisely a certain essential excess of the gift, indeed an excess of the gift beyond the essence itself. Why and how can I think that the gift is the impossible? And why is it here a matter precisely of thinking, as if thinking, the word thinking, conformed itself only to this disproportion of the impossible, even as if it announced itself as thought irreducible to intuition, irreducible also to perception, judgment, experience, science, faith only on the basis of this figure of the impossible, on the basis of the impossible in the figure of the gift. Let us suppose that someone wants or desires to give to someone. In our logic and our language we say it thus: someone wants or desires, someone intends to give something to someone. The complexity of the formula appears already formidable. It supposes a subject and a verb, a constituted subject, which can also be collective, for example, a group, a community, a nation, a clan, a tribe in any case, a subject identical to itself and conscious of its identity, indeed seeking by the gesture of the gift to constitute its own unity and, precisely, to get its own identity recognized so that that identity comes back to it, so that it can reappropriate its identity, as its property. Let us suppose, then, an intention to give, someone wants or desires to give. Our common language or logic will cause us to hear the interlace of this already complex formula as incomplete. We would tend to complete it by saying someone, A, intends to give B to C, someone intends to give or give something to someone other. This something may not be a thing in the common sense of the term but rather a symbolic object. The donee may be a collective subject, likewise the donor, but in any case A gives B to C. These three elements, identical to themselves or on the way to an identification with themselves, look like what is presupposed by every gift event. For the gift to be possible, for there to be gift event, it seems, according to our common language and logic, that this compound structure is indispensable. Notice that in order to say this, I must already suppose a certain pre-comprehension of what gift means. I suppose that I know and that you know what to give, gift, donor, donee mean in our common language, as well as to want, to desire, to intend. This is an unsigned but effective contract between us, indispensable to what is happening here, namely, that you accord, lend, or give some attention and some meaning to what I myself am doing by giving, for example, a lecture. This whole presupposition will remain indispensable at least for the credit that we accord each other, the faith or good faith that we lend each other, even if in a little while we were to argue and disagree about everything. It is by making this pre-comprehension, credit or faith, explicit that one can authorize oneself to state the following axiom: in order for there to be gift event, someone has to give something to someone other, without which giving would mean nothing. In other words, if giving indeed means what, in speaking of it among ourselves, we think it means, then it is necessary, in a certain situation, that someone give something to someone other, and so forth. This appears tautological, it goes without saying and seems to imply the defined term in the definition, which is to say it defines nothing at all. Unless the discrete introduction of one and of thing and especially of other, someone other, does not portend some perturbation in the tautology of a gift that cannot be satisfied with giving or with giving, to, itself se donor without giving something, other, to someone, other. For this is the impossible that seems to give itself to be thought here. It is that these conditions of possibility of the gift, that someone gives something to someone other, designate simultaneously the conditions of the impossibility of the gift. And already we could translate this in other terms: these conditions of possibility define or produce the annulment, the annihilation, the destruction of the gift. Once again, let us set out in fact from what is the simplest level and let us still entrust ourselves to this semantic pre-comprehension of the word gift in our language or in a few familiar languages. For there to be a gift, there must be no reciprocity, return, exchange, countergift, or debt. If the other gives me back or owes me or ought to give me back what I give him or her, there will not have been a gift, whether this restitution is immediate or whether it is programmed by a complex calculation of a long-term deferral or, if you like, difference. This is all too obvious if the other, the donee, gives me back immediately the same thing. It may, moreover, be a matter of a good thing or a bad thing. Here we are anticipating another dimension of the problem, namely, that if giving is spontaneously evaluated as good, it is well and good to give, and what one gives, the present, the cadeau, the gift, is a good, it remains the case that this good can easily be reversed. We know that as good, it can also be bad, poisonous, gift, and this is true from the moment the gift puts the other in debt, so that giving comes down to hurting, to doing bad. Here one need hardly mention the fact that in certain languages, for example in French, one may say as readily to give a gift as to give a blow, donner un coup, to give life as to give death, donner la mort, thereby either dissociating and opposing them or identifying them. So we were saying that, Quite obviously, if the donee gives back the same thing, for example an invitation to lunch, and the example of food or of what are called consumer goods will never be just one example among others, the gift is annulled. It is annulled each time there is restitution or counter-gift. Each time, according to the same circular ring that leads to giving back Randra, there is payment and discharge of a debt. In this logic of the debt, the circulation of a good or of goods is not only the circulation of the things that we will have offered to each other but even of the values or the symbols that are engaged there and the intentions to give, whether they are conscious or unconscious. Even though all the anthropologies, indeed the metaphysics of the gift have, quite rightly and justifiably, treated together, as a system, the gift and the debt, the gift and the cycle of restitution, the gift and the loan, the gift and credit, the gift and the counter-gift, we are here departing, in a peremptory and distinct fashion, from this tradition. That is to say, from tradition itself. We will take our point of departure in the dissociation, in the overwhelming evidence of this other axiom, there is gift, if there is any, only in what interrupts the system as well as the symbol, in a partition without return and without division repartition, without being with self of the gift counter-gift. For there to be a gift, it is necessary ilfo that the donee not give back, amortize, reimburse, acquit himself, enter into a contract, and that he never have contracted a debt. This it is necessary is already the mark of a duty, of a debt owed, the duty not to be le devoir de ne pas, the donee owes it to himself even not to give back, he has the duty not to owe le devoir de ne pas devoir, and the donor not to count on restitution. It is necessary, at the limit, that he not recognize the gift as gift. If he recognizes it as a gift, if the gift appears to him as such, if the present is present to him as present, this simple recognition suffices to annul the gift. Why? Because it gives back, in the place, let us say, of the thing itself, a symbolic equivalent. Here one cannot even say that the symbolic reconstitutes the exchange and annuls the gift in the debt. It does not reconstitute an exchange, which, because it no longer takes place as exchange of things or of goods, would be transfigured into a symbolic exchange. The symbolic opens and constitutes the order of exchange and of the debt, the law or the order of circulation in which the gift is annulled. It suffices therefore for the other to perceive the gift, not only to perceive it in the sense in which, as one says in French, on perçoit, that is, receives, for example, merchandise, payment, or compensation, but to perceive its nature of gift, the meaning or intention, the intentional meaning of the gift, in order for this simple recognition of the gift as such, to annul the gift as gift even before recognition becomes gratitude. The simple identification of the gift seems to destroy it. The simple identification of the passage of a gift as such, that is of an identifiable thing among some identifiable ones, would be nothing other than the process of the destruction of the gift. It is as if, between the event or the institution of the gift as such and its destruction, the difference were destined to be constantly annulled. At the limit, the gift as gift should not appear as gift, either to the donee or to the donor. It cannot be gift as gift except by not being present as gift. Neither to the one nor to the other. If the other perceives or receives it, if he or she keeps it as gift, the gift is annulled. But the one who gives it must not see it or know it either, otherwise he begins, at the threshold, as soon as he intends to give, to pay himself with a symbolic recognition, to praise himself, to approve of himself, to gratify himself, to congratulate himself, to give back to himself symbolically the value of what he thinks he has given or of what he is preparing to give. The temporalization of time, memory, present, anticipation, retention, protension, imminence of the future, ecstasies, and so forth, always sets in motion the process of a destruction of the gift, through keeping, restitution, reproduction, the anticipatory expectation or apprehension that grasps or comprehends in advance. In all these cases, the gift can certainly keep its phenomenality or, if one prefers, its appearance as gift. But its very appearance, the simple phenomenon of the gift annuls it as gift, transforming the apparition into a phantom and the operation into a simulacrum. It suffices that the other perceive and keep, not even the object of the gift, the object given, the thing, but the meaning or the quality, the gift property of the gift, its intentional meaning, for the gift to be annulled. We expressly say, it suffices that the gift keep its phenomenality. But keeping begins by taking. As soon as the other accepts, as soon as he or she takes, there is no more gift. For this destruction to occur, it suffices that the movement of acceptance, of prehension, of reception, last a little, however little that may be, more than an instant already caught up in the temporalizing synthesis, in the sin or the come or the being with self of time. There is no more gift as soon as the other receives, and even if she refuses the gift that she has perceived or recognized as gift. As soon as she keeps for the gift the signification of gift, she loses it, there is no more gift. Consequently, if there is no gift, there is no gift, but if there is gift held or beheld as gift by the other, once again there is no gift. In any case the gift does not exist and does not present itself. If it presents itself, it no longer presents itself. We can imagine a first objection. It concerns the at least implicit recourse that we have just had to the values of subject, self, consciousness, even intentional meaning and phenomenon, a little as if we were limiting ourselves to a phenomenology of the gift, even as we declared the gift to be irreducible to its phenomenon or to its meaning, and said precisely that it was destroyed by its own meaning and its own phenomenality. The objection would concern the way in which we are describing the intentionality of the intention, the reception, the perception, the keeping, the recognition, in sum, everything by means of which one or the other, donee and donor, take part in the symbolic and thus annul the gift in the debt. It will be objected that this description is still given in terms of the self, of the subject that says I, ego, of intentional or intuitive perception consciousness, or even of the conscious or unconscious ego. For Freud, the ego or a part of the ego can be unconscious. One may be tempted to oppose this description to another that would substitute for the economy of perception consciousness an economy of the unconscious, across the forgetting, the non-keeping, and the non-consciousness called up by the gift. The debt and the symbolic would reconstitute themselves for the subject of the unconscious or the unconscious subject. As donee or donor, the other would keep, bind himself, obligate himself, indebt himself according to the law and the order of the symbolic, according to the figure of circulation 5, even as the conditions of the gift, forgetfulness, non-appearance, non-phenomenality, non-perception, non-keeping, would have been fulfilled. Here we are pointing out only the principle of a problematic displacement that we would have to go into more carefully. The necessity of such a displacement is of the greatest interest. It offers us new resources of analysis, it alerts us to the traps of the would-be gift without debt, it activates our critical or ethical vigilance. It permits us always to say, careful, you think there is gift, dissymmetry, generosity, expenditure, or loss, but the circle of the debt, of exchange, or of symbolic equilibrium reconstitutes itself according to the laws of the unconscious. The generous or grateful consciousness is only the phenomenon of a calculation and the ruse of an economy. Calculation and ruse, in truth economy, would be the truth of these phenomena. But such a displacement does not affect the paradox with which we are struggling, namely, the impossibility or the double bind of the gift. For there to be gift, it is necessary that the gift not even appear, that it not be perceived or received as gift. For if we added not even taken or kept, it was precisely so that the generality of these notions, of taking and especially of keeping, could cover a wider reception, acceptance, and acceptation than that of consciousness or of the perception consciousness system. We had in mind also the keeping in the unconscious, memory, the putting into reserve or temporalization as effect of repression. For there to be gift, not only must the donor or donee not perceive the gift as such, have no consciousness of it, no memory, no recognition, he or she must also forget it right away all instant, and moreover this forgetting must be so radical that it exceeds even the psychoanalytic categoriality of forgetting. This forgetting of the gift must even no longer be forgetting in the sense of repression, it must not give rise to any of the repressions, originary or secondary, that reconstitute the debt and the exchange when they put in reserve, when they keep or save up what is forgotten, repressed, or censured. Repression does not destroy or annul anything, it keeps by displacing. Its operation is systemic or topological, it always consists of keeping by exchanging places. And, by keeping the meaning of the gift, repression annuls it in symbolic recognition. However unconscious this recognition may be, it is effective and can be verified in no better fashion than by its effects or by the symptoms it yields up to well done for decoding. So we are speaking of an absolute forgetting, a forgetting that also absolves, that unbinds absolutely and infinitely more, therefore, than excuse, forgiveness, or acquittal. As condition of a gift event, condition for the advent of a gift, absolute forgetting should no longer have any relation with either the psychophilosophical category of forgetting or even with the psychoanalytic category that links forgetting to meaning or to the logic of the signifier, to the economy of repression and to the symbolic order. The thought of this radical forgetting as thought of the gift should accord with a certain experience of the trace as cinder or ashes in the sense in which we have tried to approach it elsewhere. Point 6. And yet we say forgetting and not nothing. Even though it must leave nothing behind it, even though it must efface everything, including the traces of repression, this forgetting of the gift cannot be a simple non-experience, a simple non-appearance, a self-effacement that is carried off with what it effaces. For there to be gift event, we say event and not act, something must come about or happen, in an instant that no doubt does not belong to the economy of time, in a time without time, in such a way that the forgetting forgets, that it forgets itself, but also in such a way that this forgetting, without being something present, presentable, determinable, sensible, or meaningful, is not nothing. What this forgetting and this forgetting of forgetting would therefore give us to think is something other than a philosophical, psychological, or psychoanalytic category. It does not give us to think the possibility of the gift, on the contrary, it is on the basis of what takes shape in the name gift that one could hope thus to think forgetting. For there to be forgetting in this sense, there must be gift. The gift would be the condition of forgetting. By condition, let us not understand merely condition of possibility, system of premises or even of causes, but a set of traits defining a given situation in which something, or that ca, is established, as one says the human condition, the social condition, and so forth. We are not talking therefore about conditions in the sense of conditions posed, since forgetting and gift, if there is any, are in this sense unconditional, 7 but in the sense in which forgetting would be in the condition of the gift and the gift in the condition of forgetting, one might say on the mode of being of forgetting, if mode and mode of being did not belong to an ontological grammar that is exceeded by what we are trying to talk about here, that is, the gift and forgetting. But such is the condition of all the words that we will be using here, of all the words given in our language and this linguistic problem, let us say rather this problem of language before linguistics, will naturally be our obsession here. Forgetting and the gift would therefore be each in the condition of the other. This already puts us on the path to be followed. Not a particular path leading here or there, but on the path, on the weg or bewegen, path, to move along a path, to cut a path, which, leading nowhere, marks the step that Heidegger does not distinguish from thought. The thought on whose path we are, the thought as path or as movement along a path is precisely what is related to that forgetting that Heidegger does not name as a psychological or psychoanalytic category but as the condition of being and of the truth of being. This truth of being or of the meaning of being was foreshadowed, for Heidegger, on the basis of a question of being posed, beginning with the first part of Senuendizeit, in the transcendental horizon of the question of time. The explicitation of time thus forms the horizon of the question of being as question of presence. The first line of Senuendizeit says of this question that it has today fallen into oblivion in Vergessenheit. Even though in our time Unsirzeit we deem it progressive to give our approval to metaphysics again. Here we must be content with the most preliminary and minimal selection within the Heideggerian trajectory, and we will limit ourselves to situating that which links the question of time to the question of the gift, and then both of them to a singular thinking of forgetting. In fact, forgetting plays an essential role that aligns it with the very movement of history and of the truth of being, sen, which is nothing since it is not being, scenes, that is, being present or present being. Metaphysics would have interpreted being, sen, as being present/present being only on the basis of, precisely, a pre-interpretation of time, which pre-interpretation grants an absolute privilege to the now present, to the temporal ecstasy named present. That is why the transcendental question of time, and within it a new existential analysis of the temporality of Dasein, was the privileged horizon for a reelaboration of the question of being. Now, as we know, this movement that consisted in interrogating the question of being within the transcendental horizon of time was not interrupted, even though Senuendizeit was halted after the first half, and even though Heidegger attributed this interruption to certain difficulties linked to the language and the grammar of metaphysics, but led off toward another turn or turning, care. After this turning, it will not be a matter of subordinating the question of being to the question of the awareness, a difficult word to translate, event or propriation that is inseparable from a movement of dispropriation, endignon. This word awareness, which commonly signifies event, signals toward a thinking of appropriation or of depropriation that cannot be unrelated to that of the gift. So from now on it will not be a matter of subordinating, through a purely logical inversion, the question of being to that of awareness, but of conditioning them otherwise one by the other, one with the other. Heidegger sometimes says that being, Dasein in an archaic spelling that attempts to recall the word to a more thinking Denkerisch mode, is -.8, and it is in the course of this movement that being, sen, which is not, which does not exist as being present, present being is signaled on the basis of the gift. This is played out around the German expression es gibt, which, moreover, in Senuendizeit, 1928, had made a first, discrete appearance that was already obeying the same necessity. 9 We translate the idiomatic locution es gibt sen and es gibt Zeit by ilyal etre in French and in English. There is being is not but there is being, ilyale temps, there is time is not but there is time. Heidegger tries to get us to hear in this nous donner à y entendre that it gives, or as one might say in French, in a more neutral but not negative fashion, ca done, and it gives that would not form an utterance in the propositional structure of Greco-Latin grammar, that is, bearing on present being and in the subject-predicate relation, s/p. The enigma is concentrated both in the it or rather the es, the ca of ca done, which is not a thing, and in this giving that gives but without giving anything and without anyone giving anything, nothing but being and time, which are nothing. In Zeit und Sen, 1952, Heidegger's attention bears down on the giving, geben, or the gift, gave, implied by the es gibt. From the beginning of the meditation, Heidegger recalls, if one can put it this way, that in itself time is nothing temporal, since it is nothing, since it is not a thing, kein Ding. The temporality of time is not temporal, no more than proximity is proximate or treeness is woody. He also recalls that being is not, being present/present being that it is not something, kein Ding, and that therefore one cannot say either time is or being is, but es gibt sen and es gibt Zeit. It would thus be necessary to think a thing, something, sach and not Ding, a sach that would not be a being, that would be being and time but would not be either a being or a temporal thing, senin sach, aber nix scenes. Zeitin sach, aber nix zeitliches, being a thing in question, but not a being. Time a thing in question, but nothing temporal. He then adds this, which we read in translation for better or worse. In order to get beyond the idiom and back to the matter sach, we must show how this there is es gibt can be experienced erfahren and seen erblicken. The appropriate way weg to get there is to explain, elucidate, localize, and what is given gegen in the it gives es gibt, what being means, which it gives das es gibt, what time means, which it gives das es gibt. Accordingly, we try to look ahead vorblicken to the it es which gives gibt being sen and time Zeit. Thus looking ahead, we become foresighted in still another sense. We try to bring the it es and its giving geben into view, and capitalize the it es point 10. And after having thus written the it gives being and it gives time, there is being and there is time, Heidegger in a certain way asks the question of what it is in this gift or in this there is that relates time to being, conditions them, we would now say, one to the other. And he writes, first, we shall think in the trace of, not being in order to think it itself into its own element es selbst in sen eigens zu denken. Then, we shall think in the trace of, not time in order to think it itself into its own element. In this way, the manner must become clear how there is, it gives es gibt being and how there is, it gives es gibt time. In this giving geben, in this y avoir qui done, says the French translation, in this there being that gives, one might say in English, it becomes apparent ersichtlich how that giving geben is to be determined which, as a relation verhaltnis, first holds halt the two toward each other and brings them into being undsieer gibt, by producing them or obtaining them as the result of a donation, in some sort, the es gives being and gives time by giving them one to the other insofar as it holds, halt, them together in a relation, verhaltnis, one to the other. Point 11. In the very position of this question, in the formulation of the project or the design of thinking, namely, the in order to, we think in order to zu think being and time in their own element in sen eigens, in ihr eigens, the desire to accede to the proper is already, we could say, surreptitiously ordered by Heidegger according to the dimension of giving. And reciprocally. What would it mean to think the gift, being, and time properly in that which is most proper to them or in that which is properly their own, that is, what they can give and give over to the movements of propriation, expropriation, depropriation, or appropriation? Can one ask these questions without anticipating a thought, even a desire of the proper? A desire to accede to the property of the proper? Is this a circle? Is there any other definition of desire? In that case, how to enter into such a circle or how to get out of it? Are the entrance and the exit the only two modalities of our inscription in the circle? Is this circle itself inscribed in the interlacing of a geflecht of which it forms but one figure? These are so many threads to be pursued. The only thread that we will retain here, for the moment, is that of play. Whether it is a matter of being, of time, or of their deployment in presence, Anwesen, the es gibt plays, spielt, says Heidegger, in the movement of the Entbergen, in that which frees from the withdrawal retreat, the withdrawal of the withdrawal, when what is hidden shows itself or what is sheltered appears. The play, Zuspiel, also Marx, works on, manifests the unity of the three dimensions of time, which is to say a fourth dimension, the giving of the es gibt Zeit belongs to the play of this quadridimensionality, to this properness of time that would thus be quadridimensional. True time, authentic time, die eigentliche Zeit, says Heidegger, is four-dimensional vierdimensional. This fourth dimension, as Heidegger makes clear, is not a figure, it is not a manner of speaking or of counting, it is said of the thing itself, on the basis of the thing itself, aus der Sache, and not only so to speak. This thing itself of time implies the play of the four and the play of the gift. Faced with this play of fours, of the four, as play of the gift, one thinks of the hand dealt by this game la donne de ce jeu, of the locution ca done, it gives, of the French imperative done that, given by grammar to be an imperative, perhaps says something other than an order, a desire, or a demand. And then one thinks of la donna, of the woman who has been soliciting us since the epigraph, of all the questions of language that are crossing, in German and in French, in the locutions es gibt and ca done. Thinking of all that and the rest, we will also evoke a very fine book by Lucette Finis 12 which interlaces all these motifs, the alia, the play of the four cotter and of cards carts, the verb give, the locution ca done, for example, when it is said in French of a purulent body. All these motifs and a few others find themselves woven into a narration of narration, or into a passion of narration. Later, we will have to recognize that the question of recit and of literature is at the heart of all those we are talking about now. Finas's novel knots all these threads into the absolute idiom, the effect of the absolute idiom, which is a proper name. Done is a proper name in the novel, a proper name without which perhaps there would never be either a narration effect or a gift effect. Even though we do not meet Heidegger in person in this novel, it is hard to resist the impression that he is hiding behind a series of men's proper names whose initial, with its German assonance, is H. This detour was meant first of all to remind us that the forgetting we are talking about, if it is constitutive of the gift, is no longer a category of the psyche. It cannot be unrelated to the forgetting of being, in the sense in which Blanchot also says, more or less, that forgetting is another name of being. As the condition for a gift to be given, this forgetting must be radical not only on the part of the donee but first of all, if one can say here first of all, on the part of the donor. It is also on the part of the donor subject that the gift not only must not be repaid but must not be kept in memory, retained as symbol of a sacrifice, as symbolic in general. For the symbol immediately engages one in restitution. To tell the truth, the gift must not even appear or signify, consciously or unconsciously, as gift for the donors, whether individual or collective subjects. From the moment the gift appeared as gift, as such, as what it is, in its phenomenon, its sense, and its essence, it would be engaged in a symbolic, sacrificial, or economic structure that would annul the gift in the ritual circle of the dead. The simple intention to give, insofar as it carries the intentional meaning of the gift, suffices to make a return payment to oneself. The simple consciousness of the gift right away sends itself back the gratifying image of goodness or generosity, of the giving being who, knowing itself to be such, recognizes itself in a circular, specular fashion, in a sort of auto-recognition, self-approval, and narcissistic gratitude. And this is produced as soon as there is a subject, as soon as donor and donee are constituted as identical, identifiable subjects, capable of identifying themselves by keeping and naming themselves. It is even a matter there, in this circle, of the movement of subjectivization, of the constitutive retention of the subject that identifies with itself. The becoming subject then reckons with itself, it enters into the realm of the calculable as subject. That is why if there is gift, the gift cannot take place between two subjects exchanging objects, things, or symbols. The question of the gift should therefore seek its place before any relation to the subject, before any conscious or unconscious relation to self of the subject, and that is indeed what happens with Heidegger when he goes back before the determinations of being as substantial being, subject, or object. One would even be tempted to say that a subject as such never gives or receives a gift. It is constituted, on the contrary, in view of dominating, through calculation and exchange, the mastery of this hubris or of this impossibility that is announced in the promise of the gift. There where there is subject and object, the gift would be excluded. A subject will never give an object to another subject. But the subject and the object are arrested effects of the gift, arrests of the gift. At the zero or infinite speed of the circle. If the gift is annulled in the economic odyssey of the circle as soon as it appears as gift or as soon as it signifies itself as gift, there is no longer any logic of the gift, and one may safely say that a consistent discourse on the gift becomes impossible. It misses its object and always speaks, finally, of something else. One could go so far as to say that a book as monumental as Marcel Mauss's The Gift speaks of everything but the gift. It deals with economy, exchange, contract, duty, of raising the stakes, of sacrifice, of gift, and of counter-gift, in short, of everything that in the thing itself impels the gift and the annulment of the gift. All the gift supplements, potlatch, transgressions, and excesses, surplus values, the necessity to give or give back more, returns with interest, in short, the whole sacrificial bidding war, are destined to bring about once again the circle in which they are annulled. Moreover, this figure of the circle is evoked literally by Mauss, literally in French, since I am for the moment setting aside an essential problem of translation to which we will return. On the subject of the cula, a kind of great potlatch practiced in the Trobriand Islands and the vehicle of a great intertribal trade extending over all the Trobriands, Moss writes. Malinowski does not give a translation of the word, which probably means circle, and in fact it seems as if all these tribes, these marine expeditions, these precious objects and objects of ordinary use, this food and these feasts, these services of all sorts, ritual and sexual, these men and women, were caught in a circle * around which they kept up a regular movement in time and space. * note, M. Malinowski has a fondness for the expression Kula ring 13. Let us take this first reference to Moss as a pretext for indicating right away the two types of questions that will be guiding our reading. 1. The question of language, or rather of languages. How is one to legitimate the translations thanks to which Moss circulates and travels, identifying from one culture to another what he understands by gift, what he calls gift? He does this essentially on the basis of the Latin language and of Roman law. The latter plays a singular role throughout the essay, but Moss also takes into account German law, which is the occasion for him to remark that the serious study of the extensive German vocabulary of words derived from Gaben and Gaben has yet to be undertaken, g. p. 251. This question of the idiom, as we shall see, is in itself a question of gift in a rather unusual sense that amounts to neither the gift of languages nor the gift of language. 2. The second type of question cannot be separated from the first, in its widest generality. It would come down to asking oneself in effect, what and who Moss is talking about in the end. What is the semantic horizon of anticipation that authorizes him to gather together or compare so many phenomena of diverse sorts, belonging to different cultures, manifesting themselves in heterogeneous languages, under the unique and supposedly identifiable category of gift, under the sign of gift? What remains problematic is not only the unity of this semantic horizon, that is, the presumed identity of a meaning that operates as general translator or equivalent, but the very existence of something like the gift, that is, the common referent of this sign, which is itself uncertain. If what Moss demonstrates, one way or the other, is indeed that every gift is caught in the round or the contract of usury, then not only the unity of the meaning gift remains doubtful but, on the hypothesis that giving would have a meaning and one meaning, it is still the possibility of an effective existence, of an effectuation or an event of the gift that seems excluded. Now, this problematic of the difference, in the sense that we evoked earlier, between the gift exists and there is gift is never, as we know, deployed or even approached by Moss, no more than it seems to be, at least to my knowledge, by the anthropologists who come after him or refer to him. Questions of this type should be articulated with other questions that concern the metalinguistic or metaethnological conceptuality orienting this discourse, the category of totality, total social fact, the political, economic, and juridical ideology organizing the classification and the evaluation, for example, the one that permits Moss, at the end. It is especially at the end that these evaluations are openly declared, to say that segmented societies, Indo-European societies, Roman society before the 12 tables, Germanic societies up to the writing of the Edda, Irish society up to the writing of its chief literature were ones in which individuals were less morose, less serious, less avaricious and selfish than we are, externally at least they were or are more generous and more giving than we are, g. p. 79. Everything thus seems to lead us back toward the paradox or the aporia of a nuclear proposition in the form of the if. Then, if the gift appears or signifies itself, if it exists or if it is presently as gift, as what it is, then it is not, it annuls itself. Let us go to the limit, the truth of the gift, its being or its appearing such, its as such insofar as it guides the intentional signification or the meaning, suffices to annul the gift. The truth of the gift is equivalent to the non-gift or to the non-truth of the gift. This proposition obviously defies common sense. That is why it is caught in the impossible of a very singular double bind, the bond without bond of a bind and a non-bind. On the one hand, Moss reminds us that there is no gift without bond, without bind, without border, without obligation, or ligature, but, on the other hand, there is no gift that does not have to untie itself from obligation, from debt, contract, exchange, and thus from the bind. But, after all, what would be a gift that fulfills the condition of the gift, namely, that it not appear as gift, that it not be, exist, signify, want to say as gift? A gift without wanting to say, an insignificant gift, a gift without intention to give. Why would we still call that a gift? That, which is to say what? In other words, what are we thinking when we require simultaneously of the gift that it appear and that it not appear in its essence, in what it has to be, in what it is to be, in what it will have had to be, in its tutina or in its quidditas? That it obligate and not obligate? That it be and not be that for which it is given? What does to give mean to say? And what does language give one to think with this word? And what does to give mean to say in the case of language, of thinking, and of meaning to say? It so happens, but this it so happens does not name the fortuitous, that the structure of this impossible of the gift is also that of being which gives itself to be thought on the condition of being nothing, no present being, no being present, and of time that, even in what is called its vulgar determination, from Aristotle to Heidegger, is always defined in the paradoxia or rather the aporia of what is without being, of what is never present or what is only scarcely and dimly. Once again let us refer to all the texts, notably those of Aristotle, that are cited in Ousia and Graham, beginning with the 4th book of the Physics, which says, in the exoteric phase of its discourse, dia to en exoteric and logo en, that time is not at all or only scarcely and dimly is holos ac estin e molis kai amudro est. Such is the aporetic effect the what does not pass or what does not happen of time defined on the basis of the none, of the now, as paras, limit, and as stigmi, the point of the instant. Some of it has been and is not gegon kai uk esti, some of it is to be and is not yet melii kai upo estin. From these both infinite time apeiros and any arbitrary time in its incessant return, aei lambanomenos are composed. But it would seem to be impossible that what is composed of things that are not should participate in being ousia. 14. We will not analyze here the context and the situation of this proposition called exoteric. Let us take it simply as a marker in the history of an aporetics that will become law and tradition, from the moment time is apprehended on the basis of the present now as general form and only modifiable or modalizable in such a way that the past and the future are still presents past and presents to come. This predetermination entails the aporetics of a time that is not, of a time that is what it is without being, it, sans l'être, that is not what it is and that is what it is not, which is to be it without being, it. If it shares this aporetic paralysis with the gift, if neither the gift nor time exist as such, then the gift that there can be chu il put y avuar cannot in any case give time, since it is nothing. If there is something that can in no case be given, it is time, since it is nothing and since in any case it does not properly belong to anyone. If certain persons or certain social classes have more time than others, and this is finally the most serious stake of political economy, it is certainly not time itself that they possess. But inversely, if giving implies in all rigor that one gives nothing that is and that appears as such determined thing, object, symbol, if the gift is the gift of the giving itself and nothing else, then how to give time? This idiomatic locution, to give time, seems to mean in common usage leave time for something, leave time to do something, to fill time with this or that. As usual, it intends less time itself and properly speaking than the temporal or what there is in time. To give time in this sense commonly means to give something other than time, but something other that is measured by time as by its element. Beyond this historical hardening or sedimentation, perhaps the idiomatic locution to give time gives one at least to think the singular or double condition both of the gift and of time. What there is to give, uniquely, would be called time. What there is to give, uniquely, would be called time. What there is to give, uniquely, would be called time. For finally, if the gift is another name of the impossible, we still think it, we name it, we desire it, we intend it. And this even if or because or to the extent that we never encounter it, we never know it, we never verify it, we never experience it in its present existence or in its phenomenon. The gift itself, we dare not say the gift in itself will never be confused with the presence of its phenomenon. Perhaps there is nomination, language, thought, desire, or intention only there where there is this movement still for thinking, desiring, naming that which gives itself neither to be known, experienced, nor lived in the sense in which presence, existence, determination regulate the economy of knowing, experiencing, and living. In this sense one can think, desire, and say only the impossible, according to the measureless measure of the impossible. 15 If one wants to recapture the proper element of thinking, naming, desiring, it is perhaps according to the measureless measure of this limit that it is possible, possible as relation without relation to the impossible. One can desire, name, think in the proper sense of these words, if there is one, only to the immeasuring extent dans la mesure d'immesurant that one desires, names, thinks still or already, that one still lets announce itself what nevertheless cannot present itself as such to experience, to knowing, in short, here a gift that cannot make itself, present en don qui ne peut pas se faire present. This gap between, on the one hand, thought, language, and desire and, on the other hand, knowledge, philosophy, science, and the order of presence is also a gap between the gift and economy. This gap is not present anywhere, it resembles an empty word or a transcendental illusion. But it also gives to this structure or to this logic a form analogous to Kant's transcendental dialectic, as relation between thinking and knowing, the noumenal and the phenomenal. Perhaps this analogy will help us, and perhaps it has an essential relation to the problem of giving time. We are going to give ourselves over to and engage in the effort of thinking or rethinking a sort of transcendental illusion of the gift. For in order to think the gift, a theory of the gift is powerless by its very essence. One must engage oneself in this thinking, commit oneself to it, give it tokens of faith gauges, and with one's person, risk entering into the destructive circle. One must promise and swear. The effort of thinking or rethinking a sort of transcendental illusion of the gift should not be a simple reproduction of Kant's critical machinery, according to the opposition between thinking and knowing, and so forth. But neither is it a matter of rejecting that machinery as old-fashioned. In any case, we are implicated in it, in particular because of that which communicates, in this dialectic, with the problem of time on one side, that of the moral law and of practical reason on the other side. But the effort to think the groundless ground of this quasi-transcendental illusion should not be either, if it is going to be a matter of thinking, a sort of adoring and faithful abdication, a simple movement of faith in the face of that which exceeds the limits of experience, knowledge, science, economy, and even philosophy. On the contrary, desire beyond desire, it is a matter of responding faithfully but as rigorously as possible both to the injunction or the order of the gift, give done, as well as to the injunction or the order of meaning, presence, science, knowledge. Know still what giving wants to say, know how to give, know what you want and want to say when you give, know what you intend to give, know how the gift annuls itself, commit yourself even if commitment is the destruction of the gift by the gift, give economy its chance. For finally, the overrunning of the circle by the gift, if there is any, does not lead to a simple, ineffable exteriority that would be transcendent and without relation. It is this exteriority that sets the circle going, it is this exteriority that puts the economy in motion. It is this exteriority that engages in the circle and makes it turn. If one must render an account, to science, to reason, to philosophy, to the economy of meaning, of the circle effects in which a gift gets annulled, this account rendering requires that one take into account that which, while not simply belonging to the circle, engages in it and sets off its motion. What is the gift as the first mover of the circle? And how does it contract itself into a circular contract? And from what place? Since when? From whom? That is the contract, between us, for this cycle of lectures. Recall that Moss's The Gift has its premises in his work and that of George's Davy on the Contract and on Sworn Faith, 16. Even if the gift were never anything but a simulacrum, one must still render an account of the possibility of the simulacrum and of the desire that impels toward the simulacrum. And one must also render an account of the desire to render an account. This cannot be done against or without the principle of reason, principium redendi rationis, even if the latter finds there its limit as well as its resource. Otherwise, why would I commit myself, making it an obligation for myself to speak and to render an account? Whence comes the law that obligates one to give even as one renders an account of the gift? In other words, to answer répondre still for a gift that calls one beyond all responsibility, and that forbids one to forgive whoever does not know how to give. I will never forgive him the ineptitude of his calculation, concludes the narrator of Counterfeit Money, the brief story by Baudelaire that we will read together. Was he reproaching his friend in some for not having known how to give? That is one of the questions waiting for us. Here is Counterfeit Money. As we were leaving the tobacconist's, my friend carefully separated his change. In the left pocket of his waistcoat he slipped small gold pieces, in the right, small silver pieces, in his left trouser pocket, a handful of pennies, and, finally, in the right he put a silver 2-franc piece that he had scrutinized with particular care. What a singularly minute distribution! I said to myself. We encountered a poor man who held out his cap with a trembling hand. I know nothing more disquieting than the mute eloquence of those supplicating eyes that contain at once, for the sensitive man who knows how to read them, so much humility and so much reproach. He finds there something close to the depth of complicated feeling one sees in the tear-filled eyes of a dog being beaten. My friend's offering was considerably larger than mine, and I said to him, "You are right, next to the pleasure of feeling surprise, there is none greater than to cause a surprise." It was the counterfeit coin, he calmly replied as though to justify himself for his prodigality. But into my miserable brain, always concerned with looking for noon at 2 o'clock, what an exhausting faculty is nature's gift to me, there suddenly came the idea that such conduct on my friend's part was excusable only by the desire to create an event in this poor devil's life, perhaps even to learn the varied consequences, disastrous or otherwise, that a counterfeit coin in the hands of a beggar might engender. Might it not multiply into real coins? Could it not also lead him to prison? A tavern keeper, a baker, for example, was perhaps going to have him arrested as a counterfeiter or for passing counterfeit money. The counterfeit coin could just as well, perhaps, be the germ of several days' wealth for a poor little speculator. And so my fancy went its course, lending wings to my friend's mind and drawing all possible deductions from all possible hypotheses. But the latter suddenly shattered my reverie by repeating my own words, "Yes, you are right, there is no sweeter pleasure than to surprise a man by giving him more than he hopes for." I looked him squarely in the eyes and I was appalled to see that his eyes shone with unquestionable candor. I then saw clearly that his aim had been to do a good deed while at the same time making a good deal, to earn 40 cents and the heart of God, to win paradise economically, in short, to pick up gratis the certificate of a charitable man. I could have almost forgiven him the desire for the criminal enjoyment of which a moment before I assumed him capable. I would have found something bizarre, singular in his amusing himself by compromising the poor, but I will never forgive him the ineptitude of his calculation. To be mean is never excusable, but there is some merit in knowing that one is. The most irreparable of vices is to do evil out of stupidity. 17. 9. To do justice to Freud, The History of Madness in the Age of Psychoanalysis. Translated by Pascal Anbrault and Michael Nas. When Elizabeth Raudinesco and René Major did me the honor and kindness of inviting me to a commemoration that would also be a reflection, to one of these genuine tributes where thought is plied to fidelity and fidelity honed by thought, I did not hesitate for one moment. First of all, because I love memory. This is nothing original, of course, and yet how else can one love? Indeed, 30 years ago, This great book of Foucault was an event whose repercussions were so intense and multiple that I will not even try to identify, much less measure them deep down inside me. Next, because I love friendship, and the trusting affection that Foucault showed me 30 years ago, and that was to last for many years, was all the more precious in that, being shared, it corresponded to my professed admiration. Then, after 1972, what came to obscure this friendship, without, however, affecting my admiration, was not, in fact, alien to this book, and to a certain debate that ensued, or at least to its distant, delayed, and indirect effects. There was in all of this a sort of dramatic chain of events, a compulsive and repeated precipitation that I do not wish to describe here, because I do not wish to be alone, to be the only one to speak of this after the death of Michel Foucault, except to say that this shadow that made us invisible to one another, that made us not associate with one another for close to 10 years, until January 1, 1982, when I returned from a Czech prison, is still part of a story that I also love like life itself. It is part of a story or history that is related, and that thus relates me by the same token, to the book whose great event we are commemorating here, to something like its postface, one of its postfaces, since the drama I just alluded to also arose out of a certain postface, and even out of a sort of postscript added by Foucault to a postface in 1972. While accepting wholeheartedly this generous invitation, I nonetheless decline the suggestion that came along with it to return to the discussion that began some 28 years ago. I declined for numerous reasons, the first being the one I just mentioned: one does not carry on a stormy discussion after the other has departed. Second, because this whole thing is more than just overdetermined, so many difficult and intersecting texts, Descartes', Foucault's, so many objections and responses, from me but also from all those, in France and elsewhere, who later came to act as arbiters, it has become too distant from me, and perhaps because of the drama just alluded to I no longer wish to return to it. In the end, the debate is archived, and those who might be interested in it can analyze as much as they want and decide for themselves. By rereading all the texts of this discussion, right up to the last word, and especially the last word, one will be better able to understand, I imagine, why I prefer not to give it a new impetus today. There is no privileged witness for such a situation which, moreover, only ever has the chance of forming, and this from the very origin, with the possible disappearance of the witness. This is perhaps one of the meanings of any history of madness, one of the problems for any project or discourse concerning a history of madness, or even a history of sexuality. Is there any witnessing to madness? Who can witness? Does witnessing mean seeing? Is it to provide a reason rendre raison? Does it have an object? Is there any object? Is there a possible third that might provide a reason without objectifying, or even identifying, that is to say, without examining ara isenur? Though I have decided not to return to what was debated close to 30 years ago, it would nevertheless be absurd, obsessional to the point of pathological, to say nothing of impossible, to give in to a sort of fetishistic denial and to think that I can protect myself from any contact with the place or meaning of this discussion. Although I intend to speak today of something else altogether, starting from a very recent rereading of the history of madness in the classical age, I am not surprised, and you will probably not be either, to see the silhouette of certain questions re-emerge, not their content, of course, to which I will in no way return, but their abstract type, the schema or spectre of an analogous problematic. For example, if I speak not of Descartes but of Freud, if I thus avoid a figure who seems central to this book and who, because he is decisive as far as its center or centering of perspective is concerned, emerges right from the early pages on, right from the first border or approach one, if I thus avoid this Cartesian reference in order to move toward another, psychoanalysis, Freudian or some other, that is evoked only on the edges of the book and is named only right near the end, or ends, on the other border, this will perhaps be once again in order to pose a question that will resemble the one that imposed itself upon me 30 years ago, namely, that of the very possibility of a history of madness. The question will be, in the end, just about the same, though it will be posed from another border, and it still imposes itself upon me as the first tribute owed such a book. If this book was possible, if it had from the beginning and retains today a certain monumental value, the presence and undeniable necessity of a monument, that is, of what imposes itself by recalling and cautioning, it must tell us, teach us, or ask us something about its own possibility. About its own possibility today, yes, we are saying today, a certain today. Whatever else one may think of this book, whatever questions or reservations it might inspire in those who come at it from some other point of view, its path-breaking force seems incontestable. Just as incontestable, in fact, as the law according to which all path-breaking opens the way only at a certain price, that is, by bolting shut other passages, by ligaturing, stitching up, or compressing, indeed repressing, at least provisionally, other veins. And so today, like yesterday, I mean in March of 1963, it is this question of the today that is important to me, the question such as I had tried to formulate it yesterday. I ask you to pardon me this once, then, since I will not make a habit of it, for citing a few lines that then defined, in its general form, a task that seems to me still necessary, on the side of du côté de Freud this time rather than on the side of Descartes. By saying on the side of Freud rather than on the side of Descartes, let us not give in too quickly to the naivete that would precipitate us into believing that we are closer to it today with Freud than with Descartes, though this is the opinion of most historians. Here, then, is the question of yesterday, of the today of yesterday, such as I would like to translate it today, on the side of Freud, transporting it in this way into the today of today. Therefore, if Foucault's book, despite all the acknowledged impossibilities and difficulties acknowledged by him, of course, was capable of being written, we have the right to ask what, in the last resort, supports this language without recourse or support without recourse and without support are expressions of Foucault that I had just cited, who enunciates the possibility of non-recourse. Who wrote and who is to understand, in what language and from what historical situation of logos, who wrote and who is to understand this history of madness. For it is not by chance that such a project could take shape today. Without forgetting, quite to the contrary, the audacity of Foucault's act in the history of madness, we must assume that a certain liberation of madness has gotten underway, that psychiatry has opened itself up, however minimally and, in the end, I would be tempted simply to replace psychiatry by psychoanalysis in order to translate the today of yesterday into the today of my question of today, and that the concept of madness as unreason, if it ever had a unity, has been dislocated. And that a project such as Foucault's can find its historical origin and passageway in the opening produced by this dislocation. If Foucault, more than anyone else, is attentive and sensitive to these kinds of questions, it nevertheless appears that he does not acknowledge their quality of being prerequisite methodological or philosophical considerations. Point 2. If this type of question made any sense or had any legitimacy, if the point was then to question that which, today, in this time that is ours, this time in which Foucault's history of madness was written, made possible the event of such a discourse, it would have been more appropriate for me to elaborate this problematic on the side of modernity, apart subjecti, in some sense, on the side where the book was written, thus on the side, for example, of what must have happened to the modern psychiatry mentioned in the passage I just read. To modern psychiatry or, indeed, to psychoanalysis or rather to psychoanalyses or psychoanalysts, since the passage to the plural will be precisely what is at stake in this discussion. It would have thus been more imperative to insist on modern psychiatry or psychoanalysis than to direct the same question toward Descartes. To study the place and role of psychoanalysis in the Foucauldian project of a history of madness, as I am now going to try to do, might thus consist in correcting an oversight or in confronting more directly a problematic that I had left in a preliminary stage, as a general, programmatic frame, in the introduction to my lecture of 1963. That lecture made only one allusion to psychoanalysis. It is true, however, that it inscribed it from the very opening. In a protocol that laid out certain reading positions, I spoke of the way in which philosophical language is rooted in non-philosophical language, and I recalled a rule of hermeneutical method that still seems to me valid for the historian of philosophy as well as for the psychoanalyst, namely, the necessity of first ascertaining a surface or manifest meaning and, thus, of speaking the language of the patient to whom one is listening, the necessity of gaining a good understanding, in a quasi-scholastic way, philologically and grammatically, by taking into account the dominant and stable conventions, of what Descartes meant on the already so difficult surface of his text, such as it is interpretable according to classical norms of reading, the necessity of gaining this understanding before submitting the first reading to a symptomatic and historical interpretation regulated by other axioms or protocols, before and in order to destabilize, wherever this is possible and if it is necessary, the authority of canonical interpretations. Whatever one ends up doing with it, one must begin by listening to the canon. It is in this context that I recalled Ferenczi's remark cited by Freud in the interpretation of dreams, every language has its own dream language, and Lagacé's observations concerning polyglottism in Analysis Point 3. In its general and historical form, my question concerned the site that today gives rise to a history of madness and thereby makes it possible. Such a question should have led me, it is true, toward the situation of psychiatry and psychoanalysis rather than toward a questioning of a reading of Descartes. This logic would have seemed more natural and the consequence more immediate. But if, in so strictly delimiting the field, I substituted Descartes for Freud, it was perhaps not only because of the significant and strategic place that Foucault confers upon the Cartesian moment in the interpretation of the Great Confinement and of the Classical Age, that is to say, in the layout of the very object of the book, it was already, at least implicitly, because of the role that the reference to a certain Descartes played in the thought of that time, in the early 60s, as close as possible to psychoanalysis, in the very element, in truth, of a certain psychoanalysis and Lacanian theory. This theory developed around the question of the subject and the subject of science. Whether it was a question of anticipated certainty and logical time, 1945, in Akritz, or, some years later, 1965 to 1966, of the role of the cogito and precisely of the deceitful God in La Science et la Vérité, Lacan returned time and again to a certain unsurpassability of Descartes. Point 4 in 1945, Lacan associated Descartes with Freud in his Propos sur la causalité psychique and concluded by saying that neither Socrates, nor Descartes, nor Marx, nor Freud, can be surpassed insofar as they led their research with this passion for unveiling whose object is the truth. 5. The title I have proposed for the few reflections I will risk today, The History of Madness in the Age of Psychoanalysis, clearly indicates a change in tense, in mode or in voice. It is no longer a question of the age described by a history of madness. It is no longer a question of an epoch or period, such as the classical age, that would, inasmuch as it is its very object, stand before the history of madness such as Foucault writes it. It is a question today of the age to which the book itself belongs, the age from out of which it takes place, the age that provides it its situation. It is a question of the age that is describing rather than the age that is described. In my title, it would be necessary to put the history of madness in quotation marks since the title designates the age of the book, the history, Historia rerum gestarum, of madness as a book in the age of psychoanalysis and not the history, residential gesti, of madness itself, in the age of psychoanalysis, even though, as we will see, Foucault regularly attempts to objectify psychoanalysis and to reduce it to that of which he speaks rather than to that from out of which he speaks. What will interest me will thus be rather the time and historical conditions in which the book is rooted, those that it takes as its point of departure, and not so much the time or historical conditions that it recounts and tries in a certain sense to objectify. Were one to trust too readily in the opposition between subject and object, as well as in the category of objectification, something that I here believe to be neither possible nor just, and hardly faithful to Foucault's own intention, one would say for the sake of convenience that it is a question of considering the history of madness apart subjecti, that is, from the side where it is written or inscribed and not from the side of what it describes. Now, from the side where this history is written, there is, of course, a certain state of psychiatry as well as psychoanalysis. Would Foucault's project have been possible without psychoanalysis, with which it is contemporary and of which it speaks little and in such an equivocal or ambivalent manner in the book? Does the project owe psychoanalysis anything? What? Would the debt, if it had been contracted, be essential? Or would it, on the contrary, define the very thing from which the project had to detach itself, and in a critical fashion, in order to take shape? In a word, what is the situation of psychoanalysis at the moment of, and with respect to, Foucault's book? And how does this book situate its project with respect to psychoanalysis? Let us put our trust for a moment in this common name, psychoanalysis. And let us delay a bit the arrival of proper names, for example Freud or Lacan, and provisionally assume that there is indeed a psychoanalysis that is a single whole, as if it were not, already in Freud, sufficiently divided to make its localization and identification more than problematic. Yet the very thing whose coming due we are here trying to delay will no doubt form the very horizon, in any case the provisional conclusion, of this talk. As you well know, Foucault speaks rather little of Freud in this book. This may seem justified, on the whole, by the very delimitation that a historian of madness in the classical age must impose upon himself. If one accepts the great caesura of this layout, even though this raises a question, or swarm of questions, that I prudently, and by economy, decide not to approach in order to get a better grasp on what Foucault means by Freud, situating myself, therefore, within the thesis or hypothesis of the partition between a classical and a post-classical age, then Freud does not have to be treated. He can and must be located at the very most on the borderline. The borderline is never a secure place, it never forms an indivisible line, and it is always on the border that the most disconcerting problems of topology get posed. Where, in fact, would a problem of topology get posed if not on the border? Would one ever have to worry about the border if it formed an indivisible line? A borderline is, moreover, not a place per se. It is always risky, particularly for the historian, to assign to whatever happens on the borderline, to whatever happens between sites, the taking place of a determinable event. Now, Foucault does and does not want to situate Freud in a historical place that is stabilizable, identifiable, and open to a univocal understanding. The interpretation or topography that he presents us of the Freudian moment is always uncertain, divided, mobile, some would say ambiguous, others ambivalent, confused, or contradictory. Sometimes he wants to credit Freud, sometimes discredit him, unless he is actually doing both indiscernibly and at the same time. One will always have the choice of attributing this ambivalence to either Foucault or Freud. It can characterize a motivation, the gesture of the interpreter and a certain state of his work, but it can also, or in the first place, refer simply to the interpreter or historian's taking account of a structural duplicity that his work reflects from the thing itself, namely, from the event of psychoanalysis. The motivation would thus be justly motivated, it would be just that motivated, it would be called for and justified by the very thing that is in question. For the ambiguity of which we are going to speak could indeed be on the side of psychoanalysis, on the side of the event of this invention named psychoanalysis. To begin, let us indicate a few telling signs. If most of the explicit references to Freud are grouped in the conclusions of the book, at the end of The Birth of the Asylum and in the beginning of The Anthropological Circle, 6 what I would here call a charniere, a hinge, comes earlier on, right in the middle of the volume, to divide at once the book and the book's relation to Freud. Why a charniere? This word can be taken in the technical or anatomical sense of a central or cardinal articulation, a hinge pin, cardo, or pivot. A charniere or hinge is an axial device that enables the circuit, the trope, or the movement of rotation. But one might also dream a bit in the vicinity of its homonym, that is, in line with this other artifact that the code of falconry also calls a charnière, the place where the hunter attracts the bird by laying out the flesh of a lure. This double articulation, this double movement or alternation between opening and closing that is assured by the workings of a hinge, this coming and going, indeed this fort/da of a pendule or balancier, that is what Freud means to Foucault. And this technico-historical hinge also remains the place of a possible simulacrum or lure for both the body and the flesh. Taken at this level of generality, things will never change for Foucault. There will always be this interminable alternating movement that successively opens and closes, draws near and distances, rejects and accepts, excludes and includes, disqualifies and legitimates, masters and liberates. The Freudian place is not only the technico-historical apparatus, the artifact called charnière or hinge. Freud himself will in fact take on the ambiguous figure of a doorman or doorkeeper hus seer. Ushering in a new epoch of madness, our epoch, the one out of which is written the history of madness, the book bearing this title, Freud also represents the best guardian of an epoch that comes to a close with him, the history of madness such as it is recounted by the book bearing this title. Freud as the doorman of the today, the holder of the keys, of those that open as well as those that close the door, that is, the hus, onto the today elogert way or onto madness. He, Freud, is the double figure of the door and the doorkeeper. He stands guard and ushers in. Alternatively or simultaneously, he closes one epoch and opens another. And as we will see, this double possibility is not alien to an institution, to what is called the analytic situation as a scene behind closed doors hus clause. That is why, and this would be the paradox of a serial law, Freud does and does not belong to the different series in which Foucault inscribes him. What is outstanding, outside the series Horseri, turns out to be regularly reinscribed within different series. I am not now going to get involved in formal questions concerning a quasi-transcendental law of seriality that could be illustrated in an analogous way by so many other examples, each time, in fact, that the transcendental condition of a series is also, paradoxically, a part of that series, creating aporias for the constitution of any set or whole ensemble, particularly, of any historical configuration, age, episteme, paradigm, themata, epoch, and so on. These aporias are anything but accidental impasses that one should try to force at all costs into received theoretical models. The putting to the test of these aporias is also the chance of thinking. To keep to the contract of this conference, I will restrict myself to a single example. The first sign comes right in the middle of the book, f. pages 410 to 11, m. pages 197 to 98. It comes at the end of the second part, in the chapter entitled Doctors and Patients. We have there a sort of epilogue, less than a page and a half long. Separated from the conclusion by *7, the epilogue also signals the truth of a transition and the meaning of a passage. It seems to be firmly structured by two unequivocal statements. 1. Psychology does not exist in the classical age. It does not yet exist. Foucault says this without hesitation right at the beginning of the epilogue. In the classical age, it is futile to try to distinguish physical therapeutics from psychological medications, for the simple reason that psychology did not exist. 2. But as for the psychology that was to be born after the classical age, psychoanalysis would not be a part, it would no longer be a part. Foucault writes, it is not psychology that is involved in psychoanalysis. In other words, if in the classical age there is not yet psychology, there is, in psychoanalysis, already no more psychology. But in order to affirm this, it is necessary, on the one hand, to resist a prejudice or a temptation, to resist that which continues to urge so many interpreters of good sense, and sometimes, in part, Foucault among them, to take psychoanalysis for a psychology, however original or new it may be. Foucault is going to show signs of this resistance, as we will see. But it is also necessary, on the other hand, to accept, within this historical schema, the hypothesis of a return, not the return to Freud but the return of Freud to What return? Return to what? Return is Foucault's word, an underscored word. If psychoanalysis is already no longer a psychology, does it not, at least in this respect, seem to suggest a certain return to the time when psychology was not yet? Beyond 18th century psychology and, very broadly, beyond the psychologistic modernity of the 19th century, beyond the positivist institution of psychology, does it not seem as if Freud were joining back up with a certain classical age or, at least, with whatever in this age does not determine madness as a psychical illness but as unreason, that is, as something that has to do with reason? In the classical age, if such a thing exists, an hypothesis of Foucault that I take here, in this context, as such, as if it were not debatable, unreason is no doubt reduced to silence, one does not speak with it. One interrupts or forbids dialogue, and this suspension or interdiction would have received from the Cartesian cogito the violent form of a sentence. For Freud too madness would be unreason, and in this sense, at least, there would be a neo-Cartesian logic at work in psychoanalysis. But this time one should resume speaking with it, one would re-establish a dialogue with unreason and lift the Cartesian interdiction. Like the word return, the expression dialogue with unreason is a quotation. The two expressions scan a final paragraph of this epilogue, in the middle of the book, that begins with the phrase with which I entitled this talk, "We must do justice to Freud," f. p. 411, m. p. 198. When one says, one must do justice, one has to be fair, il faut être juste, it is often with the intention of correcting an impulse or reversing the direction of a tendency. One is also recommending resisting a temptation. Foucault had to have felt this temptation, the temptation to do an injustice to Freud, to be unfair to him, that is, in this case, to write him into the age of the psychopathological institution, which we will define in a moment. He must have felt it outside or within himself. Indeed, such a temptation must still be threatening and liable to re-emerge, since it is still necessary to call for vigilance and greater justice. Here, then, is the paragraph, which I read in extenso, since its internal tension determines, it seems to me, the matrix of all future statements about psychoanalysis. It determines them in the very oscillation of their movement back and forth. It is like scales of justice, la balance d'une justice, that not even the death sentence or de mort would ever be able to stop or iterate in their even or just stability. It is as if justice were to remain its own movement. This is why we must do justice to Freud. Between Freud's 5 case histories and Janet's scrupulous investigations of psychological healing, there is more than the density of a discovery, there is the sovereign violence of a return. Janet enumerated the elements of a division, drew up his inventory, annexed here and there, perhaps conquered. Freud went back to madness at the level of its language, reconstituted one of the essential elements of an experience reduced to silence by positivism. He did not make a major addition to the list of psychological treatments for madness. He restored, in medical thought, the possibility of a dialogue with unreason. Let us not be surprised that the most psychological of medications has so quickly encountered its converse and its organic confirmations. It is not psychology that is involved in psychoanalysis, but precisely an experience of unreason that it has been psychology's meaning, in the modern world, to mask. F. p. 411, m. p. 198. To mask. Positivist psychology would thus have masked the experience of unreason, an imposition of the mask, a violent dissimulation of the face, of truth, or of visibility. Such violence would have consisted in disrupting a certain unity, that which corresponded precisely justament to the presumed unity of the classical age. From then on, there would be, on the one hand, illness of an organic nature and, on the other, unreason, an unreason often tempered by this modernity under its epithetic form, the unreasonable, whose discursive manifestations will become the object of a psychology. 9 The psychology then loses all relation to a certain truth of madness. That is, to a certain truth of unreason. Psychoanalysis, on the contrary, breaks with psychology by speaking with the unreason that speaks within madness and, thus, by returning through this exchange of words not to the classical age itself which also determined madness as unreason, but, unlike psychology, did so only in order to exclude or confine it but toward this eve of the classical age that still haunted it. While this schema is firmly established by the page just cited, I was struck in rereading the history of madness by a paradox in the form of a chiasm. I had not, in my first reading, given it the attention it deserves. What is the schema of this paradox? By reason of what we have just heard, in order to do justice to Freud we ought to give him credit, and this is what happens for finding a place in the gallery of all those who, from one end of the book to the other, announce, like heralds of good tidings, the very possibility of the book, Nietzsche above all and, most frequently, Nietzsche and Artaud, who are often associated in the same sentence, Nietzsche, Artaud, Van Gogh, sometimes Nerval and Hölderlin from time to time. Their excess, the madness in which the work of art is engulfed, is the gulf or abyss out of which opens the space of our enterprise, f. p. 643, m. p. 288. It is before this madness, in the fleeting moment when it is joined to the work, that we are responsible. We are far from being able to arraign it or make it appear, for it is we who must appear before it. Let us recognize, then, that we are responsible before it rather than being authorized to examine it ara eisenur, to objectify and demand an explanation from it. At the end of the last page, after having spent a good deal of time speaking of Nietzsche and after having mentioned Van Gogh, Foucault writes, "The moment when, together, the work of art and madness are born and fulfilled is the beginning of the time when the world finds itself arraigned by that work of art and responsible before it for what it is." F. p. 643, m. p. 289. This is what the history of madness, in responding to the summons, takes note of and assumes responsibility for. It assumes responsibility before that which is named by the names of Nietzsche and all these others who, as everyone knows, were deemed crazy by society, Artaud, and before him Van Gogh, and before him Nerval, and before him Hölderlin. But what about Freud? Why is he, in the same book, sometimes associated with and sometimes opposed to these great witnesses of madness and excess, these great witnesses who are also great judges, our judges, those who judge us? Must we be arraigned before Freud? And why do things then get complicated? I would see the chiasm of which I just spoke appearing in a place where Freud is in fact found near Nietzsche, on the same side as he, that is, on our side, on the side of what Foucault calls contemporary man, this enigmatic we for whom a history of madness opens today, for whom the door of today El Hus d'aujourd'hui is cracked open so that its possibility may be glimpsed. Foucault has just described the loss of unreason, the background against which the classical age determined madness. It is the moment when unreason degenerates or disappears into the unreasonable, it is the tendency to pathologize, so to speak, madness. And there again, it is through a return to unreason, this time without exclusion, that Nietzsche and Freud reopen the dialogue with madness itself, assuming, along with Foucault, that one can hear say itself. This dialogue had, in a sense, been broken off twice, and in two different ways, the second time, by a psychological positivism that no longer conceived of madness as unreason, and the first time, already by the classical age, which, while excluding madness and breaking off the dialogue with it, still determined it as unreason, and excluded it precisely because of this but excluded it as close as possible to itself, as its other and its adversary. This is the Cartesian moment, such as it is determined, at least, in the 3 pages that were the object of our debate nearly 30 years ago. I will underscore everything that marks the today, the present, the now, the contemporary, this time that is proper and common to us, the time of this fragile and divided we from which is decided the possibility of a book like The History of Madness, decided while scarcely being sketched out, while promising itself, in short, rather than giving itself over. Nietzsche and Freud are here conjoined, conjugated, like a couple, Nietzsche and Freud, and the conjunction of their coupling is also the copula hinge or, if you prefer, the middle term of the modern proposition. If contemporary man, since Nietzsche and Freud, finds deep within himself the side for contesting all truth, being able to read, in what he now knows of himself, the signs of fragility through which unreason threatens, 17th century man, on the contrary, discovers, in the immediate presence of his thought to itself, the certainty in which reason in its pure form is announced. F. Pages 195 to 96. Why did I speak of a chiasm? And why would we be fascinated by the multiple chiasm that organizes this entire interpretative scene? It is because, in the 3 pages devoted to Descartes at the beginning of the second chapter, The Great Confinement, Foucault spoke of an exclusion. He described it, posed it, declared it unequivocally and firmly: madness is excluded by the subject who doubts. This exclusion was the result of a decision, the result, and these are all his words, of a strange act of force that was going to reduce to silence the excluded madness and trace a very strict line of division. In the part of the Meditations that he cited and focused on, Foucault left out all mention of the evil genius. It was thus in recalling the hyperbolic raising of the stakes in the fiction of the evil genius that I had then confessed my perplexity and proposed other questions. When Foucault responds to me 9 years later in the afterword to the 1972 Gallimard edition of The History of Madness, he still firmly contests the way I used this Cartesian fiction of the evil genius and this hyperbolic moment of doubt. He accuses me of erasing everything that shows that the episode of the evil genius is an exercise that is voluntary, controlled, mastered and carried out from start to finish by a meditating subject who never lets himself be surprised. 10. F. p. 601. Such a reproach was indeed unfair, unjust, since I had stressed that this methodical mastery of the voluntary subject is almost always at work, and that Foucault, therefore, like Descartes, is almost always right a raison, and almost always wins out over a raison to the evil genius. Point 11. But that is not what is at issue here, and I said that I would not reopen the debate. And by accusing me of erasing this methodical neutralization of the evil genius, Foucault once again in his response of 1972 confirms the claims of the 3 pages in question and maintains that if the evil genius again takes on the powers of madness, this is only after the exercise of meditation has excluded the risk of being mad. 12. One might be tempted to respond that if the evil genius can again take on these powers of madness, if he once again takes them on afterwards, after the fact, it is because the exclusion of the risk of being mad makes way for an after. The narrative is thus not interrupted during the exclusion alleged by Foucault, an exclusion that is, up to a certain point at least, attested to and incontestable, and I never in fact contested this exclusion in this regard. Quite the contrary, neither the narrative nor the exercise of the meditation that it retraces are any more interrupted than the order of reasons is definitively stopped by this same exclusion. But let us move on. As I said earlier, I am not invoking this difficulty in order to return to an old discussion. I am doing it because Freud is going to be, as I will try to show, doubly situated, twice implicated in the chiasm that interests me. On the one hand, in the sentence that I cited a moment ago, where Freud was immediately associated with Nietzsche, the only one to be associated with him, on the good side, so to speak, on the side where we contemporaries reopen the dialogue with unreason that was twice interrupted, this sentence is followed by a few references to the evil genius that complicate, as I myself had tried to do, the reading of the scene of Cartesian doubt as the moment of the great confinement, but also, and on the other hand, since I will later try, in a more indirect way, and this would be in the end the essence of my talk today, to recall the necessity of taking into account a certain evil genius of Freud, namely, the presence of the demonic, the devil, the devil's advocate, the limping devil, and so on in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, where psychoanalysis finds, it seems to me, its greatest speculative power, but also the place of greatest resistance to psychoanalysis, death drive, repetition compulsion, and so on, and /. Thus, just after having spoken of contemporary man, since Nietzsche and Freud, Foucault offers a development on the subject of the evil genius. The logic of the sequence seems to me guided by a one must not forget that I would be tempted to relate to the one must do justice of a moment ago. What must one not forget? The evil genius, of course justament. And especially, I emphasize, the fact that the evil genius is anterior to the cogito, such that its threat remains perpetual. This might contradict, as I had attempted to do, the thesis argued 150 pages earlier on the subject of the Cartesian cogito as the simple exclusion of madness. This could have, as a result, indeed this should have, spared us a long and dramatic debate. But it is too late now. Foucault reaffirms all the same, despite the recognized anteriority of the evil genius, that the cogito is the absolute beginning, even if, in this absolute beginning, one must not forget what has, in short, been forgotten or omitted in the discourse on the exclusion of madness by the cogito. The question thus still remains what a methodically absolute beginning would be that does not let us forget this anterior and moreover perpetual threat, nor the haunting backdrop that first lets it appear. As always, I prefer to cite, even though it is a long passage. Here is what Foucault says immediately after having evoked the contemporary man who, since Nietzsche and Freud, meets in what he now knows of himself that through which unreason threatens. He says, in effect, that what is called contemporary had already begun in the classical age and with the evil genius, which clearly, to my eyes at least, cannot leave intact the historical categories of reference and the presumed identity of something like the classical age, for example. But this does not mean that classical man was, in his experience of the truth, more distanced from unreason than we ourselves might be. It is true that the cogito is the absolute beginning. This statement thus confirms the thesis of F. pages 54 to 57, but one must not forget my emphasis that the evil genius is anterior to it. And the evil genius is not the symbol in which are summed up and systematized all the dangers of such psychological events as dream images and sensory errors. Between God and man, the evil genius has an absolute meaning. He is in all his rigor the possibility of unreason and the totality of its powers. He is more than the refraction of human finitude, well beyond man. He signals the danger that could prevent man once and for all from gaining access to the truth. He is the main obstacle, not of such a spirit but of such reason. And it is not because the truth that gets illuminated in the cogito ends up entirely masking the shadow of the evil genius that one ought to forget its perpetually threatening power. My emphasis, Foucault had earlier said that one must not forget that the evil genius is anterior to the cogito, and he now says that one must not forget its perpetually threatening power, even after the passage, the moment, the experience, the certainty of the cogito, and the exclusion of madness that this brings about. This danger will hover over Descartes' reflections right up until the establishment of the existence and truth of the external world. F. p. 196. One would have to ask, though we will not have the time and this is not the place, about the effects that the category of the perpetual threat, and this is Foucault's term, can have on indications of presence, positive markings, the determinations made by means of signs or statements, in short, the whole criteriology and symptomatology that can give assurance to a historical knowledge concerning a figure, an episteme, an age, an epoch, a paradigm, once all these determinations are found to be in effect justament threatened by a perpetual haunting. For, in principle, all these determinations are, for the historian, either presences or absences. As such, they thus exclude haunting. They allow themselves to be located by means of signs, one would almost say on a table of absences and presences. They come out of the logic of opposition, in this case, the logic of inclusion or exclusion, of the alternative between the inside and the outside, and so on. The perpetual threat, that is, the shadow of haunting, and haunting is, like the phantom or fiction of an evil genius, neither present nor absent, neither positive nor negative, neither inside nor outside, does not challenge only one thing or another, it threatens the logic that distinguishes between one thing and another, the very logic of exclusion or foreclosure, as well as the history that is founded upon this logic and its alternatives. What is excluded is, of course, never simply excluded, not by the cogito nor by anything else, without this eventually returning, and that is what a certain psychoanalysis will have also helped us to understand. Let me leave undeveloped this general problem, however, in order to return to a certain regulated functioning in the references to psychoanalysis and to the name of Freud in the history of madness in the classical age. Let us consider the couple Nietzsche/Freud, this odd couple about which there is so much else to say. I have attempted this elsewhere, especially in the postcard, and precisely justament in relationship to Beyond the Pleasure Principle. The affiliation or filiation of this couple reappears elsewhere. It is again at a filial limit, in the introduction to the third and final part, when the delirium of Rameau's nephew sets the tone or gives the key, just as the Cartesian cogito had, for a new arrangement or division partition. For the delirium of Rameau's nephew announces Freud and Nietzsche. Let us set aside all the questions that the concept of announcing might pose for the historian. It is not by accident that they resemble those raised a moment ago by the concept of haunting. As soon as that which announces already no longer completely belongs to a present configuration and already belongs to the future of another, its place, the taking place of its event, calls for another logic. It disrupts, in any case, the axiomatics of a history that places too much trust in the opposition between absence and presence, outside and inside, inclusion and exclusion. Let us read, then, this sentence and note the recurring and thus all the more striking association of this announcement with the figure of the evil genius, but, this time, with the figure of another evil genius. The delirium of Rameau's nephew is a tragic confrontation of need and illusion in an oniric mode, one that announces Freud and Nietzsche. The order of names is this time reversed. It is also the ironic repetition of the world, its destructive reconstitution in the theater of illusion. F. p. 422. An evil genius then immediately reappears. And who will see this inevitable repetition as a coincidence? But it is not the same evil genius. It is another figure of the evil genius. There would thus be a recurring function of the evil genius, a function that, in making reference to a Platonic hyperbole, I had called hyperbolic in cogito and the history of madness. This function had been fulfilled by the evil genius, under the guise as well as under the name that it takes on in Descartes. But another evil genius, which is also the same one, can reappear without this name and under a different guise, for example, in the vicinity or lineage of Rameau's nephew, a different evil genius, certainly, but bearing enough of a resemblance because of its recurring function that the historian, here Foucault, allows himself a metonymy that is legitimate enough in his eyes to continue calling it evil genius. This reappearance occurs after the second passage of Freud and Nietzsche, as they are furtively announced by Rameau's nephew, whose laugh prefigures in advance and reduces the whole movement of 19th-century anthropology. F. p. 424. This time of prefiguration and announcement, this delay between the anticipatory lightning flash and the event of what is foreseen, is explained by the very structure of an experience of unreason, if there is any, namely, an experience in which one cannot maintain oneself and out of which one cannot but fall after having approached it. All this thus forbids us from making this history into a properly successive and sequential history of events. This is formulated in Foucault's question, why is it not possible to maintain oneself in the difference of unreason? F. p. 425. But in this vertigo where the truth of the world is maintained only on the inside of an absolute void, man also encounters the ironic perversion of his own truth, at the moment when it moves from the dreams of interiority to the forms of exchange. Unreason then takes on the figure of another evil genius, my emphasis no longer the one who exiles man from the truth of the world, but the one who at once mystifies and demystifies, enchants to the point of extreme disenchantment, this truth of man that man had entrusted to his hands, to his face, to his speech, an evil genius who no longer operates when man wants to accede to the truth but when he wants to restitute to the world a truth that is his own, when, thrown into the intoxication of the sensible realm where he is lost, he finally remains immobile, stupid, astonished. It is no longer in perception that the possibility of the evil genius resides, that is, as in Descartes, but in expression. F. p. 423. But immediately after this appearance or arraignment of Freud next to Nietzsche and all the evil geniuses, the pendulum of the Fort/Da is put back in motion. From this point on, it will not cease to convoke and dismiss Freud from the two sides of the dividing line, both inside and outside of the series from out of which the history of madness is signed. For it is here, in the following pages, that we find Freud separated from the lineage in which are gathered all those worthy heirs of Rameau's nephew. The name of the one who was not crazy enough in any case, the name of Freud, is dissociated from that of Nietzsche. It is regularly passed over in silence when, according to another filiation, Hölderlin, Nerval, Nietzsche, Van Gogh, Roussel, and Artaud are at several reprieves named and renamed renowned within the same family. From this point on, things are going to deteriorate. To do justice to Freud will more and more come to mean putting on trial a psychoanalysis that will have participated, in its own way, however original that may be, in the order of the immemorial figures of the father and the judge, of family and law, in the order, of authority and punishment, whose immemorial figures must, as Philippe Pinel had noted, be brought into play by the doctor, in order to cure, cf. p. 607, m. p. 272. There was already a disturbing sign of this long before the chapter on the birth of the asylum that will so strictly inscribe psychoanalysis into the tradition of Tuke and Pinel, and will go so far as to say that all 19th-century psychiatry really converges on Freud, f. p. 611, m. p. 277. For the latter had already appeared in another chain, the chain of those who, since the 19th century, know that madness, like its counterpart reason, has a history. These will have been led astray by a sort of historicism of reason and madness, a risk that is avoided by those who, from Sada to Hölderlin, to Nerval, and to Nietzsche, are given over to a repeated poetic and philosophical experience and plunge into a language that abolishes history. As a cultural historian of madness, like others are of reason, Freud thus appears between Janet and Brunswick, f. p. 456. While accumulating the two errors, the rationalist historian of this cultural phenomenon called madness nonetheless continues to pay tribute to myth, magic, and thaumaturgy. Indeed, thaumaturgy will be the word chosen by Foucault himself for the verdict. There is nothing surprising in this collusion of reason and a certain occultism. Montaigne and Pascal would have perhaps called it mystical authority. The history of reason and reason within history would exercise essentially the same violence, the same obscure, irrational, dictatorial violence, serving the same interests in the name of the same fictional allegation, as psychoanalysis does when it confers all powers to the doctor's speech. Freud would free the patient interned in the asylum only in order to reconstitute him in his essential character at the heart of the analytic situation. There is a continuity from Pinel and Tuke to psychoanalysis. There is an inevitable movement, right up to Freud, a persistence of what Foucault calls the myth of Pinel, like that of Tuke, f. p. 577. This same insistence is always concentrated in the figure of the doctor. It is, in the eyes of the patient who is always an accomplice, the becoming thaumaturge of the doctor, of a doctor who is not even supposed to know. Homo medicus does not exercise his authority in the name of science but, as Pinel himself seems to recognize and to claim, in the name of order, law, and morality, specifically, by relying upon that prestige that envelopes the secrets of the family, of authority, of punishment, and of love. By wearing the mask of father and of judge, f. pages 607-8, m. p. 273, my emphasis. And when the walls of the asylum give way to psychoanalysis, it is in effect a certain concept of the secret that assures the tradition from Pinel to Freud. It would be necessary to follow throughout these pages all the ins and outs of the value itself barely visible of a secret, of a certain secrecy value. This value would come down, in the end, to a technique of the secret, and of the secret without knowledge. Wherever knowledge can only be supposed, wherever, as a result, one knows that supposition cannot give rise to knowledge, wherever no knowledge could ever be disputed, there is the production of a secrecy effect, of what we might be able to call a speculation on the capital secret or on the capital of the secret. The calculated and yet finally incalculable production of the secrecy effect relies on a simulacrum. This simulacrum recalls, from another point of view, the situation described at the opening of Raymond Roussel, the risk of being deceived less by a secret than by the awareness that there is a secret. 13. What persists from Pinel to Freud, in spite of all the differences, is the figure of the doctor as a man not of knowledge but of order. In this figure all secret, magic, esoteric, thaumaturgical powers are brought together, and these are all Foucault's words. The scientific objectivity that is claimed by this tradition is only a magical reification. If we wanted to analyze the profound structures of objectivity in the knowledge and practice of 19th-century psychiatry from Pinel to Freud, this is the definitive divorce between Nietzsche and Freud, the second coupling for the latter. We should have to show in fact that such objectivity was from the start a reification of a magical nature, which could only be accomplished with the complicity of the patient himself, and beginning from a transparent and clear moral practice, gradually. Forgotten as positivism imposed its myths of scientific objectivity. F. p. 610, m. p. 276. In the name of Freud, one can read the call for a note. At the bottom of the page, Foucault persists, dates and signs, but the note introduces a slight precaution. It is indeed a note of prudence, but Foucault insists nonetheless and speaks of persistence. These structures still persist in non-psychoanalytic psychiatry, and in many aspects or on many sides par bien decotes of psychoanalysis itself. F. p. 610, m. p. 299. Though too discreetly marked, there is indeed a limit to what persists on many sides. The always divisible line of this limit situates, in its form, the totality of the stakes. More precisely, the stakes are nothing other than those of totality, and of the procedures of totalization. What does it mean to say psychoanalysis itself? What does one thereby identify in such a global way? Is it psychoanalysis itself, as Foucault says, that inherits from Pinel? What is psychoanalysis itself? And are the aspects or sides through which it inherits the essential and irreducible aspects or sides of psychoanalysis itself, or the residual asides that it can win out over avoir raison de? Or even, that it must, that it should, win out over? If the answer to this last question still seems up in the air in this note, it is soon going to come in a more determined and less equivocal form. No, psychoanalysis will never free itself of the psychiatric heritage. Its essential historical situation is linked to what is called the analytic situation, that is, to the thaumaturgical mystification of the couple doctor-patient, regulated this time by institutional protocols. Before citing word for word a conclusion that will remain, I believe, without appeal not only in the history of madness but in Foucault's entire oeuvre and right up to its awful interruption, I will once again risk wearing out your patience in order to look for a moment at the way in which Foucault describes the thaumaturgical play whose technique Pinel would have passed down to Freud, a technique that would be at once art and technique, the secret of the secret that consists in knowing how to make one suppose knowledge and believe in the secret. It is worth pausing here in order to point out another paradoxical effect of the chiasm, one of the most significant for what concerns us here, namely, a certain diabolical repetition and the recurrence of the various figures of the evil genius. What does Foucault say? That in the couple doctor-patient the doctor becomes a thaumaturge, f. p. 609, m. p. 275. Now, to describe this thaumaturgy, Foucault does not hesitate to speak of the demonic and satanic, as if the evil genius resided this time not on the side of unreason, of absolute disorder and madness, to say it quickly and with a bit of a smile, using all the necessary quotation marks, on the good side, but on the side of order, on the side of a subtly authoritative violence, the side of the father, the judge, the law, and so on. It was thought, and by the patient first of all, that it was in the esotericism of his knowledge, in some almost demonic secret of knowledge. I emphasize almost. Foucault will later say his relation to Freud surely being anything but simple, that the Philistine representation of mental illness in the 19th century would last right up to Freud, or almost that the doctor had found the power to unravel insanity, and increasingly the patient would accept the self-surrender to a doctor. Both divine and satanic, beyond human measure in any case. F. p. 609, m. p. 275. 2 pages later, it is said that Freud amplified the thaumaturgical virtues of the medical personage, preparing for his omnipotence a quasi-divine status. And Foucault continues. He focused upon this single presence concealed behind the patient and above him, in an absence that is also a total presence. All the powers that had been distributed in the collective existence of the asylum, he transformed this into an absolute observation, a pure and circumspect silence, a judge who punishes and rewards in a judgment that does not even condescend to language. He made it the mirror in which madness, in an almost motionless movement, clings to and casts off itself. To the doctor, Freud transferred all the structures Pinel and Tuke had set up within confinement. F. p. 611, m. pages 277-78. Fictive omnipotence and a divine, or rather quasi-divine, power, divine by simulacrum, at once divine and satanic. These are the very traits of an evil genius that are now being attributed to the figure of the doctor. The doctor suddenly begins to resemble in a troubling way the figure of unreason that continued to haunt what is called the classical age after the act of force coup de force of the cogito. And like the authority of the laws whose mystical foundation is recalled by Montaigne and Pascal 14, the authority of the psychoanalyst doctor is the result of a fiction. It is the result, by transfer, of the credit given to a fiction, and this fiction appears analogous to that which provisionally confers all powers and even more than knowledge to the evil genius. At the conclusion of The Birth of the Asylum, Foucault is going to dismiss without appeal this bad genius of the thaumaturgical doctor in the figure of the psychoanalyst. He is going to do this, I believe one can say, without stretching the paradox against Descartes, against a certain Cartesian subject still represented in the filiation that runs from Descartes to Pinel to Freud. But he is also going to do this, more or less willingly, as Descartes, or, at least, as the Descartes whom he had accused of excluding madness by excluding, mastering, or dismissing, since these all come down to the same thing, the powers of the evil genius. Against Freud, this descendant of Descartes, against Descartes, it is still the Cartesian exclusion that is repeated in a deadly and devilish way, like a heritage inscribed within a diabolical and almost all-powerful program that one should admit one never gets rid of or frees oneself from without remainder. To substantiate what I have just said, I will cite the conclusion of this chapter. It describes the transfer from Pinel to Freud, stroke of genius, masterful short circuit. It is a question of Freud's genius, the good like the bad, the good as bad, and it implacably judges psychoanalysis in the past, in the present, and even in the future. For psychoanalysis is condemned in advance. No future is promised that might allow it to escape its destiny once it has been determined, both within the institutional, and supposedly inflexible, structure of what is called the analytic situation and in the figure of the doctor as subject. To the doctor, Freud transferred all the structures Pinel and Tuke had set up within confinement. He did deliver the patient from the existence of the asylum within which his liberators had alienated him, but he did not deliver him from what was essential in this existence. He regrouped its powers, extended them to the maximum by uniting them in the doctor's hands. He created the psychoanalytical situation where, by a masterful short-circuit court-circuit genial, I underscore this allusion to the stroke of genius, coup de génie, which, as soon as it confirms the evil of confinement and of the interior asylum, is diabolical and properly evil, malign, and as we will see, for more than 20 years Foucault never stopped seeing in Freud, and quite literally so, sometimes a good and sometimes a bad or evil, mauvais, genius. Alienation becomes disalienating because, in the doctor, it becomes a subject. The doctor, as an alienating figure, remains the key to psychoanalysis. It is perhaps because it did not suppress this ultimate structure, and because it referred all the others to it, that psychoanalysis has not been able, will not be able. I thus emphasize this future. It announces the invariability of this verdict in Foucault's subsequent work, to hear the voices of unreason, nor to decipher in themselves the signs of the madman. Psychoanalysis can unravel some of the forms of madness, it remains a stranger to the sovereign enterprise of unreason. It can neither liberate nor transcribe, nor most certainly explain, what is essential in this enterprise. F. Pages 611 to 12, M. p. 278. And here, just after, are the very last lines of the chapter. We are far from the couple Nietzsche/Freud. They are now separated on both sides of what Foucault calls moral imprisonment, and it will be difficult to say, in certain situations, who is to be found on the inside and who on the outside, and sometimes outside but inside. As opposed to Nietzsche and a few other great madmen, Freud no longer belongs to the space from out of which the history of madness could be written. He belongs, rather, to this history of madness that the book in turn makes its object. Since the end of the 18th century, the life of unreason no longer manifests itself except in the lightning flash of works such as those of Hölderlin, of Nerval, of Nietzsche, or of Artaud, forever irreducible to those alienations that can be cured, resisting by their own strength that gigantic moral imprisonment which we are in the habit of calling, doubtless by antiphrasis, the liberation of the insane aliens by Pinel and Tuke. F. p. 612, M. p. 278. This diagnosis, which is also a verdict, is confirmed in the last chapter of the book, The Anthropological Circle. This chapter fixes the new distribution of names and places into the great series that form the grid of the book. When it is a question of showing that since the end of the 18th century the liberation of the mad has been replaced by an objectification of the concept of their freedom, within such categories as desire and will, determinism and responsibility, the automatic and the spontaneous, and that one will now untiringly recount the trials and tribulations of freedom, which is also to say, of a certain humanization as anthropologization, Freud is then regularly included among the exemplary figures of this anthropologism of freedom. Foucault says, page after page, from Esquirol to Janet, as from Rail to Freud or from Tuke to Jackson, f. p. 616, or again, from Esquirol to Freud, f. p. 617, or again since Esquirol and Broussais right up to Janet, Bleuler, and Freud, f. p. 624. A slight yet troubling reservation comes just after to mitigate all these regroupings. Concerning general paralysis and neurosyphilis, Philistinism is everywhere, right up to Freud or almost, f. p. 626. The chiasmatic effects multiply. Some 200 pages earlier, what had inscribed both Freud and Nietzsche, like two accomplices of the same age, was the reopening of the dialogue with unreason, the lifting of the interdiction against language, the return to a proximity with madness. Yet it is precisely this, or, rather, the silent double and hypocritical simulacrum of this, the mask of this language, the same freedom now objectified, that separates Freud from Nietzsche. It is this that now makes them unable to associate or to be associated with one another from the two sides of a wall that is all the more unsurmountable insofar as it consists of an asylum's partition, an invisible, interior, but eloquent partition, that of truth itself as the truth of man and his alienation. Foucault was able, much earlier, to say that Freudian psychoanalysis, to which one must be fair or do justice, is not a psychology as soon as it takes language into account. Now it is language itself that brings psychoanalysis back down to the status of a psychoanthropology of alienation, this language wherein man appears in madness as being other than himself, this alterity, a dialectic that is always begun anew between the same and the other, revealing to man his truth in the babbling movement of alienation or madness, f. p. 631. Concerning dialectic and alienation or madness, concerning everything, in fact, that happens in the circulation of this anthropological circle wherein psychoanalysis is caught up or held. One should, and I myself would have liked to have done this given more time, pause a bit longer than Foucault did on a passage from Hegel's Encyclopedia. I am referring to the remark of 408 in which Hegel situates and deduces madness as a contradiction of the subject between the particular determination of self-feeling and the network of mediations that is called consciousness. Hegel makes in passing a spirited praise of Pinel. I do not understand why Foucault, in quickly citing this passage, replaces this praise for Pinel by an ellipsis. More important, perhaps, is the fact that Hegel also interprets madness as the taking control of a certain evil genius, der böse genius, in man. Foucault elliptically cites a short phrase in translation, Mechant Genie, without remarking on it and without linking these few extraordinary pages of Hegel to the great dramaturgy of the evil genius that concerns us here. Let me be absolutely clear about this. My intention here is not at all to accuse or criticize Foucault, to say, for example, that he was wrong to confine Freud himself, in general, or psychoanalysis itself, in general, to this role and place. On the subject of Freud or psychoanalysis themselves and in general, I have in this form and place almost nothing to say or think, except perhaps that Foucault has some good arguments and that others would have some pretty good ones as well to oppose to his. It is also not my intention, in spite of what it may look like, to suggest that Foucault contradicts himself when he so firmly places the same Freud, in general, or the same psychoanalysis, in general, sometimes on one side and sometimes on the other of the dividing line, and always on the side of the evil genius who is found sometimes on the side of madness, sometimes on the side of its exclusion reappropriation, on the side of its confinement to the outside or the inside, with or without asylum walls. The contradiction is no doubt in the things themselves, so to speak. And we are in a region where the wrong, the being wrong or the doing someone wrong, would want to be more than ever on the side of a certain reason, on the side of what is called raison garder, that is, on the side of keeping one's cool, keeping one's head on the side, precisely, where one is right a raison, and where being right avoir raison is to win out over or prove someone wrong avoir raison de, with a violence whose subtlety, whose hyperdialectic and hyperchiasmatic resources, cannot be completely formalized, that is, can no longer be dominated by a meta-language. Which means that we are always caught in the knots that are woven, before us and beyond us, by this powerful, all too powerful logic. The history of reason embedded in all these turbulent idioms, to prove someone wrong donner tort or to prove them right donner raison, to be right avoir raison, to be wrong avoir tort, to win out over avoir raison de, to do someone wrong fair tort, and so on, is also the history of madness that Foucault wished to recount to us. The fact that he was caught up even before setting out, in the snares of this logic which he sometimes thematised as having to do with a system of contradictions and antinomies whose coherence remains hidden, cannot be reduced to a fault or wrong on his part. F. p. 624. This does not mean, however, that we, without ever finding him to be radically wrong or at fault, have to subscribe a priori to all his statements. One would be able to master this entire problematic, assuming this were possible, only after having satisfactorily answered a few questions as innocent or as hardly innocent as, what is reason? For example, or more narrowly, what is the principle of reason? What does it mean to be right avoir raison? What does it mean to be right or to prove someone right avoir ou donner raison? To be wrong, to prove someone wrong, or to do them wrong avoir, donner ou fair tort? You will forgive me here, I hope, for leaving these enigmas as they are. I will restrict myself to a modest and more accessible question. The distribution of statements, such as it appears to be set out before us, should lead us to think two apparently incompatible things. The book entitled The History of Madness, as the history of madness itself, is and is not the same age as Freudian psychoanalysis. The project of this book thus does and does not belong to the age of psychoanalysis, it already belongs to it and already no longer belongs to it. This division without division would put us back on the track of another logic of division, one that would urge us to think the internal partitions of wholes, partitions that would make such things as madness, reason, history, and age, especially the whole we call age, but also psychoanalysis, Freud, and so on, into rather dubious identities, sufficiently divided from within to threaten in advance all our statements and all our references with parasitism. It would be a bit as if a virus were introduced into the matrix of language, the way such things are today introduced into computer software, the difference being that we are, and for a very good reason, very far from having at our disposal any of these diagnostic and remedial antiviral programs that are available on the market today, even though these same programs, and for a very good reason, have a hard time keeping pace with the industrial production of these viruses, which are themselves sometimes produced by those who produce the intercepting programs. A maddening situation for any discourse, certainly, but a certain mad panic is not necessarily the worst thing that can happen to a discourse on madness as soon as it does not go all out to confine or exclude its object, that is, in the sense Foucault gives to this word, to objectify it. Does one have the right to stop here and be content with this as an internal reading of Foucault's great book? Is an internal reading possible? Is it legitimate to privilege to this extent its relation to something like an age of psychoanalysis itself? The reservations that such presumptions of identity might arouse, the unity of an age, the indivisibility of psychoanalysis itself, and so on, and I've made more than one allusion to them, would be enough to make us question this. One would be able to justify a response to this question, in any case, only by continuing to read and to analyze, by continuing to take into account particularly Foucault's corpus, his archive, what this archive says on the subject of the archive. Without limiting ourselves to this, think in particular of the problems posed some 5 to 8 years later. 1. By the order of things concerning something that has always seemed enigmatic to me, and that Foucault calls for a time episteme, there where it is said, we think in that place MC, p. 396, dt, p. 384, a place that, and I will return to this in a moment, encompasses or comprehends the psychoanalysis that does not comprehend it, or more precisely, that comprehends it without comprehending it and without acceding to it. 2. By the archaeology of knowledge concerning the historical a priori and the archive, this is the title of the central chapter, and archaeology in its relation to the history of ideas. It is out of the question to get involved here, in so short a time, in such difficult readings. I will thus be content to conclude, if you will still allow me, with a few indications, 2 at the most, along one of the paths I would have wanted to follow on the basis of these readings. 1. On the one hand, I would have tried to identify the signs of an imperturbable constancy in this movement of the pendulum or balance. The oscillation regularly leads from one topological assignation to the other, as if psychoanalysis had 2 places or took place 2 times. Yet it seems to me that the law of this displacement operates without the structural possibility of an event or a place being analyzed for itself, and without the consequences being drawn with regard to the identity of all the concepts at work in this history that does not want to be a history of ideas and representations. This constancy in the oscillation of the pendulum is first marked, of course, in books that are more or less contemporary with the history of madness. Maladie mentale et psychologie, Mental Illness and Psychology, 1962, intersects and coincides at many points with the history of madness. In the history of mental illness, Freud appears as the first to open up once again the possibility for reason and unreason to communicate in the danger of a common language, ever ready to break down and disintegrate into the inaccessible, p. 82, mi, p. 69. In truth, though profoundly in accord with the movement and logic of the history of madness, this book of 1962 is, in the end, a bit more precise and differentiated in its references to Freud, although beyond the pleasure principle is never mentioned. Foucault speaks both of Freud's stroke of genius, and this is indeed his word, and of the dividing line that runs down his work. Freud's stroke of genius was to have escaped the evolutionist horizon of John Hughlings Jackson, MM, p. 37, MI, p. 31, whose model can nevertheless be found in the description of the evolutive forms of neurosis and the history of libidinal stages 15. The libido being mythological, a myth to destroy, often a biopsychological myth that is abandoned, Foucault then thinks, by psychoanalysts, just as mythological as Janet's psychic force, with which Foucault associates it more than once, MM. p. 29, MI, p. 24.16. If the assignation of Freud is thus double, it is because his work is divided. In psychoanalysis, it is always possible, says Foucault, to separate that which pertains to a psychology of evolution, as in 3 essays on the theory of sexuality, and that which belongs to a psychology of individual history, as in 5 psychoanalyses and the accompanying texts, MM, p. 37, MI, p. 31. Despite this consideration for the stroke of genius, Foucault is indeed speaking here of an analytic psychology. This is what he calls it. Insofar as it remains a psychology, it remains speechless before the language of madness. Indeed, there is a very good reason why psychology can never master madness. It is because psychology became possible in our world only when madness had already been mastered and excluded from the drama, MM, p. 104, MI, p. 87, a few lines before the end of the book. In other words, the logic at work in this conclusion, the consequences, the ruinous consequences of which one would ceaselessly have to take into account, is that what has already been mastered can no longer be mastered, and that too much mastery, in the form of exclusion but also of objectification, deprives one of mastery, in the form of access, knowledge, competence. The concept of mastery is an impossible concept to manipulate, as we know, the more there is, the less there is, and vice versa. The conclusion drawn in the few lines I just cited thus excludes both Freud's stroke of genius and psychology, be it analytic or some other. Freudian man remains a homo psychologicus. Freud is once again passed over in silence, cut out of both the lineage and the work of mad geniuses. He is given over to a forgetfulness where one can then accuse him of silence and forgetting. And when, in lightning flashes and cries, madness reappears, as in Nerval or Artaud, Nietzsche or Roussel, it is psychology that remains silent, speechless, before this language that borrows a meaning of its own from that tragic split. I emphasize this phrase. This is a tragic and romantic discourse on the essence of madness and the birth of tragedy, a discourse just as close, literally, to that of a certain Novalis as to that of Hölderlin, from that freedom, that, for contemporary man, only the existence of psychologists allows him to forget. MM, p. 104, MI, pages 87 to 88, 17. And yet, still according to the interminable and inexhaustible /to that we have been following for some time now, the same Freudian man is reinscribed into the noble lineage at the end of Naissance de la Clinique, The Birth of the Clinic, a book published in 1963 but clearly written during the same creative period. Why single out this occurrence of the reinscription rather than another? Because it might give us, and this is, in fact, the hypothesis that interests me, a rule for reading this /de, it might provide us with a criterion for interpreting this untiring exclusion/inclusion. It is a question of another divide, within psychoanalysis, or, in any case, a divide that seems somewhat different than the one I spoke of a moment ago between Freud, the psychologist of evolution, and Freud, the psychologist of individual history. I say seems somewhat different because the one perhaps leads back to the other. The line of this second divide is, quite simply, if one can say this, death. The Freud who breaks with psychology, with evolutionism and biologism, the tragic Freud, really, who shows himself hospitable to madness, and I take the risk of this word, because he is foreign to the space of the hospital, the tragic Freud who deserves hospitality in the great lineage of mad geniuses, is the Freud who talks it out with death. This would especially be the Freud, then, of beyond the pleasure principle, although Foucault never, to my knowledge, mentions this work and makes only a very ambiguous allusion in mental illness and psychology to what he calls a death instinct, the one by which Freud wished to explain the war, although it was war that was dreamed in this shift in Freud's thinking, p. 99, p. 83. Death alone, along with war, introduces the power of the negative into psychology and into its evolutionist optimism. On the basis of this experience of death, on the basis of what is called in the final pages of The Birth of the Clinic originary finitude 18, a vocabulary and theme that then take over Foucault's text and that always seem to me difficult to dissociate from Heidegger, who as you know is practically never evoked, nor even named, by Foucault. 19 Freud is reintegrated into this modernity from out of which the history of madness is written and from which he had been banished at regular intervals. It is by taking account of death as the concrete a priori of medical experience that the beginning of that fundamental relation that binds modern man to his originary finitude comes about, n. pages 198, 199, b. pages 196, 197. This modern man is also a Freudian man. The experience of individuality in modern culture is bound up with that of death, from Hölderlin's Empedocles to Nietzsche's Zarathustra, and on to Freudian man. An obstinate relation to death prescribes to the universal its singular face, and lends to each individual the power of being heard forever. N. p. 199, b. p. 197. Originary finitude is a finitude that no longer arises out of the infinity of a divine presence. It now unfolds in the void left by the absence of the gods, n. p. 200, b. p. 198. What we have here, then, is, in the name of death, so to speak, a reinscription of Freudian man into a modern grouping or whole from which he was sometimes excluded. One can then follow two new but equally ambiguous consequences. On the one hand, the grouping in question is going to be restructured. One should not be surprised to see reappear, as on the very last page of The Birth of the Clinic, the name of Jackson and, before him, Bichat, whose Trait de Membranes, 1827, and Recherches physiologiques would have allowed death to be seen and thought. This vitalism would have arisen against the backdrop of mortalism, n. p. 147, b. p. 145. It would be a characteristic of the entire European 19th century, and it could be attested to just as well by Goya, Géricault, Delacroix or Baudelaire, to name just a few. The importance of Bichat, Jackson, and Freud in European culture does not prove that they were philosophers as well as doctors, but that, in this culture, medical thought is fully engaged in the philosophical status of man, n. p. 200, b. p. 198. But there is a second ambiguous consequence of this relation to death as originary finitude. And so, on the other hand, the figure or face that is then fixed, and in which one believes one recognizes the traits of Freudian man, comes to occupy a rather singular place with respect to what Foucault calls the analytic of finitude and the modern episteme at the end of Les mots et les choses the order of things, 1966. From the standpoint of a certain epistemological trihedron, life, work, and language, or biology, economy, and philology, the human sciences are seen to be at once inclusive and exclusive. These are Foucault's words, CMC, p. 358, OT, p. 347. As for this inclusive exclusion, Freud's work, to which Foucault unwaveringly assigns a model that is more philological than biological, still occupies the place of the hinge. Foucault in fact speaks about the place and workings of a pivot. All this knowledge, within which Western culture had given itself in one century a certain image of man, pivots on the work of Freud, though without, for all that, leaving its fundamental arrangement, MC, p. 372, OT, p. 361. Though without, for all that, leaving its fundamental arrangement, that is how everything turns round the event or the invention of psychoanalysis. It turns in circles and in place, endlessly returning to the same. it is a revolution that changes nothing. Hence this is not, as Foucault adds at this point, the most decisive importance of psychoanalysis. In what, then, does this most decisive importance of psychoanalysis consist? In exceeding both consciousness and representation and, as a result, the human sciences, which do not go beyond the realm of the representable. It is in this respect that psychoanalysis, like ethnology in fact, does not belong to the field of the human sciences. It relates the knowledge of man to the finitude that gives man its foundation, MC, p. 392, OT, p. 381. We are far from its earlier determination as an analytic psychology. And this same excessive character leads psychoanalysis toward the very forms of finitude that Foucault writes in capital letters, that is, toward death, desire, law or law language, CMC, p. 386, OT, p. 375. It would be necessary to devote a more detailed and more probing reading to these few pages, something I cannot do here. To keep to the surest schema, let us simply say that, from this point of view and to this degree at least, psychoanalysis, as an analytic of finitude, is now granted an intimacy with the madness that it had sometimes been conceded but had most often been emphatically denied in the history of madness. And this intimacy is a sort of complicity with the madness of the day, the madness of today, madness in its present form, madness as it is posited in the modern experience, as its truth and its alterity, MC, p. 387, OT, p. 375. But let us not oversimplify things. What Foucault generously grants psychoanalytic experience is now nothing other than what is denied it, more precisely, it is the being able to see what is denied it. Indeed, the only privilege that is here granted to psychoanalysis is that of the experience that accedes to that to which it can never accede. If Foucault here mentions, under the name of madness, only schizophrenia and psychosis, it is because psychoanalysis most often approaches these only in order to acknowledge its own limit, a forbidden or impossible access. This limit defines psychoanalysis. Its intimacy with madness par excellence is an intimacy with the least intimate, a non-intimacy that relates it to what is most heterogeneous, to that which in no way lets itself be interiorized, nor even subjectified, neither alienated, I would say, nor inalienable. This is why psychoanalysis finds in that madness par excellence is also the title given by Blanquat many years earlier to a text on Hölderlin, and Foucault is no doubt echoing this without saying so, which psychiatrists term schizophrenia its intimate, its most invincible torture, for, given in this form of madness, in an absolutely manifest and absolutely withdrawn form, this absolute identity of the manifest and the withdrawn, of the open and the secret, is no doubt the key to this double gesture of interpretation and evaluation, are the forms of finitude towards which it usually advances unceasingly, and interminably, from the starting point of that which is voluntarily involuntarily offered to it in the patient's language. So psychoanalysis recognizes itself when it is confronted with those very psychoses to which, nevertheless, or rather, for that very reason, it has scarcely any means of access, as if the psychosis were displaying in a savage illumination, and offering in a mode not too distant but precisely too close, that towards which analysis must make its laborious way. MC, p. 387, OT, pages 375 to 76. This displacement, as ambiguous as it is, leads Foucault to adopt the exact opposite position of certain theses of the history of madness and mental illness and psychology concerning the couple patient-doctor, concerning transference or alienation. This time, psychoanalysis not only has nothing to do with a psychology, but it constitutes neither a general theory of man, since it is above all else a knowledge linked to a practice, nor an anthropology, CMC, pages 388, 390, OT, pages 376, 378 to 79. Even better, in the movement where he clearly affirms this, Foucault challenges the very thing of which he had unequivocally accused psychoanalysis, namely, of being a mythology and a thaumaturgy. He now wants to explain why psychologists and philosophers were so quick, and so naive, to denounce a Freudian mythology there where that which exceeds representation and consciousness must have in fact resembled, but only resembled, something mythological, CMC, p. 386, OT, p. 374. As for the thaumaturgy of transference, the logic of alienation, and the subtly or sublimely asylum-like violence of the analytic situation, they are no longer, Foucault now says, essential to psychoanalysis, no longer constitutive of it. It is not that all violence is absent from this rehabilitated psychoanalysis, but it is, I hardly dare say it, a good violence, or in any case what Foucault calls a calm violence, one that, in the singular experience of singularity, allows access to the concrete figures of finitude. Neither hypnosis, nor the patient's alienation within the phantasmatic character of the doctor, is constitutive of psychoanalysis. The latter can be deployed only in the calm violence of a particular relationship and the transference it produces. Psychoanalysis makes use of the particular relation of the transference in order to reveal, on the outer confines of representation, desire, law, and death, which outline, at the extremity of analytic language and practice, the concrete figures of finitude. MC, pages 388-89, OT, pages 377-78. Things have indeed changed, or so it appears, between the history of madness and the order of things. From where does the theme of finitude that seems to govern this new displacement of the pendulum come? To what philosophical event is this analytic of finitude to be attributed, this analytic in which is inscribed the trihedron of knowledges or models of the modern episteme, with its non-sciences, the human sciences, according to Foucault, MC, p. 378, OT, p. 366, and its counter-sciences, which Foucault says psychoanalysis and ethnology also are, MC, p. 391, OT, p. 379. As a project, the analytic of finitude would belong to the tradition of the Kantian critique. Foucault insists on this Kantian filiation by specifying, to cite it once again, we think in that place. Here is again and for a time, according to Foucault, our age, our contemporaneity. It is true that if originary finitude obviously makes us think of Kant, it would be unable to do so alone, that is to summarize an enormous venture in a word, in a name without the active interpretation of the Heideggerian repetition and all its repercussions, particularly, since this is our topic today, in the discourse of French philosophy and psychoanalysis, and especially, Lacanian psychoanalysis, and when I say Lacanian, I am also referring to all the debates with Lacan during the past few decades. This would have perhaps deserved some mention here on the part of Foucault, especially when he speaks of originary finitude. For Kantian finitude is precisely not originary, as is, on the contrary, the one to which the Heideggerian interpretation leads. Finitude in Kant's sense is instead derived, as is the intuition bearing the same name. But let us leave all this aside, since it would, as we say, take us a bit too far afield. The we who is saying we think in that place is evidently, tautologically, the we from out of which the signatory of these lines, the author of the history of madness and the order of things, speaks, writes, and thinks. But this we never stops dividing, and the places of its signature are displaced in being divided up. A certain untimeliness always disturbs the contemporary who reassures him or herself in a we. This we, our we, is not its own contemporary. The self-identity of its age, or of any age, appears as divided, and thus problematic, problematizable. I underscore this word for a reason that will perhaps become apparent in a moment, as the age of madness or an age of psychoanalysis, as well as, in fact, all the historical or archaeological categories that promise us the determinable stability of a configurable whole. In fact, from the moment a couple separates, from the moment, for example, just to locate here a symptom or a simple indication, the couple Freud/Nietzsche forms and then unforms. This decoupling fissures the identity of the epoch, of the age, of the episteme or the paradigm of which one or the other, or both together, might have been the significant representatives. This is even more true when this decoupling comes to fissure the self-identity of some individual, or some presumed individuality, for example, of Freud. What allows one to presume the non-self-difference of Freud, for example, and of psychoanalysis? These decouplings and self-differences no doubt introduce a good deal of disorder into the unity of any configuration, whole, epoch, or historical age. Such disturbances make the historian's work rather difficult, even and especially the work of the most original and refined among them. This self-difference, this difference to self à soi, and not simply with self, makes life hard if not impossible for historical science. But inversely, would there be any history, would anything ever happen, without this principle of disturbance? Would there ever be any event without this disturbance of the principality? At the point where we are, the age of finitude is being de-identified for at least one reason, from which I can here abstract only the general schema. The thought of finitude, as the thought of finite man, speaks both of the tradition, the memory of the Kantian critique or of the knowledges rooted in it, and of the end fin of this finite man, this man who is nearing its end, as Foucault's most famous sentence would have it in this final wager, placed on the edge of a promise that has yet to take shape, in the final lines of the order of things. Then one can certainly wager that man would be effaced, like a face drawn in sand at the edge or limit of the sea. MC, p. 398, OT, p. 387. The trait of the face, the line, or the limit, that then runs the risk of being effaced in the sand would perhaps also be the one that separates an end from itself, thereby multiplying it endlessly and making it, once again, into a limit. The self-relation of a limit at once erases and multiplies the limit, it cannot but divide it in inventing it. The limit only comes to be effaced, it only comes to efface itself as soon as it is inscribed. 2. I'm finished with this point, and so I should really finish it up right here. Assuming that I haven't already worn out your patience, I will conclude with a second indication as a sort of postscript and even more schematically in order to point once again in the direction of psychoanalysis and to put these hypotheses to the test of the history of sexuality, 1976 to 1984, point 20. If one is still willing to follow this figure of the pendulum balancier making a scene before psychoanalysis, then one will observe that the /de here gives a new impetus to the movement, a movement with the same rhythm but with a greater amplitude and range than ever before. Psychoanalysis is here reduced, more than it ever was, to a very circumscribed and dependent moment in a history of the strategies of knowledge and power, juridical, familial, psychiatric, vs. p. 210, hs. p. 159. Psychoanalysis is taken by and interested in these strategies, but it does not think them through. The praises of Freud fall decisively and irreversibly. One hears, for example, of how wonderfully effective he was, worthy of the greatest spiritual fathers and directors of the classical period in giving a new impetus to the secular injunction to study sex and transform it into discourse, vs. p. 210, hs. p. 159. This time, in other words, in reinscribing the invention of psychoanalysis into the history of a disciplinary dynamic, one no longer indicts only the ruses of objectivization and psychiatric alienation, as in the history of madness, and no longer only the stratagems that would have allowed the confinement without confinement of the patient in the invisible asylum of the analytic situation. This time, it is a question of going much further back, and more radically than the repressive hypothesis ever did, towards the harsh ruses of the monarchy of sex and the agencies of power that support it. These latter invest in and take charge of sexuality, so that there is no need to oppose, as one so often and naively believes, power and pleasure. And since we have been following for so long now the obsessive avatars of the evil genius, the irresistible, demonic, and metamorphic returns of this quasi-god, of God second in command, this metempsychotic Satan, we here find Freud himself once again, Freud, to whom Foucault leaves a choice between only two roles, the bad genius and the good one. And what we have here is another chiasm. In the rhetoric of the few lines that I will read in a moment, one will not be surprised to see that the accused, the one who is the most directly targeted by the indictment for no amount of denying will make us forget that we are dealing here with a trial and a verdict is the good genius of Freud and not his bad genius. Why so? In the final pages of the first volume of the History of Sexuality, the accusation of pansexualism that was often leveled against psychoanalysis naturally comes up. Those most blind in this regard, says Foucault, were not those who denounced pansexualism out of prudishness. Their only error was to have attributed solely to the bad genius mauvaise génie of Freud what had already gone through a long stage of preparation, vs. p. 210, hs. p. 159, my emphasis. The opposite error, the symmetrical lure, corresponds to a more serious mystification. It is the illusion that could be called emancipatory, the aberration of the Enlightenment, the misguided notion on the part of those who believed that Freud, the good genius of Freud, had finally freed sex from its repression by power. These were mistaken concerning the nature of the process. They believed that Freud had at last, through a sudden reversal, restored to sex the rightful share which it had been denied for so long. They had not seen how the good genius of Freud had placed it at one of the critical points marked out for it since the 18th century by the strategies of knowledge and power, how wonderfully effective he was in giving a new impetus to the secular injunction to study sex and transform it into discourse. Vs. p. 210, hs. p. 159, my emphasis 21. The good genius of Freud would thus be worse than the bad one. It would have consisted in getting itself well placed, in spotting the best place in an old strategy of knowledge and power. Whatever questions it might leave unanswered, and I will speak in just a moment of one of those it suscitates in me, this project appears none the less exciting, necessary, and courageous. And I would not want any particular reservation on my part to be too quickly classified among the reactions of those who hasten to defend the threatened privilege of the pure invention of psychoanalysis, that is, of an invention that would be pure, of a psychoanalysis that one might still dream would have innocently sprung forth already outfitted, helmeted, armed, in short, outside all history, after the epistemological cutting of the cord, as one used to say, indeed, after the unraveling of the navel of the dream. Foucault himself during an interview seemed to be ready for some sort of compromise on this issue, readily and good-spiritedly acknowledging the impasses, this was his word, of his concept of episteme and the difficulties into which this new project had led him. Point 22. But only those who work, only those who take risks in working, encounter difficulties. One only ever thinks and takes responsibility if indeed one ever does in the testing of the aporia. Without this, one is content to follow an inclination or apply a program. And it would not be very generous, indeed it would be especially naive and imprudent, to take advantage of these avowals, to take them literally, and to forget what Foucault himself tells us about the confessional scene. The question that I would have liked to formulate would thus not aim to protect psychoanalysis against some new attack, nor even to cast the slightest doubt upon the importance, necessity, and legitimacy of Foucault's extremely interesting project concerning this great history of sexuality. My question would only seek, and this would be, in sum, a sort of modest contribution to complicate somewhat an axiomatic and, on the basis of this perhaps, certain discursive or conceptual procedures, particularly regarding the way in which this axiomatic is inscribed in its age, in the historical field that serves as a point of departure, and in its reference to psychoanalysis. In a word, without compromising in the least the necessity of reinscribing almost all psychoanalysis, assuming one could seriously say such a thing, which I do not believe one can, psychoanalysis itself, all psychoanalysis, the whole truth about all psychoanalysis, into a history that precedes and exceeds it, it would be a question of becoming interested in certain gestures, in certain works, in certain moments of certain works of psychoanalysis, Freudian and post-Freudian, for one cannot especially in France, seriously treat the subject by limiting oneself to a strictly Freudian discourse and apparatus, in certain traits of a consequently non-globalizable psychoanalysis, one that is divided and multiple, like the powers that Foucault ceaselessly reminds us are essentially dispersed. It would then be a question of admitting that these necessarily fragmentary or disjointed movements say and do, provide resources for saying and doing, what the history of sexuality, the will to knowledge, wishes to say, what it means veut dire, and what it wishes to do, to know and to make known, with regard to psychoanalysis. In other words, if one still wanted to speak in terms of age, something that I would only ever do in the form of citation at this point, here on this line, concerning some trait that is on the side from out of which the history of sexuality is written rather than on the side of what it describes or objectifies, one would have to say that Foucault's project belongs too much to the age of psychoanalysis in its possibility for it, when claiming to the métier psychoanalysis, to do anything other. Then let psychoanalysis continue to speak obliquely of itself and to mark one of its folds in a scene that I will not call self-referential or specular, but whose structural complication I will not here try to describe. I have tried to do this elsewhere. This is not only because of what withdraws this history from the regime of representation, because of what already inscribes the possibility of this history in and since the age of Freud and Heidegger to use these names as mere indications for the sake of convenience. It is also for a reason that interests us here more directly, what Foucault announces and denounces about the relation between pleasure and power, in what he calls the double impetus, pleasure and power, vs. p. 62, hs. p. 45, would find, already in Freud, to say nothing of those who followed, discussed, transformed, and displaced him, the very resources for the objection leveled against the good genius, the so very bad good genius, of the father of psychoanalysis. I will situate this with just a word in order to conclude. Foucault had clearly cautioned us, this history of sexuality was not to be a historian's history. A genealogy of desiring man was to be neither a history of representations nor a history of behaviors or sexual practices. This would lead one to think that sexuality cannot become an object of history without seriously affecting the historian's practice and the concept of history. Moreover, Foucault puts quotation marks around the word sexuality. The quotation marks have a certain importance. He adds point 23, we are thus also dealing here with the history of a word, with its usages starting in the 19th century and the reformulation of the vocabulary in relation to a large number of other phenomena, from biological mechanisms to traditional and new norms, to the institutions that support these, be they religious, juridical, pedagogical, or medical, for example, psychoanalytic. This history of the uses of a word is neither nominalist nor essentialist. It concerns procedures and, more precisely, zones of problematization. It is a history of truth as a history of problematizations, and even as an archaeology of problematizations, through which being offers itself as something that can and must be thought. 24 The point is to analyze not simply behaviors, ideas, or ideologies but, first of all, these problematizations in which a thought of being intersects practices and practices of the self, a genealogy of practices of the self through which these problematizations are formed. With its reflexive vigilance and care in thinking itself in its rigorous specificity, such an analysis thus calls for the problematization of its own problematization. This latter must itself also question itself, and with the same archaeological and genealogical care, the same care that it itself methodically prescribes. When confronted with a historical problematization of such scope and thematic richness, one should not be satisfied with a mere survey, nor with asking in just a few minutes an overarching question so as to ensure some sort of synoptic mastery. What we can and must try to do in such a situation is to pay tribute to a work that is this great and this uncertain by means of a question that it itself raises, by means of a question that it carries within itself, that it keeps in reserve in its unlimited potential, one of the questions that can thus be deciphered within it, a question that keeps it in suspense, holding its breath and halen and, thus, keeps it alive. One of these questions, for me, for example, would be the one I had tried to formulate a few years ago during a conference honoring Foucault at New York University. Point 25. It was developed by means of a problematization of the concept of power and of the theme of what Foucault calls the spiral in the duality power/pleasure. Leaving aside the huge question of the concept of power and of what gives it its alleged unity under the essential dispersion rightly recalled by Foucault himself, I will put out only a thread. It would lead to that which, in a certain Freud and at the center of a certain, let's say for the sake of convenience, French heritage of Freud, would not only not let itself be objectified by the Foucauldian problematization but would actually contribute to it in the most determinate and efficient way, thereby deserving to be inscribed on the thematizing rather than on the thematized border of this history of sexuality. I thus have to wonder what Foucault would have said, in this perspective, and were he to have taken this into account, not of Freud or of psychoanalysis itself in general, which does not exist any more than power does as one big central and homogeneous corpus, but, for example, since this is only one example, about an undertaking like Beyond the Pleasure Principle, about something in its lineage or between its filial connections along with everything that has been inherited, repeated, or discussed from it since then. In following one of these threads or filial connections, one of the most discreet, in following the abyssal, unassignable, and unmasterable strategy of this text, a strategy that is finally without strategy, one begins to see that this text not only opens up the horizon of a beyond of the pleasure principle, the hypothesis of such a beyond never really seeming to be of interest to Foucault, against which the whole economy of pleasure needs to be rethought, complicated, pursued in its most unrecognizable ruses and detours. By means of one of these filiations, another one unwinding the spool of the fort/de that continues to interest us, this text also problematizes, in its greatest radically, the agency of power and mastery. In a discrete and difficult passage, an original drive for power or drive for mastery, Bemächtigungstrieb, is mentioned. It is very difficult to know if this drive for power is still dependent upon the pleasure principle, indeed, upon sexuality as such, upon the austere monarchy of sex that Foucault speaks of on the last page of his book. How would Foucault have situated this drive for mastery in his discourse on power or on irreducibly plural powers? How would he have read this drive, had he read it, in this extremely enigmatic text of Freud? How would he have interpreted the recurring references to the demonic from someone who then makes himself, according to his own terms, the devil's advocate, and who becomes interested in the hypothesis of a late or derived appearance of sex and sexual pleasure? In the whole problematization whose history he describes, how would Foucault have inscribed this passage from Beyond the Pleasure Principle, and this concept and these questions, with all the debates to which this book of Freud either directly or indirectly gave rise, in a sort of critical capitalization, particularly in the France of our age, beginning with everything in Lacan that takes its point of departure in the repetition compulsion Wiederholungszwang? Would he have inscribed this problematic matrix within the whole whose history he describes? Or would he have put it on the other side, on the side of what allows one on the contrary to delimit the whole, indeed to problematize it? And thus on a side that no longer belongs to the whole, nor, as I would be tempted to think, to any whole, such that the very idea of a gathering of problematization or procedure, to say nothing any longer of age, episteme, paradigm, or epoch, would make for so many problematic names, just as problematic as the very idea of problematization? This is one of the questions that I would have liked to ask him. I am trying, since this is, unfortunately, the only recourse left us in the solitude of questioning, to imagine the principle of the reply. It would perhaps be something like this: what one must stop believing in is principality or principalness, in the problematic of the principle, in the principled unity of pleasure and power, or of some drive that is thought to be more originary than the other. The theme of the spiral would be that of a drive duality, power/pleasure, that is without principle. It is the spirit of this spiral that keeps one in suspense, holding one's breath and, thus, keeps one alive. The question would thus once again be given a new impetus: is not the duality in question, this spiral duality, what Freud tried to oppose to all monisms by speaking of a dual drive and of a death drive, of a death drive that was no doubt not alien to the drive for mastery. And, thus, to what is most alive in life, to its very living en survivance. I am still trying to imagine Foucault's response. I can't quite do it. I would need him to take it on himself. But in this place where no one can answer for him, in the absolute silence where we remain nonetheless turned toward him, I would venture to bet that, in a sentence that I will not construct for him, he would have associated and yet also dissociated, he would have placed back to back, mastery and death, that is, the same death and the master, death as the master. 10 Adieu. Translated by Pascal and Brault and Michael Nas. For a long time, for a very long time, I feared having to say adieu to Emmanuel Levinas. I knew that my voice would tremble at the moment of saying it, and especially saying it aloud, right here, before him, so close to him, pronouncing this word of adieu, this word adieu, which in a certain sense I get from him, a word that he will have taught me to think or to pronounce otherwise. By meditating upon what Emmanuel Levinas wrote about the French word adieu, which I will recall in a few moments, I hope to find a sort of encouragement to speak here. And I would like to do so with unadorned, naked words, words as childlike and disarmed as my sorrow. Yet whom would one be addressing at such a moment? And in whose name would one allow oneself to do so? Oftentimes, those who come forward to speak publicly, thereby interrupting the animated whispering, the secret or intimate exchange that always links one deep down inside to the dead friend or master, those who can be heard in a cemetery, end up addressing directly, straight on, the one who, as we say, is no longer living, no longer there, who will no longer respond, with tears in their voice. They sometimes speak familiarly tutoying to the other who keeps silent, calling upon him without detour or mediation, apostrophizing him, greeting him even or confiding in him. This is not necessarily out of respect for convention, not always simply part of the rhetoric of oration. It is rather so as to traverse speech at the very point where we find ourselves lacking the words, and because all language that would return to the self, to us, would seem indecent, a sort of reflexive discourse that would end up coming back to the stricken community, to its consolation or its mourning, to what is called, in this confused and terrible expression, the work of mourning. Concerned only with itself, such speech would, in this return, run the risk of turning away from what is here our law and the law as straightforwardness or uprightness droiture, to speak straight on, to address oneself directly to the other, and to speak for the other whom one loves and admires, before speaking of him. To say to him adieu, to him, Emmanuel, and not merely to recall what he will have first taught us about a certain adieu. This word droiture, straightforwardness or uprightness, is another word that I began to hear otherwise and to learn when it came to me from Emmanuel Levinas. Of all the places where he speaks of uprightness, what comes to mind first is one of his 4 Talmudic readings, since it is there that uprightness names that which is, as he says, stronger than death. But let us also keep from trying to find in everything that is said to be stronger than death a refuge or an alibi, yet another consolation. To define uprightness, Emmanuel Levinas says in his commentary on the tractate Shabbath that consciousness is the urgency of a destination leading to the other and not an eternal return to self. An innocence without naivete, an uprightness without stupidity, an absolute uprightness which is also absolute self-criticism, read in the eyes of the one who is the goal of my uprightness and whose look calls me into question. It is a movement toward the other that does not come back to its point of origin the way diversion comes back, incapable as it is of transcendence, a movement beyond anxiety and stronger than death. This uprightness is called temimut, the essence of Jacob. 1. This same meditation also set to work as each meditation did, though each in a singular way, all the great themes to which the thought of Emmanuel Levinas has awakened us, that of responsibility first of all, but of an unlimited responsibility that exceeds and precedes my freedom, that of an unconditional yes, as this text says, of a yes older than that of naive spontaneity, a yes in accord with this uprightness that is original fidelity to an indissoluble alliance to and the final words. Of this lesson return, of course, to death, but they do so precisely so as not to let death have the last word, or the first one. They remind us of a recurrent theme in what was a long and incessant meditation upon death, but one that set out on a path that ran counter to the philosophical tradition running from Plato to Heidegger. Elsewhere, before saying what the adieu must be, another text speaks of the extreme uprightness of the face of my neighbor as the uprightness of an exposure to death, without any defense. 3. I cannot find, and would not even want to try to find, a few words to size up the oeuvre of Emmanuel Levinas. It is so large that one can no longer even see its edges. And one would have to begin by learning once again from him and from totality and infinity, for example, how to think what an oeuvre or work is as well as fecundity. Moreover, one can predict with a certain confidence that centuries of readings will set this as their task. Already, well beyond France and Europe, and we see innumerable signs of this every day in so many works and in so many languages, in all the translations, courses, seminars, conferences, and so on. The reverberations of this thought will have changed the course of the philosophical reflection of our time, and of the reflection on philosophy, on that which orders it according to ethics, according to another thought of ethics, responsibility, justice, the state, and so on, another thought of the other, a thought that is newer than so many novelties because it is ordered to the absolute anteriority of the face of the other. Yes, ethics before and beyond ontology, the state, or politics, but also ethics beyond ethics. One day, on the Rue Michel Ange, during one of those conversations whose memory I hold so dear, one of those conversations illuminated by the radiance of his thought, the goodness of his smile, the gracious humor of his ellipses, he said to me, "You know, one often speaks of ethics to describe what I do, but what really interests me in the end is not ethics alone, but the holy, the holiness of the holy." And I then thought of a singular separation, the unique separation of the curtain or veil that is given, ordered, and ordained, done, ordonné, by God, the veil entrusted by Moses to an inventor or an artist rather than to an embroiderer, the veil that would separate the Holy of Holies in the sanctuary. And I also thought of how other Talmudic lessons sharpen the necessary distinction between sacredness and holiness, that is, the holiness of the other, the holiness of the person, who is, as Emmanuel Levinas said elsewhere, more holy than a land, even a holy land, since, faced with an affront made to a person, this holy land appears in its nakedness to be but stone and wood. 4. This meditation on ethics, on the transcendence of the holy with regard to the sacred, that is, with regard to the paganism of roots and the idolatry of place, was, of course, indissociable from an incessant reflection upon the destiny and thought of Israel, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. Such reflection consisted in a requestioning and reaffirmation of the legacies of not only the biblical and Talmudic tradition but of the terrifying memory of our time. This memory dictates each of these sentences, whether from close or from afar, even if Levinas would sometimes protest against certain self-justifying abuses to which such a memory and the reference to the Holocaust might give rise. But refraining from commentaries and questions, I would simply like to give thanks to someone whose thought, friendship, trust, and goodness, and I ascribe to this word goodness all the significance it is given in the final pages of Totality and Infinity, will have been for me, as for so many others, a living source, so living, so constant, that I am unable to think what is happening to him or happening to me today, namely, this interruption or a certain non-response in a response that will never come to an end for me as long as I live. The non-response, you will no doubt recall that in the remarkable course he gave in 1975-76, exactly 20 years ago, on death and time, there where he defines death as the patience of time, and where he engages in a grand and noble critical encounter with Plato as much as with Hegel, but especially with Heidegger, Emmanuel Levinas there often defines death, the death that we meet in the face of the other, as non-response. It is the without response, he says. And elsewhere, there is here an end that always has the ambiguity of a departure without return, of a passing away but also of a scandal. Is it really possible that he's dead, of non-response and of my responsibility? 5. Death, not first of all annihilation, non-being, or nothingness, but a certain experience for the survivor of the without response. Already totality and infinity called into question the traditional philosophical and religious interpretation of death as either a passage to nothingness or a passage to some other existence. 6. To identify death with nothingness is what the murderer would like to do. Cain, for example, who, says Emmanuel Levinas, must have had such a knowledge of death. But even this nothingness presents itself as a sort of impossibility or, more precisely, an interdiction. The face of the other forbids me from killing, it says to me you shall not kill, even if this possibility remains presupposed by the interdiction that makes it impossible. This question without response, this question of the without response, would thus be underivable, primordial, like the interdiction against killing, more originary than the alternative of to be or not to be, which is thus neither the first nor the last question. To be or not to be, another essay concludes, is probably not the question par excellence, c. p. 151. I draw from all this today that our infinite sadness must shy away from everything in mourning that would turn toward nothingness, that is, toward that which still even potentially links guilt to murder. Levinas indeed speaks of the guilt of the survivor, but it is a guilt without fault and without debt. It is, in truth, an entrusted responsibility, entrusted in a moment of unparalleled emotion, at the moment when death remains the absolute exception. To express this unprecedented emotion, the one I feel here and share with you, the one that our sense of propriety forbids us from exhibiting, and so as to make clear without personal avowal or exhibition how this singular emotion is related to this entrusted responsibility, entrusted as legacy, allow me once again to let Emmanuel Levinas speak, he whose voice I would so much love to hear today when it says that the death of the other is the first death, and that I am responsible for the other insofar as he is mortal. Or else the following, from this same course of 1975 to 76. The death of someone is not, in spite of what it appeared to be at first glance, an empirical facticity, death as an empirical fact whose induction alone could suggest its universality, it is not exhausted in such an appearance. Someone who expresses himself in his nakedness the face is in fact one to the extent that he calls upon me, to the extent that he places himself under my responsibility, I must already answer for him, be responsible for him. Every gesture of the other was a sign addressed to me. To return to the classification sketched out above, to show oneself, to express oneself, to associate oneself, to be entrusted to me. The other who expresses himself is entrusted to me, and there is no debt with regard to the other, for that which is due cannot be paid, one will never be even, further on it will be a question of a duty beyond all debt for the I who is what it is, singular and identifiable, only through the impossibility of being able to be replaced, even though it is precisely here that the responsibility for the other, the responsibility of the hostage, is an experience of substitution and sacrifice. The other individuates me in that responsibility that I have for him. The death of the other who dies affects me in my very identity as a responsible I, made up of unspeakable responsibility. This is how I am affected by the death of the other, this is my relation with his death. It is, in my relation, my deference towards someone who no longer responds, already a guilt of the survivor. Mt. pages 14 to 15, quotation in brackets, p. 25. And a bit further on. The relation to death in its exception and, regardless of its signification in relation to being and nothingness, it is an exception while conferring upon death its depth, is neither a seeing nor even an aiming towards, neither a seeing of being as in Plato nor an aiming towards nothingness as in Heidegger, a purely emotional relation, moving with an emotion that is not made up of the repercussions of a prior knowledge upon our sensibility and our intellect. It is an emotion, a movement, an uneasiness with regard to the unknown. Mt. pages 18 to 19. The unknown is here emphasized. The unknown is not the negative limit of some knowledge. This non-knowledge is the element of friendship or hospitality for the transcendence of the stranger, the infinite distance of the other. Unknown is the word chosen by Maurice Blancot for the title of an essay, Knowledge of the Unknown, which he devoted to the one who had been, from the time of their meeting in Strasbourg in 1923, the friend, the very friendship of the friend. For many among us, no doubt, for myself certainly, the absolute fidelity, the exemplary friendship of thought, the friendship between Maurice Blancot and Emmanuel Levinas was a grace, a gift. It remains as a benediction of this time, and, for more than one reason, the good fortune that is also a blessing for all those who have had the great privilege of being the friend of either one of them. In order to hear once again today, right here, Blancot speak for Levinas, and with Levinas, as I had the good fortune to do when in their company one day in 1968, I will cite a couple of lines. After having named that which in the other ravishes us, after having spoken of a certain rapture, the word often used by Levinas to speak of death, Blancot says. But we must not despair of philosophy. In Emmanuel Levinas's book Totality and Infinity, where, it seems to me, philosophy in our time has never spoken in a more sober manner, putting back into question, as we must, our ways of thinking and even our facile reverence for ontology, we are called upon to become responsible for what philosophy essentially is, by welcoming, in all the radiance and infinite exigency proper to it, the idea of the other, that is to say, the relation with autrui. It is as though there were here a new departure in philosophy and a leap that it, and we ourselves, were urged to accomplish. Point 7. If the relation to the other presupposes an infinite separation, an infinite interruption where the face appears, what happens, where and to whom does it happen, when another interruption comes at death to hollow out with even more infinity this prior separation, a rending interruption at the heart of interruption itself? I cannot speak of the interruption without recalling, like many among you no doubt, the anxiety of interruption that I could feel in Emmanuel Levinas when, on the telephone for example, he seemed at each moment to fear being cut off, to fear the silence or disappearance, the without response, of the other whom he tried to call out to and hold on to with an allo between each sentence, and sometimes even in mid-sentence. What happens when a great thinker becomes silent, one whom we knew living, whom we read and reread, and also heard, one from whom we were still awaiting a response, as if such a response would help us not only to think otherwise but also to read what we thought we had already read under his signature, a response that held everything in reserve, and so much more than what we thought we had already recognized in that signature. This is an experience that, I have learned, would remain for me interminable with Emmanuel Levinas, as with all thoughts that are sources, for I will never stop beginning anew to think with them on the basis of the new beginning they give me, and I will begin again and again to rediscover them on just about any subject. Each time I read or reread Emmanuel Levinas, I am overwhelmed with gratitude and admiration, overwhelmed by this necessity, which is not a constraint but an extremely gentle force that obligates us not to bend or curve otherwise the space of thought in its respect for the other but to yield to this other heteronymous curvature that relates us to the completely other, that is, to justice, as he says somewhere in a powerful and formidable ellipsis, the relation to the other, that is to say, justice, according to the law that thus calls us to yield to the other infinite precedence of the completely other. It will have come, like this call, to disturb, discreetly but irreversibly, the most powerful and established thoughts of the end of this millennium, beginning with those of Husserl and Heidegger whom Levinas in fact introduced into France some 65 years ago. Indeed, this country whose hospitality he so much loved, and totality and infinity shows not only that the essence of language is goodness but that the essence of language is friendship and hospitality. 8. This hospitable France, owes him, among so many other things, among so many other significant contributions, at least two eruptive events of thought, two inaugural acts that are difficult to measure today because they have been so much incorporated into the very element of our philosophical culture after having transformed its landscape. There was first, to say it all too quickly, beginning in 1930 with translations and interpretative readings, the initial introduction to Husserlian phenomenology, which would in turn irrigate and fecundate so many French philosophical currents. Then, and in truth simultaneously, there was the introduction to Heideggerian thought, which was no less important in the genealogy of so many French philosophers, professors, and students. Husserl and Heidegger at the same time, beginning in 1930. I wanted last night to reread a few pages from this prodigious book that was for me, as for many others before me, the first and best guide. I picked out a few sentences that have made their mark in time and that allow us to measure the distance he will have helped us cover. In 1930, a young man of 23 said in the preface that I reread, and reread smiling at him, the fact that in France phenomenology is not a doctrine known to everyone has been a constant problem in the writing of this book. Or again, speaking of the so very powerful and original philosophy of Mr. Martin Heidegger, whose influence on this book will often be felt, the same book also recalls that the problem raised here by transcendental phenomenology is an ontological problem in the very precise sense that Heidegger gives to this term 9. The second event, the second philosophical tremor, I would even say the happy traumatism that we owe him, in the sense of the word traumatism that he liked to recall, the traumatism of the other that comes from the other, is that, while closely reading and reinterpreting the thinkers I just mentioned, but so many others as well, both philosophers such as Descartes, Kant, and Kierkegaard, and writers such as Dostoevsky, Kafka, Proust, and so on, all the while disseminating his words through publications, courses, and lectures, at the École Normale Israélite Orientale, at the Collège Philosophique, and at the universities of Poitiers, Nanterre, and the Sorbonne, Emmanuel Levinas slowly displaced, but so as to bend them according to an inflexible and simple exigency, the axis, trajectory, and even the order of phenomenology or ontology that he had introduced into France beginning in 1930. Once again, he completely changed the landscape without landscape of thought, he did so in a dignified way, without polemic, at once from within, faithfully, and from very far away, from the attestation of a completely other place. And I believe that what occurred there, in this second sailing, in this second time that leads us even further back than the first, is a discrete but irreversible mutation, one of those very powerful, very singular, and very rare provocations within history that, for over 2,000 years now, will have ineffaceably marked the space and body of what is more or less, or in any case something different than, a simple dialogue between Jewish thought and its others, the philosophies of Greek origin or, in the tradition of a certain Here I Am, the other Abrahamic monotheisms. This happened, this mutation happened, through him, through Emmanuel Levinas, who was conscious of this immense responsibility in a way that was, I believe, at once clear, confident, calm, and modest, like that of a prophet. One of the indications of this historical shockwave is the influence of this thought well beyond philosophy, and well beyond Jewish thought, in various circles of Christian theology, for example. I cannot help but recall the day when, during a meeting of the Congrès des Intellectuels Juifs, as we were both listening to a lecture by André Neyer, Emmanuel Levinas turned to me and said with the gentle irony so familiar to us, "You see, he's the Jewish Protestant and I'm the Catholic," a quip that would call for long and serious reflection. Everything that has happened here has happened through him, thanks to him, and we have had the good fortune not only of receiving it while living, from him living, as a responsibility entrusted by the living to the living, but also the good fortune of owing it to him with a light and innocent debt. One day, speaking of his research on death and of what it owed Heidegger at the very moment when it was moving away from him, Levinas wrote, "It distinguishes itself from Heidegger's thought, and it does so in spite of the debt that every contemporary thinker owes to Heidegger, a debt that one often regrets." Mt. p. 8. Now, the good fortune of our debt toward Levinas is that we can, thanks to him, assume it and affirm it without regret, in the joyous innocence of admiration. It is of the order of this unconditional yes of which I spoke earlier and to which it responds yes. The regret, my regret, is not having said this to him enough, not having shown him this enough in the course of these 30 years, during which, in the modesty of silences, through brief or discreet conversations, writings that were too indirect or reserved, We often address to one another what I would call neither questions nor answers but, perhaps, to use another one of his words, a sort of question, prayer, a question prayer that, as he says, would be anterior even to the dialogue. This question prayer that turned me toward him perhaps already shared in this experience of the adieu with which I began earlier. The greeting of the adieu does not signal the end. The adieu is not a finality, he says, thus challenging this alternative between being and nothingness, which is not ultimate. The adieu greets the other beyond being, in what signifies, beyond being, the word glory. The adieu is not a process of being. In the call, I am referred back to the other human being through whom this call signifies, to the neighbor for whom I am to fear, c. p. 150. But I said that I did not want simply to recall what he entrusted to us of the adieu but first of all to say adieu to him, to call him by his name, to call his name, his first name, such as he is called at the moment when, if he no longer responds, it is because he responds in us, from the bottom of our hearts, in us but before us, in us right before us in calling us, in recalling to us, adieu. Adieu, Emmanuel. 11 By force of morning. Translated by Pascal Anne Brault and Michael Nas. Who could ever speak of the work of Louis Marin? Who would already know how to speak of the works of Louis Marin and of all the work that bore them, a work without measure? Work, that which makes for a work, for an oeuvre, indeed that which works and works to open, opus and opening, oeuvre and overture, the work or labor of the oeuvre insofar as it engenders, produces and brings to light, but also labor or travail as suffering, as the enduring of force, as the pain of the one who gives. Of the one who gives birth, who brings to the light of day and gives something to be seen, who enables or empowers, who gives the force to know and to be able to see, and all these are powers of the image, the pain of what is given and of the one who takes the pains to help us see, read, and think. Who could ever speak of all the work and works of Louis Marin? As for this work, but what does one do when one works? When one works on the work of morning, when one works at the work of morning, one is already, yes, already, doing such work, enduring this work of morning from the very start, letting it work within oneself, and thus authorizing oneself to do it, according it to oneself, according it within oneself, and giving oneself this liberty of finitude, the most worthy and the freest possible. One cannot hold a discourse on the work of morning without taking part in it, without announcing or partaking in se fair part to death, and first of all in one's own death. In the announcement of one's own death, which says, in short, I am dead, I died, such as this book lets it be heard, one should be able to say, and I have tried to say this in the past, that all work is also the work of morning. All work in general works at morning. In and of itself. Even when it has the power to give birth, even and especially when it plans to bring something to light and let it be seen. The work of morning is not one kind of work among other possible kinds. An activity of the kind work is by no means a specific figure for production in general. There is thus no meta-language for the language in which a work of morning is at work. This is also why one should not be able to say anything about the work of morning, anything about this subject, since it cannot become a theme, only another experience of morning that comes to work over the one who intends to speak. To speak of morning or of anything else. And that is why whoever thus works at the work of morning learns the impossible, and that morning is interminable, inconsolable, irreconcilable. Right up until death, that is what whoever works at morning knows, working at morning as both their object and their resource, working at morning as one would speak of a painter working at a painting, but also of a machine working at such and such an energy level, the theme of work thus becoming their very force, and their term, a principle. What might be this principle of morning? And what was its force? What is, what will have been, what will still be tomorrow, the energy of Louis Marin? Let us begin by letting him speak. Here are a few words, his words, that say something difficult to understand. They advance a truth, advance toward a singular aporia that Louis Marin states, or rather announces precisely, on the subject of morning. It says, and for the moment I cite just part of a sentence, as if it were all of a sudden suspended, an interruption coming to take its breath away. The modalities of a work of mourning of the absolute of force 1. This fragment of a long sentence by Louis Marin names and we thus repeat it the modalities of a work of mourning of the absolute of force. 5 nouns linked together, which can be read as the scanned filiation of a single genitive in the preface of his last book. And never before had I paid attention to the terrible ambiguity of this expression the last book of Louis Marin. It makes it impossible to decide between the final book and simply the most recent one, the last one to have come out. For there will be others. This one will simply be the last to have come out, though we know that those that will come out later will have been completed before this one, which will thus remain in the end, and forever, the last one. Forever. From now on the final one. The preface to De Pouvoirs de l'Image, glosses thus announces and pronounces that it will address the modalities of a work of mourning of the absolute of force. The slow and cautious procession, the vigilant theory of these complements of the noun leave no determination exempt from analysis. If the word force is here in quotation marks, it is for a good reason, it is because the mourning in question and the so-called work of mourning are not self-evident, they go beyond understanding in some way, they go past the usual understanding of this word force, indeed, they just don't quite go. It is a question, in truth, of the impossible itself. And that is why I took the risk of speaking a moment ago of an aporia. You will also understand, for this is the law of mourning, and the law of the law, always in mourning, that it would have to fail in order to succeed. In order to succeed, it would well have to fail well. It would well have to fail, for this is what has to be so, in failing well. That is what would have to be. And while it is always promised, it will never be assured. In the era of psychoanalysis, we all of course speak, and we can always go on speaking, about the successful work of mourning or, inversely, as if it were precisely the contrary, about a melancholia that would signal the failure of such work. But if we are to follow Louis Marin, here comes a work without force, a work that would have to work at renouncing force, its own force, a work that would have to work at failure, and thus at mourning and getting over force, a work working at its own unproductivity, absolutely, working to absolve or to absolve itself of whatever might be absolute about force, and thus of something like force itself, a work of mourning of the absolute of force, says Louis Marin, keeping the word force between quotation marks that just won't let go. It is a question of the absolute renunciation of the absolute of force in its impossibility and unavoidability, both at once, as inaccessible as it is ineluctable. What then is force, absolutely? But also, what is this without force, this state of being drained, without any force, where the death of a friend, leaves us, when we also have to work at mourning force? Is the without force, the mourning of force, possible? In the end this is the question Marin leaves us. It is with this question that he leaves us, like rich and powerless heirs, that is, both provided for and at a loss, given over to being forlorn and distraught, full of and fortified by him, responsible and voiceless. If he leaves us with this question, at least he will have reformulated it in a singular and new way, indicating another path, another way to engage or to be engaged with it, with this proliferating thought that buzzes like a hive. What is force, force itself, absolute force, if there is any, where does it come from, how does one recognize it, how does one measure it? What is the greatest force? The invulnerable force? And if this infallible force were the place of the greatest weakness, for example, the place of the defenselessness of death, of the dead's defenselessness, of their helplessness, of their without force, and of the defenselessness and thus the without force of the survivors faced with death? What is meant by force, in quotation marks? What is that? Let us look for another way to engage this aphoretic question, to which there are however so many different points of entry. They all come down to asking in the end what is that which is called force. In the quotation marks that suspend even the assurance of a term of reference, the question would seem to mark out a strange path. Which one? Force itself by preceding and thus violating in advance, in some sense, the possibility of a question concerning it. Force itself would trouble, disturb, dislocate the very form of the question what is, the imperturbable what is, the authority of what is called the ontological question. For the powers of the image lead back perhaps in the last resort to this power, to the force of an image that must be protected from every ontology. It would have to be protected from such ontologies because it itself, in truth, protects itself from them. It begins, and this is precisely the force of its force, by tearing itself away from an ontological tradition of the question what is. Marin recalls already in the introduction to his book that this tradition itself tended to consider the image as a lesser being, that is, as a being without power, or as a weaker and inferior being, a being of little power, of little force. To submit the image to the question what is, would thus already be to miss the image and its force, the image in its force, which has to do perhaps not with what it is or is not, with the fact that it is not or does not have much being, but with the fact that its logic or rather its dynamic, its dynamis, the dynasty of its force, will not submit to an ontologic. Its dynamologic would no longer be, it would have never been, a logic of being, an ontology. Or rather, to come at it from the other direction, which actually makes more sense, the ontological order, that is, philosophy, would have been constituted as such for not knowing the powers of the image, for not knowing or denying them, in the double sense of this for, that is, because it did not take them into account, but also for mistaking them, with a view to doing so, so as to oppose them, in this most veiled and clandestine war, to the unavowed counter-power of a denial intended to assure an ontological power over the image, over the power of the image, over its dynamis. Dynamis, the word seems indispensable. If I emphasize it so forcefully, while Louis Marin uses it only once in his preface as an apposition to the words force and virtue, the force in the image and of the image, the virtue, the dynamis that propels it to vision p. 18, it is because this concept plays, it seems to me, a decisive role as soon as it is protected or withdrawn from the traditional ontology that generally dominates it. We will later see that this dynamis here links in a most original way the ideas it has always associated, namely, force, power, and virtue, with the possible or the virtual as such, that is to say, with a virtual that has no vocation to go into action, or rather, whose going into action or whose enactment does not destroy its virtual power. With what does this have to do, if one can say this, since the logic of the act and of acting, of doing, is precisely what is at stake here? It would have to do with a possible that is in potential of being only on the condition of remaining possible as possible, and of marking within itself the scar of a wound and the potentialization of force the interruption of this going into action, this enactment, an absolute interruption that bears no other seal here than that of death, whence a thought of the virtual work, one might also say of a virtual space, of an opus operatum, that would accomplish the possible as such without effacing it or even enacting it in reality. The thought of a spectral power of the virtual work. One that envelopes or develops within itself a thought of death. Only death, which is not, or rather mourning, which takes its place in advance, can open up this space of absolute dynamis, force, virtue, the possible as such, without which one understands nothing of the power of the image. And this understands nothing, this ontological denial, would be nothing other than philosophy itself, which thus cannot be considered to be one conjuring practice among others. For trying to reduce, weaken, and wear out a power of the image so as to subject it to itself, this philosophical exorcism of such powerful scope would, and this would be my hypothesis, in some way regard death. It would regard that which should not be seen, and so denied, namely death. This clandestine war of denial would thus be waged in the shadows, in that twilight space of what is called morning, the morning that follows death, but also the morning that is prepared and that we expect from the very beginning to follow upon the death of those we love. Love or friendship would be nothing other than the passion, the endurance, and the patience of this work. Whence this paradox, when Marin puts a question mark after the being of the image, the being of the image. p10, and later answers, the being of the image, in a word, would be its force, but how are we to think this force? And when he once again puts the word force into quotation marks, this would amount to substituting force for being. But the logic of this substitution, and this is the reason for the conditional, would be its force, itself calls for the quotation marks. For this force owes it to itself not to be. It owes it to itself not to be a being. It must thus now be on intimate terms with what is not force, with its opposite, with the without force, a domestic and paradoxically necessary commerce being established between them. The greatest force is to be seen in the infinite renunciation of force, in the absolute interruption of force by the without force. Death, or rather mourning, the mourning of the absolute of force, that is the name, or one of the names, of this affect that unites force to the without force, thereby relating the manifestation of force, as image, to the being without force of that which it manifests or lets be seen, right before our very eyes and according to our mourning. For what appears most striking from the very opening of this last book, De Pouvoirs de l'Image, is that it brings about in an irresistible way a double conversion, I dare not say a double reversal. There is first of all the turn or move by which Marin protects the question of the image from the authority of ontology, and this is already a question of force and of power. Then there is the other turn or move whereby this first move finds its truth or its law in, if we can now put it in a non-ontological way, what I would be tempted to call, using a code that would have precisely nothing Heideggerian about it, the being towards death of the image. Or, let us say to avoid ambiguity, the being to death of an image that has the force, that is nothing other than the force, to resist, to consist and to exist in death, precisely there where it does not insist in being or in the presence of being. This being to death would oblige us to think the image not as the weakened reproduction of what it would imitate, not as a mimeme, a simple image, idol, or icon, at least as they are conventionally understood, for it is a question of moving away from this convention, but as the increase of power, the origin, in truth, of authority, the image itself becoming the author, and the augmentation of the octoritas insofar as it finds its paradigm, which is also its enargeia, in the image of the dead. In other words, we would not have images, a typology of images among which a particular class representing the dead or death might be identified. For it would be from death, from what might be called the point of view of death, or more precisely, of the dead man or woman, or more precisely still, from the point of view of the face of the dead in their portraiture, that an image would give seeing, not only would give itself to be seen but would give insofar as it sees, as if it were seeing as much as seen. A displacement of the point of view, therefore, which quite obviously inscribes all the essays of this book into the ongoing tradition of work undertaken by Marin for many years concerning that which founds the foundation and institutes the institution of power in a certain logic of representation. And this work, as we all know, allowed him in the course of so many innovative, fertile, and brilliant analyses, to articulate a thought of the theologico-political and a certain icono-semiological theory of representation. But it seems to me, and this is a reading hypothesis that regards, if I may say this, only me and indicates only a moment of my mournful reading, that in these important developments of earlier research an inflection or break comes to inscribe a paradox. This paradox complicates and in turn illuminates, it seems to me, the earlier trajectory. It concerns the mourning of force or the force of mourning, that is to say, a law according to which the greatest force does not consist in continually expanding ad infinitum but develops its maximal intensity, so to speak, only at the mad moment of decision, at the point of its absolute interruption, there where dynamis remains virtuality, namely, a virtual work as such. A moment of infinite renunciation as the potentialization of the virtual work. But the virtual work is not one category of work or image among others, it is the essence of the work, a non-essential essence, since it is an essence that remains possible as such. And this is death, or at least that's what this word here signifies, and there where there is no death in itself that would ever be possible as such, there is only the experience of mourning without death. Mourning is the phenomenon of death, and it is the only phenomenon behind which there is nothing. The phanesthai of this phenomenon is the only possible access to an original thought of the image, and so on. Here is death, then, there where the image annuls its representative presence, there where, more precisely, the non-reproductive intensity of the re of representation gains in power what the present that it represents loses in presence. And this point, which also punctuates an entire way of thinking the temporalization of time, is evidently the point, not of death itself, but of mourning, and of the mourning of the absolute of force. If, therefore, the first examples Marin proposes in order to make this power of the image visible and energetic, in order to illustrate it, are images of the dead, one should not see here a simply fortuitous occurrence. It is in the representation of the dead that the power of the image is exemplary. When Marin asks about this re of representation, about the substitutive value that this re indicates at the moment when that which was present is no longer present and comes to be represented, and when he then takes the example of the disappearance of the present as death, it is in order not only to track a representation or an absolute substitution of representation for presence, but also to detect within it an increase, a regaining of force or a supplement of intensity in presence, and thus a sort of potency or potentialization of power for which the schema of substitutive value, of mere replacement, can give no account. Representation is here no longer a simple reproductive representation, it is such a regaining of presence, such a recrudescence or resurgence of presence thereby intensified, that it gives to be thought the lack, the default of presence or the mourning that had hollowed out in advance the so-called primitive or originary presence, the presence that is represented, the so-called living presence. Here, in a word, is the question of the image put into question, not the question what is the image, but image. Let us read Marin, p. 11. The prefix re brings into this term the value of substitution. Something that was present and is no longer is now represented. In place of something that is present elsewhere, there is here a present, a given. I underscore elsewhere here, though we are going to see in a moment that the radical example of death makes of this elsewhere, which refers to a gospel, the metonymy of a possible nowhere, or at least of an elsewhere without locality, without a home in presentable space, in the given space of presentation. There is here a present, a given, image. This single word question image is going to come up more than once. But is it really a question of an image? Can one still speak of an image when representation seems to do more than represent, when it actually gains in intensity and force, when it seems to have even more power than that of which it is said to be the image or the imitation? Marin's response will necessarily be double, no and yes. No, it is not simply an image if we are to accept the ontological concept of the image as the mimetic and weakened double of the thing itself. Yes, for it is the very essence, the proper power, the dynamis of the image, if one thinks the image on the basis of death, that is, in truth, on the basis of the mourning that will confer upon it its power and an increase in intensive force. Let us continue this reading. Image. Instead of representation, then, there is an absence in time or space, or rather an other. The replacement of absence by other here no doubt indicates that the substitutive value is no longer operative in the couple absence/presence but in the couple same/other that introduces the dimension of mourning. An other, and a substitution takes place from an other to this other, in its place. Thus in this primitive, or originary, scene of the Christian West, the angel at the tomb on the morning of the resurrection, he is not here, he is elsewhere, in Galilee, as he had said, which substitutes a message for this thing, for this dead body and its inertia, which makes appear the force again in quotation marks, and we will later see why, of an utterance whose content is, nonetheless, limited to remarking upon an absence, he is not here. The absence of the same in the heterogeneity of another semiotic potential, language. Let us pause for a moment at this allusion to the heterogeneity of another semiotic potential, language in the presentation of the image. It explains and justifies in advance the very form of Marin's book, namely, the necessity of a textual weaving of words and images, the imbrication of glosses sewn upon the iconic tissue, glosses upon glosses that are, in truth, just as originary as the image, as an image that language will have made possible, and glosses of glosses that we here can only gloss in turn, on one side or the other of the image. Marin immediately goes on to repeat this question in a word, image. He links it this time to the theme of resurrection and transfiguration. Here, look here, listen here, in place of a cadaver, removed from the agency of signification, from the ritual gesturality of the funeral unction, a message, this exchange between the cadaver and language, the gap of this exchange, is precisely the resurrection of the body, and the traversing of this gap, the ontological transfiguration of the body, image. The question is repeated, image. This elliptical question without verb or copula suggests that the image is more than an image, stronger or more forceful than the image defined and weakened by ontology. The same ellipsis also lets something else be thought, outside the evangelical, doctrinal, or dogmatic space of the resurrection, before it, more originary than it, but in an originarity of which Christianity makes an event, there would be the very possibility, the power, the force of resurrection and of transfiguration that will be treated so magnificently in Gloss 8 of the book, to which I will return in a moment. This force would here stem from the semiotic heterogeneity, from the power of language, and from the power of alterity that works over the being to death of every image. Between dead cadaver a strange redundancy, dead cadaver, which leaves no chance for illusion or hallucination, and enunciated message, the enunciation so powerful of / by an absence poussante d'une absence. Powerful, the key word in this expression, the enunciation so powerful of / by an absence, because the adjective powerful matters more than both the subject, enunciation, and the complement of the attributive noun, of / by an absence. And it is in this that its pragmatic and historical force resides, its foundational efficacy, the absence of the founding body. The logic of these propositions is dictated by a thought of the foundation itself as the power of the image. The body is not first founding and then, once dead or absent, confirmed in its founding power. No, this power comes to it from the imaginal transfiguration. This founding power advents thanks to and as the result of the imaginal transfiguration. The foundation is first of all imaginal, it is from the very start fantastic or phantasmatic, under certain conditions, of course, and this is the central problem of the pragmatic conditions of such efficacy. All of history is at issue here, and, first of all, the enigma of all the examples taken in such an exemplary way, that is, at once invariant and, yet, indifferent, open to variation, from the Gospels. In any case, it will be said that this founding power of the image or of the portrait, of the king, for example, with all the political dimensions that Marin never ceased to analyze, did not exist before death. It comes to it from this imaginal representation, from the exchange between the cadaver and language, from the ontological transfiguration of the body. But what might this mean? Why did the founding power of the image not exist before death? What might it mean in general for something not to exist before death, when the anticipation of death comes so indisputably to hollow out the living present that precedes it, and when mourning is at work, as we know, before death? It means perhaps that the power of the image as the power of death does not wait for death, but is marked out in everything and for everything that awaits death. The death of the king gets its efficacy from the portrait made before the death of the king, and every image enacts its efficacy only by signifying the death from which it draws all its power. It is this, the absence of the founding body, that will constantly require throughout the ages that the body be covered over, buried, and in a way monumentalized by and in its representations. Such would be the first effect of representation in general. In general. Such generality affects the Christian example with the sign of a possible imaginary variation, as if the privilege of Christian culture were, in a sort of phenomenological eidetic reduction, but the imaginary basis for an intuition of a general essence concerning the nature of a representation or an imagination in general, beyond the Christic space. When Marin here names the first effect, he is not pointing out a simple consequence, something that would follow upon the operation of the image, interested as always as the great Pascalian that he was in the logic of the effect, in the reason of effects. He knows that the image is nothing, that it does not exist before or outside the effect, the word effect designating at once the change brought about and that which has an effect, namely, the energy of the aspect, of the manifestation, of visibility, of phanesthai. The reason of effects thus comes not so much from the principle of reason or causality as from the fact that it reveals the power of representation, an essence of representation that effectuates more than its so-called ontological essence. If I gloss things in my own way, all the while trying not to be unfaithful to Marin's intention, if I oppose the reason of effects, which Marin does not invoke directly here, to the principle of reason and, implicitly, to the interpretation of it given by Heidegger, whom Marin, it seems to me, if I am not speaking too hastily here, never evokes in this work, except indirectly, in a note concerning a reference by Panofsky to Heidegger cp. p. 205, it is to try to make sense of the underlying reason for this silence and to try implicitly or obliquely to justify it, assuming that a silence can ever be justified. For Heidegger always associates the predominance and the closure of a certain accentuation of the principle of reason, that is, of the Satz vom Grund as principle of causality or of final causality, the Grund, or the foundation here being the cause, especially since the 17th century, with a certain authority of representation. In so doing he perhaps misses out on understanding how the authority or power, and particularly the theologico-political power of representation, even if aesthetic, might come to it, even in its very founding agency, precisely from its lack or absence of Grund, from the Abgrund on the basis of which it founds, for it founds precisely there where the founding body, the founding agency or existence, comes to disappear in death, to act as the one who has disappeared or passed away. All these are problems or dimensions of the foundation, and first of all of the political foundation in and through representation that, as such, never interested Heidegger, if I am not mistaken, at least not in the principle of reason, which is also, however, a meditation upon that which happens to representation, and through representation, in the 17th century. Such would be the primitive of representation as effect, to presentify, to make the absent present, as if that which returned were the same. There is here, then, an acute thought of mourning and of the phantom that returns, of haunting and spectrality, beyond the alternative between presence and absence, beyond negative or positive perception even, the effect of the image would stem from the fantastic force of the spectre, and from a supplement of force, and the increase becomes fantastic at the very heart of lack, for Marin immediately raises the stakes, this capital raising of the stakes concerning a capital surplus value of the image, concerning, in sum, the interest of the image and of the desire for the image. Such would be the primitive of representation as effect, to presentify, to make the absent present, as if that which returned were the same and sometimes better, more intense, more forceful than if it were the same. My emphasis. The more here seems affected by an as if it were the same, but the more intensity or force, far from being lessened or attenuated by the fiction of the as if, draws from it, on the contrary, all its dynamis, at once its power and its increase of potential being, of being in potential. There is also here, I would be tempted to say, a theory of the capital and of the capitalization of energy, there where capital is represented from its heraldic depths abime, both in the chief or head, of state, for example, and in the capital portrait. For this is also a book on the decapitation of the king, look at Entreglos 8 entitled The Severed Head, on Corneille's The Death of Pompey, and on the fate of this capital punishment that turns regicide into an event whose possibility is inscribed right on the effect called Portrait of the King. To reinforce this demonstration of force and of what links power to death, Marin goes on to cite an extraordinary text by Alberti. In Book 11 of his treatise on painting, Alberti speaks of death and of friendship. I could not help but recall a certain moment during a seminar we taught together 3 years ago when we asked about what links friendship to the testamentary experience, particularly in a certain text of Montaigne, of whom Marin was also a marvelous reader. What does Alberti say here? If painting has within itself a force that is absolutely divine, vim divinum, it is because it makes the absent present, as friendship is said to do. Alberti then adds, thinking perhaps of a certain text of Aristotle, the very one that Montaigne evokes and that we had discussed in this seminar. Point 2. Alberti then moves on right to the limit of death. Death is not one example of absence among others, it speaks to us of absence itself by naming the most absent of absences, the one that is given by death. Henceforth death, which is expressed, in sum, by all the other absences as absences, is what gives painting its greatest force, for divine force also means the greatest force. But because it bears death, so to speak, this greatest force is also the without force, the morning of the absolute of force. And to suggest, as I have just done, that divine force means the greatest force is not simply to call divine that which is the greatest, that in relation to which nothing greater can be thought, as Saint Anselm would say, or to think it according to a schema of ordinary meaning that would unite the idea of God to the superlative. It is also to approach the divinity of the divine on the basis of death, or rather as the morning-bearing power that makes the greatest force equal to the without force, to the morning of the absolute of force. And under these conditions, the schemas of the Eucharistic transubstantiation, of the Transfiguration, or of the Resurrection, even if taken outside the context of pure Christian dogmatism, retain an exemplary value for Marin's works, in the most enigmatic sense of this Christian exemplarity. This exemplarity does not suggest one occurrence among others but the occurrence of the unique and irreplaceable historical advent that allows one to give an account of all the effects of the portrait of the king. By allowing them to take place, by giving them their proper place, it determines Marin's so necessary and so rigorous analyses on this subject, be it in the book that bears this title, Portrait of the King, 3, or in the second part of this last book, The Genealogical and Political Powers of the Image. What do all these analyses, each one emanating beauty and truth, show? To put it all too poorly in a word, they demonstrate and display what, in the course of history, allows one to say, following Pascal, that the portrait of the king is the king and that it is the portrait effect, the mimetic effect, the effect of representation, that makes the king, p. 187. This logic presupposes that a sort of death of the king comes in advance to divide the king's body in two, the individual or real body on the one hand, the fictive ideal or representative body of dignity on the other. The politico-juridical history of the two bodies of the king in Christian Europe, such as it is analyzed by Ernst Kantorowicz, plays an organizing role in these texts of Marin. It runs through them, as we know, as the continuous thread of an axiomatic so indispensable and obvious that Kantorowicz hardly has to be mentioned. Now, as we know, this dividing, or this redoubling of the king's body, this functional death of the physical body in the body of dignity, what Marin elsewhere calls the caesura of the royal body, for could be written into the rights of absolute and hereditary monarchy only on the basis of a Christian doctrine. I'll cite just one sentence, at the end of Gloss 6, the portrait of the king, shipwrecked, which would here have to be read extremely closely, the king in his portrait, the king as image, the king representation, is thus in the parable a parody of the Eucharistic mystery of the mystic body and of real presence, p. 194. One could readily show, in fact, that this logic remains at work wherever there is a monarchy in a Christian country, even in a Christian democracy, I mean in a democratic regime with a Christian culture, as soon as the unity or the independence of the nation-state is represented in the body of a monarch or president, no matter the length of the term or the forms of inheritance by election, filiation or succession, indeed, no matter the mode of election. But let's return to Alberti. Painting, he writes, contains an absolutely divine force in se vim magem divinum habet that not only makes absent men present, as friendship is said to do, but shows the dead to the living, so that even after many centuries defunctus long post secula viventibus exhibit, they may be recognized by them with great pleasure and with great admiration for the painter, quoted in p. 11. In Alberti's description we see pleasure and admiration becoming inextricably linked to mourning, the force of the three effects increasing from their combination. Yet it is necessary here to underscore an obvious fact. It could easily be forgotten because it is so obvious, like the nose in the middle of one's face. It is that the image and representation are treated by Alberti and by Marin, citing Alberti on the basis of the portrait. The portrait is not just any painting. It thus has to be recalled why it is the history of the image as portrait that must be investigated in order to analyze power, particularly the theologico-political power of representation. The portrait is not one fiction or figure, one face of the figure, among others. Not only because it represents at once the gaze that gazes at us and the head that governs the body and the chief or head who governs the social body. In his political analyses Marx is always interested just as much in the head of those who govern as in the logic of capital. But especially because, like the photographic portrait, its relation to the referent appears, and it is this appearance that counts even if one must not trust it, irreducible. This fiction of the figure, of the face, is given as essentially non-fictive, and it claims to give us, and Barthes relied a good deal, perhaps a bit too much, on this claim, what once was and could not have been present before the gaze or before the lens. What the portrait says, the title portrait, and it is because a title is of the order of discourse that we are here in a gloss, is that what is shown, portraiture, is what was, supposed to have been, really present. This is obviously not the case of every other pictorial figure or fiction, which do not then strictly speaking deserve the name of representation, or even, in the end, that of image. The portrait is here the capital representation insofar as it represents the capital element in a power of the image. Forcing things only a bit, one could say that, at least from the point of view of the theologico-political power guaranteed by the portrait of the king, and based on Marin's analysis, there is no difference between painting and photography, for the photographic portrait continues to guarantee, and sometimes even accentuates, the function of the painted portrait. The photographic technique fulfills even more powerfully the pictorial vocation, namely, to seize the dead and transfigure them to resuscitate as having been the one who, singularly, he or she, will have been. The presidential portraits that can be seen today in all places of public authority, government agencies, town halls, departmental and municipal buildings, police stations, express the origin, identity, and place of the capital gathering of legitimate power insofar as it holds us in its gaze and looks at us looking at it by recalling us to what looks at and regards us, that is, to our responsibility before it and in its eyes. It is also true that photography at the same time goes against the very vocation it fulfills or continues, since it makes the portrait available to everyone. Through this technical democratization, photography tends to destroy the aura and rarity of the painting that restricts the commissioning of the painted portrait, which sometimes turns out to be a masterpiece, to certain privileged places, of which the court is at the very least the metonymic figure. In any case, one should not be surprised to see Marin, just after having spoken of what is most intense and most forceful about the effect of representation, and just before citing Alberti, make reference in a single sentence to photography, and more precisely to the photograph of someone who, as we say, has disappeared or passed away, the photograph, like the portrait, having the virtue of making appear the one who has disappeared, of making them reappear with greater clarity or energia. Before citing Alberti, Marin makes as if he were giving an example just in passing, a few words of pedagogic illustration, thus the photograph of someone who has passed away displayed on the mantel, p. 11. I am going to have to break this off, for there is not enough time, but before saying in a few words in what direction I would have liked to share with you the reading of this great book, I would especially like to convey to you, trying not to take advantage of the emotion, how difficult and painful it is for me to speak here of this book. This difficulty or pain has nothing to do with the time we do or do not have this evening, We and, alas, we alone, will later have more time. A bit more time. Such difficulty or pain has to do with the strange time of reading that the time of the writing of this book will have, as if in advance, imprinted in us, the friends of Lewis. I imagine him writing these lines, citing and glossing Alberti in his preface not long before his death, for a book he did not know whether he would see, whether he would, while still living, see it come out. The book, as you will see, multiplies these analyses, these examples, these images of what I would call the survival effect, the effect of living on. Lewis not only saw death coming, as we all see it coming without seeing it, as we all expected without expecting it. He approached death, which approached him, more and more quickly. He approached it in preceding it, and anticipated it with these images and glosses, for which the grammar of the future anterior no doubt does not suffice to convey their force and time, their tense. The future anterior is still a simplistic modalization of a fundamental present or representation, simplistic because still too simple to be able to translate the strange temporality that here gives its force to the morning affect of which we are speaking. It would likewise be too simple, though true in an oblique way, to say that Louis Marin, citing Alberti and speaking of the portrait of others, of death and of friendship, painted himself in advance, painting at the same time his grieving friends, pointing us out to ourselves in advance with a finger, and signing the extraordinary utterance, which he comments upon elsewhere, that allows one to say I died, this incredible grammar, this impossible time or tense that he analyzes in La Voix. Excommunii, point 5. To say I died, I am dead, is not simply a future anterior. It is the strange time of his writing, the strange time of reading that looks at and regards us in advance this evening, that will have regarded us, that will regard us long after us. The I died is not a phenomenologic grammatical monstrosity, a scandal of common sense or an impossible sentence with no meaning. It is the time or tense, the graphological time, the implicit tempo of all writing, all painting, of every trace, and even of the presumed present of every cogito ergo sum, which, as I tried to show a long time ago elsewhere, necessarily implies an I am dead. For in Descartes one cannot separate these words and the system of their enunciation from what is considered to be one of Descartes' minor discourses, namely, what he says of the Eucharist when he dares, more or less clandestinely, to enter into the debate among theologians on this subject. I later tried to show this again in a seminar where I referred, of course, to the works of Marin on the Eucharist and added to them this Cartesian gloss. During the past few weeks spent admiring de Pouvoir's de l'image, I kept saying to myself that I have never known such an emotion in reading a book. It was not only the emotion of mourning that we all know and recognize, even if it hits us each time in a new and singular way, like the end of the world, an emotion that overwhelms us each time we come across the surviving testimonies of the lost friend, across all the images that the one who has passed away has left or passed on to us. There was, this time, something more, something else as well. There was another emotion that came to overwhelm this first morning, this common morning, coming to make it turn upon itself, I would almost want to say to reflect it to the point of vertigo, another emotion, another quality and intensity of emotion, at once too painful and strangely peaceful, which had to do, I believe, with a certain time of reading. Without even trying to say something more, however minimal, about this magnificent book and about the strange time of reading by which I was overwhelmed, I would like to venture a few words on the subject of mourning, and on the time of an interminable mourning, so as not to rush ahead something I would deem intolerable to speak this evening of the last book of Marin as I might have spoken in another time and in more conventional circumstances of his most recent book. In returning regularly to common places, I mean to the places that were common to us, sitting in the office I shared with him for so long on Boulevard Raspail, walking around the Maison des Sciences de l'Homme, taking part just recently in a discussion during the seminar he led for many years with certain among you whom I see in this room, I have said to myself that, ever since psychoanalysis came to mark this discourse, the image commonly used to characterize mourning is that of an interiorization, an idealizing incorporation, introjection, consumption of the other, in effect, an experience that would have received one of its essential aspects from the Eucharist, which was, for Louis, the great thing, the great morning object, both his object and the object of his mourning, to which he will have devoted a work so original and all-consuming, a work that unrelentingly pursues the Eucharistic body from every side, exegetical, philosophical, historical, logical, linguistic, as if it were necessary before dying to come to know what mourning is, to know how to come to terms with death, and how to transfigure the work of death into a work that gives and gives something to be seen. Now, if the modes of interiorization or of subjectification that psychoanalysis talks about are in some respects undeniable in the work of mourning, where the death of the friend leaves us, that is, leaves us alone, I told myself the following, which is certainly not original but which I feel with a singular acuteness and, indeed, an increased intensity: if this interiorization is not possible, if it must not, and this is the unbearable paradox of fidelity, be possible and completed, it would not be because of a limit, because of a border that cannot be crossed, because of a frontier that comes to enclose a given space, organizing finitude into an inside and an outside that would be, in effect, homogeneous with one another, symmetrical and commensurable on each side of an indivisible line. It would be, rather, because of another organization of space and of visibility, of the gazing and the gazed upon. Whatever the truth, alas, of this inevitable interiorization, the friend can no longer be but in us, and whatever we may believe about the afterlife, about living on, according to all the possible forms of faith, it is in us that these movements might appear. This being in us reveals a truth to and at death, at the moment of death and even before death, by everything in us that prepares itself for and awaits death, that is, in the undeniable anticipation of mourning that constitutes friendship. It reveals the truth of its topology and tropology. When we say in us, when we speak so easily and so painfully of inside and outside, we are naming space, we are speaking of a visibility of the body, a geometry of gazes, an orientation of perspectives. We are speaking of images. What is only in us seems to be reducible to images, which might be memories or monuments, but which are reducible in any case to a memory that consists of visible scenes that are no longer anything but images, since the other of whom they are the images appears only as the one who has disappeared or passed away, as the one who, having passed away, leaves in us only images. He is no more, he whom we see in images or in recollection, he of whom we speak, whom we cite, to whom we attempt to give back words, to let speak. He is no more, he is no longer here, no longer there. And nothing can begin to dissipate the terrifying and chilling light of this certainty. As if respect for this certainty were still a debt, the last one, owed to the friend. What this rhetoric of space, this topology and this tropology miss, what this description of lacks, is that the force of the image has to do less with the fact that one sees something in it than with the fact that one is seen there in it. The image sees more than it is seen. The image looks at us. Indeed, some of you here this evening, Hubert Damas in particular, work on this inversion of the gaze that comes from painting and on the dissymmetry and demastering brought about by such an inversion, and everything Marin tells us of the portrait has to do, in the end, with this inversion of dissymmetry that can be interiorized only by exceeding, fracturing, wounding, injuring, traumatizing the interiority that it inhabits or that welcomes it through hospitality, love, or friendship. This dissymmetry also inscribes, unless it actually depends on it, an essential anachrony in our being exposed to the other. It dislocates all contemporaneity at the very heart of what we have our sights on at the same time. Louis Marin is outside and he is looking at me, he himself, and I am an image for him. At this very moment. There where I can say cogito, I know that I am an image for the other and am looked at by the other, even and especially by the mortal other. I move right before his eyes, and the force of this image is irreversible, because of the reversion, the conversion, of force into weakness and vice versa. Louis Marin is looking at me, and it is for this, for him, that I am here this evening. He is my law, the law, and I appear before him, before his word and his gaze. In my relationship to myself, he is here in me before me, stronger or more forceful than me. It might be said that I came because other witnesses asked me to, because I appear also before those close to him, Françoise, and Frederic, and Judith, before his friends and the friends we had in common. This is surely true, but I would not have felt this imperative before them had I not known that what unites us is at once common and outside us, and that we are all looked at, each one of us singularly, by the one who, with each page, will have providentially deciphered and prescribed, arranged in advance, a reading of what is happening here, of what makes the present scene possible, foreseeing and watching over it with the benevolent regard, since it is he who watches out to watch over us, and with all the love of someone who can say, at the moment of dying, even if he is not Christ or even Christian, hoc est meum corpus, which is given for you. Do this in remembrance of me, Luke 22:19. We are all looked at, I said, and each one singularly, by Louis Marin. He looks at us. In us. He looks in us. This witness sees in us. And from now on more than ever. But what might this indicate that would not be a mere rhetorical commonplace? It would indicate an absolute excess and asymmetry in the space of what relates us to ourselves and constitutes the being in us, the being us, in something completely other than a mere subjective interiority, in a place open to an infinite transcendence. The one who looks at us in us and for whom we are is no longer, he is completely other, infinitely other, as he has always been, and death has more than ever entrusted him, given him over, distanced him, in this infinite alterity. However narcissistic it may be, our subjective speculation can no longer seize and appropriate this gaze before which we appear at the moment when, bearing it in us, bearing it along with every movement of our bearing or comportment, we can get over our mourning of him only by getting over our mourning, by getting over, by ourselves, the mourning of ourselves, I mean the mourning of our autonomy, of everything that would make us the measure of ourselves. That is the excess and the dissymmetry, we bear in ourselves the gaze that Louis Marin bears on us. Powers of the image. This gaze is his, and it will always remain his, infinitely, it comes from him singularly, from him alone, alone as always, more alone than ever, over there, outside, far away. Far away in us. In us, there where this power of the image comes to open the being far away. This excess also brings about the limitless enlargement of the image. Its power of dilation gives it its greatest force in the morning of the absolute of force. It was, in the end, the experience of this time of reading that I discovered. Louis Marin described the scene on each page of his book, all the while mobilizing a corpus at once extremely diverse and singularly rich. I was thus read, I said to myself, and staged by what I read, I found myself caught up in the time of his time, inscribed, situated by this other present that was still his this summer. And my sadness, while trying to distinguish itself from his, could never really dissociate itself from it. It still resonates in the very scope and score of his time. He remained the master of it, as one would say of a subject or a disciple. It would be necessary to accede or do justice to this torsion of the time of reading. At once painful and fascinated, it calls or recalls in advance a sort of living present, or what is assumed to be so, that is, our own living present, toward the present of Louis Marin, toward the other fractured present of the one who, having written this book in a more or less continuous fashion over several years, developing still further premises elaborated for more than 20 years, wrote or reviewed a few months ago, I imagine, the preface, and reread the ultimate test or proof as the editors tell us, almost all the proofs, almost, or just about, the final proofs, the final test. In doing this, he will have brought to term, that is, right up to the final interruption, the ordeal, or the putting to the test of this default of force wherein is marked the morning of the absolute of force. For, in the end, what does this book tell us, in its at once paradoxical and prudent thesis? I would even say in its fantastic aporia, or, if you prefer, its ontological fiction? That this power whose effects it analyzes does not exist. It never attains existence, that is, the presence of the present. There is power, there are effects of power, but power does not exist. It is nothing. It is attached to death, which is not. There is only force, the quotation marks reminding us that the effect of force is attached to the representative fiction. This fiction counts only on the death of the one who is thought to hold power, from whom it then withdraws power by feigning to confer it upon him in the portrait. The trait of the portrait, its infinite attraction, is that it subtracts or withdraws, it withdraws or takes back all the power that it confers, because it requires already in advance the death of the subject, the death of the king as subject and of the subject in question, that is, of everything related to its reference. In the representation that is power, in the power that is representation, the real provided one understands by real the always deferred fulfillment of this desire is nothing other than the fantastic image in which the subject would contemplate itself as absolute. If it is of the essence of all forces to tend towards the absolute, it is part of the reality of its subject never to be content with not being so. The representation effects that constitute powers and that powers in turn permit and authorize would be the modalities, historical, anthropological, sociological, of a work though infinite in space and time of the morning of the absolute of force. Pages 16 to 17. All this is worked out, demonstrated, and will live on in the pages that will be read and reread on The Severed Head, concerning the death of Pompey by Corneille, where the deadly mirror analyzed earlier in the chapters on the idol, narcissism, and the position of the eye lets us see, in some sense, the very origin of the political, and shows how the great politician then converts the phantasmatic object, the head of the Medusa, emblem of the violent origins of the state, the severed head of Pompey, into its own face, the disquieting and cold mask of political power, p. 157. But the reading of The Tempest exceeds this purely political dimension. For it shows how the recognition that the king discovers in the gaze that representation turns toward him is also cosmic, cp. p. 175. Had I the time, I would have tried to venture into the current space of this cosmopolitics. But the pages that, while just as convincing and forceful as all the others, nonetheless moved me the most, I would even say overwhelmed me, are those that in a reading of whiteness that is quite properly dazzling, in the writing of white light, in what one might want to call the photography of certain Gospels, speak about the potestas filiationis, about the Son in the bosom of the Father, the Son as the side of the image of the Father. Of the Father in view of the Son, of the Father looked upon, judged, made possible by the Son. An abyssal thought of inheritance. It would be necessary to cite here the entire Gloss 7 on the Son in the bosom of the Father and reread what is said in the light of the stained glass window. Marin speaks of this in a dazzling fashion, for he is himself no doubt bedazzled by bedazzlement, by the knowledge through bedazzlement, through the blindness that comes from an excess of vision. Here again is the theme of what Abbot Suger refers to as a force renewed through the very renunciation of all restitution, all reconstitution, all post-mortem retribution, the gift itself, p. 213. And as for the transfiguration, the event of the absolute visual that constitutes the ground without ground of the foundation of power, the bedazzlement of whiteness is there associated with this anticipation of death that also marks the time of this book, as if, says Marin, the extreme, final, image, that of the absolutely white figure or face, could only anticipate the taste of an exquisite death, p. 239. We will never have the time. Had I the time, had I been able to treat the last 6 pages of this book, which speak in Gloss 9 of the reversion of shadow and light and of a certain structural link between genealogical power and a supplement of force or intensification based on a passage from Nietzsche's The Birth of Tragedy, I would have tried to situate a bit better what is, to my eyes, Marin's singular place within a hidden tradition, at the heart of a secret lineage, one that is inadmissible to every church or chapel. I am speaking of this heretical filiation that runs from Pascal to Nietzsche, who was also the thinker of force and of the reciprocal convertibility of the strongest or most forceful and the weakest. These two thinkers have often been associated, especially during the heydays of existentialism. But I do not know of anyone before Louis Marin who has given to this intolerable genealogy, to this heretical heritage, such a force of evidence, such titles, I would even say such a force of law. If this tradition was possible, virtual, dynamic, it did not exist, it never had such an incontestable actuality before the work of Marin, and singularly so in de Pouvoirs de l'image. That this actuality remains a potentiality without limit, that is what I would have wanted to show. And that is what secretly links the gift to death. Why does one give, and what can one give to a dead friend? And what does one give oneself with this liberty, when one knows that the relation to oneself, that Narcissus himself, gazes at himself only from the gaze of the other, and precedes himself, answering then only for himself, only from the resonance of echo, when this latter speaks freely of herself, for herself, by seeming to repeat the last syllables of the other and thus to give in to the jealous dictates of divine law. Louis knew what I thought of him, he was aware of my admiration and my gratitude, he had countless indications of this in everything that was woven between our gestures, our various itineraries, our respective works as well, and in everything that went unspoken, which did not fail, as always, alas, to resound and resonate in all of this. But while he was aware of this admiration, I never really declared it to him to the extent that I am this evening. I am not saying this not only, to confess a mistake, a regret, or an inconsolable sadness. This situation is, in the end, rather common, it is what links me to more than one friend, no doubt to all those one calls best friends. But then why? Why wait for death? Tell me why we wait for death? Marin's last book will have again helped me to think this, to think that which in fact regards each of us so singularly, namely, the law of what does not return or come back, of what comes back to us only there where it can no longer come back to us, and so all comes down, like mastery, that is, like the fiction of force, to the incontestable authority of death, to the very inexistence of the image, to its fantastic power, to the impresence of a trace. Louis Marin knew that this authority begins before death, and that death begins its work before death. Death's watch veil, the time of this book, had begun long ago for Louis Marin, well before the eve veil of his death. This is also why this book cannot be closed, why it interrupts itself interminably. And however prepared I might have been for it, I read it too quickly. In a sort of haste that no mourning will be able to diminish or console. It happened to me too quickly, like Louis's death. I feel as if I'm still on the eve of reading it. 12. What is a relevant translation? Translated by Lawrence Venuti. Then must the Jew be merciful. I leave untranslated the sentence from Portia in The Merchant of Venice. Portia will also say, when mercy seasons justice, which I shall later propose to translate as quand le pardon releve la justice. How dare one speak of translation before you who, in your vigilant awareness of the immense stakes and not only of the fate of literature, make this sublime and impossible task your desire, your anxiety, your travail, your knowledge, and your knowing skill? How dare I proceed before you, knowing myself to be at once rude and inexperienced in this domain, as someone who, from the very first moment, from his very first attempts, which I could recount to you, as the English saying goes, off the record, shunned the translator's métier, his beautiful and terrifying responsibility, his insolvent duty and debt, without ceasing to tell himself never ever again, no, precisely, I would never dare, I should never, could never, would never manage to pull it off. If I dare approach the subject before you, it is because this very discouragement, this premature renunciation of which I speak and from which I set out, this declaration of insolvency before translation was always, in me, the other face of a jealous and admiring love, a passion for what summons, loves, provokes, and defies translation while running up an infinite debt in its service, and admiration for those men and women who, to my mind, are the only ones who know how to read and write. Translators. Which is another way of recognizing a summons to translation at the very threshold of all reading writing. Hence the infinity of the loss, the insolvent debt. Much like what is owed to Shylock, insolvency itself. Speaking, teaching, writing, which I also consider my profession and which, after all, like many here among you, engages me body and soul almost constantly, I know that these activities are meaningful in my eyes only in the proof of translation, through an experience that I will never distinguish from experimentation. As for the word will be my theme, neither grammar nor lexicon hold an interest for me. I believe I can say that if I love the word, it is only in the body of its idiomatic singularity, that is, where a passion for translation comes to lick it as a flame or an amorous tongue might, approaching as closely as possible while refusing at the last moment to threaten or to reduce, to consume or to consummate, leaving the other body intact but not without causing the other to appear on the very brink of this refusal or withdrawal, and after having aroused or excited a desire for the idiom, for the unique body of the other, in the flame's flicker or through a tongue's caress. I don't know how, or in how many languages, you can translate this word leche when you wish to say that one language licks another, like a flame or a caress. But I won't put off any longer saying merci to you, in a word, addressing this mercy to you in more than, and no longer, one language. For no sooner will I have thanked you for the hospitality with which you honor me than I will need to ask your forgiveness and, in expressing my gratitude grace to you, beg your pardon grace, ask you to be merciful to me. For your part, forgive me from the outset for availing myself of this word merciful as if it were a citation. I'm mentioning it as much as I'm using it, as a speech act theorist might say, a bit too confident in the now canonical distinction between mention and use. In other words, I certainly won't delay in thanking you for the signal honor you have accorded me, but also, via this word of gratitude and mercy, in asking your forgiveness for all the limits, starting with my own inadequacies, which hinder me from measuring up to it. As for my inadequacies, I will no doubt make a vain effort to dissemble them with contrivances more or less naively perverse. Before these thanks rendered, this pardon begged, I must first acknowledge a defect of language that could well be a breach in the laws of hospitality. In effect, is it not the first duty of the guest oath that I am to speak a language that is intelligible and transparent, hence without equivocation? And therefore to speak a single language, namely that of the addressee, here of the host oath, a language especially designed for whoever must and can understand it, a language that is shared, like the very language of the other, that of the other to whom one addresses it, or at the very least a language that the listener or reader can make his or her own. A language that is, in a word, translatable. Now, here is one of the admissions that I owe you on several scores. First, on the score of my title and on the score of speaking about my title, as I shall do in a moment, in an entirely untranslatable manner. Admitting more than one failure, I confess this double inadequacy that is all the more impossible to avoid because it bears a self-contradiction, if I need to address you in a single language, French, thereby recognizing that every so-called discourse on translation, every meta-language or meta-theorem on the topic of translation is fated to inscribe itself within the limits and possibilities of a single idiom, I am nevertheless always already inclined to leap over this language, my own, and I shall do it again, thus leaving undecided the question of a simple choice between language and meta-language, between one language and another. At the word go we are within the multiplicity of languages and the impurity of the limit. Why would my title remain forever untranslatable? In the first place, because one can't decide the source language to which it is answerable releve, nor, therefore, in what sense it travails, travels, between hôte and hôte, guest and host. It is impossible to decide the source language to which, for example, the word relevant answers releve, a word that I leave within quotation marks for now. Nor the language to which it belongs at the moment when I use it, in the symptoms or the phrases where I move to reinscribe it. Does this word speak one and the same language, in one and the same language? At the same time, we don't even know if it is really one word, a single word with a single meaning, or if, homonym or homophone of itself, it constitutes more than one word in one. What I shall propose to you under this title, What is a Relevant Translation, undoubtedly short of any reflection worthy of this word, about the unity of the word in general, will perhaps be a more modest and laborious approach, on the basis of a single word, the word relevant. I underline laborious to announce several words in tr and to indicate that the motif of labor travail, the travail of childbirth, but also the transferential and transformational travail, in all possible codes and not only that of psychoanalysis, will enter into competition with the apparently more neutral motif of translation as transaction and as transfer. We shall then wind up revolving around a single example, a punning example, if there is such a thing, and if the word relevant may be one, unique, solitary, at once an adjectival and verbal form, a sort of present participle that becomes an epithet or predicate. What of this voceable relevant? It possesses all the traits of the linguistic unity that one familiarly calls a word, a verbal body. We often forget, in this same familiarity, how the unity or identity, the independence of the word remains a mysterious thing, precarious, not quite natural, that is to say historical, institutional, and conventional. There is no such thing as a word in nature. Well, this word relevant carries in its body an ongoing process of translation, as I will try to show. As a translative body, it endures or exhibits translation as the memory or stigmata of suffering passion, or, hovering above it, as an aura or halo. This translative body is in the process of being imported into the French language, in the act of crossing borders and being checked at several intra-European customs points that are not only Franco-English, as one might infer from the fact that this word of Latin origin is now rather English, relevant/irrelevant, in its current usage, in its use value, in its circulation or its currency, even though it is also in the process of Frenchification. This acculturation, this Frenchification is not strictu sensu a translation. The word is not only in translation, as one would say in the works, or in transit, traveling, travailing, in labor. In my proposed title, it serves, through a supplementary fold plea, to qualify translation and to indicate what a translation might be obliged to be, namely relevant. Those of you who are familiar with English perhaps already understand the word as a domestication, an implicit Frenchification, francisation, or dare I say, a more or less tacit and clandestine enfranchisement, elafranchissement of the English adjective relevant, which would have thus passed into our language with bag and baggage, with its predicates of denotation and connotation. The French feminine of this word, introduction relevant, sounds even more English and takes us back to the signature and the sexual difference at stake wherever translation or translators, in the masculine or feminine, are involved. What is most often called relevant? Well, whatever feels right, whatever seems pertinent, apropos, welcome, appropriate, opportune, justified, well-suited or adjusted, coming right at the moment when you expect it, or corresponding as is necessary to the object to which the so-called relevant action relates, the relevant discourse, the relevant proposition, the relevant decision, the relevant translation. A relevant translation would therefore be, quite simply, a good translation, a translation that does what one expects of it, in short, a version that performs its mission, honors its debt and does its job or its duty while inscribing in the receiving language the most relevant equivalent for an original, the language that is the most right, appropriate, pertinent, adequate, opportune, pointed, univocal, idiomatic, and so on. The most possible, and this superlative puts us on the trail of an economy with which we shall have to reckon. The verb relever brings me back to a modest but effective experiment in translation in which I have found myself engaged for more than 30 years, almost continuously, first between German and French, then more recently between English and French. That this same French word, the very same word, assuming that it is the very same word, and that henceforth it is French through and through, that this same word could have thus operated, in a single language, between three languages, so as to translate, or in any case to put to work different words belonging to apparently different contexts in at least two other source languages, German and English. This fact seems an incalculable stroke of luck, an invention or necessity for which I wonder. Who can bear the responsibility, even if it was apparently mine at first and mine to sign? I harbor no illusion or pretension in this respect. If I took the initiative in these quasi-translations, I could do so only to hear, in order to record, various possibilities or laws semantic and formal already inscribed in this family of languages and, first and foremost, in my language. In any case, because the happy coincidence in question has since then become somewhat more familiar to me, because I feel less exposed in my incompetence to the risk of saying highly irrelevant things about translation in general before the expert scholars and accomplished professionals that you are, I have therefore preferred to suggest that we prowl around a small word and follow it like a go-between rather than engage anew, on the level of generality, in theoretical or more obviously philosophical or speculative reflections that I have elsewhere ventured on various universal problems of translation, in the wake of Walter Benjamin, James Joyce, and several others. And perhaps I should then confess under this very heading, thus pleading guilty without extenuating circumstances, that I chose my title precisely because of its untranslatability, premeditating my crime in this way, conspiring to ensure the apparent untranslatability of my title through a single word, a word wherein I sign, in an idiom that is something like my signature, the theme of this lecture, which will therefore resemble a seal that, cowardice or arrogance, would abridge itself into my initials. What remains is that, trust me, I don't transgress a code of decency or modesty through a provocative challenge, but through a trial, by submitting the experience of translation to the trial of the untranslatable. As a matter of fact, I don't believe that anything can ever be untranslatable or, moreover, translatable. How can one dare say that nothing is translatable and, by the same token, that nothing is untranslatable? To what concept of translation must one appeal to prevent this axiom from seeming simply unintelligible and contradictory? Nothing is translatable, nothing is untranslatable. To the condition of a certain economy that relates the translatable to the untranslatable, not as the same to the other, but as same to same or other to other. Here economy signifies two things, property and quantity. On the one hand, what concerns the law of property, oikonomia, the law nomos of the oikos, of what is proper, appropriate to itself, at home, and translation is always an attempt at appropriation that aims to transport home, in its language, in the most appropriate way possible, in the most relevant way possible, the most proper meaning of the original text, even if this is the proper meaning of a figure, metaphor, metonymy, catachresis, or undecidable impropriety, and, on the other hand, a law of quantity. When one speaks of economy, one always speaks of calculable quantity. On compte et on rend compte, one counts and accounts for. A relevant translation is a translation whose economy, in these two senses, is the best possible, the most appropriating and the most appropriate possible. How does a principle of economy permit one to say two apparently contradictory things at the same time? 1. Nothing is translatable. 2. Everything is translatable, while confirming the experience that I suppose is so common to us as to be beyond any possible dispute, namely, that any given translation, whether the best or the worst, actually stands between the two, between absolute relevance, the most appropriate, adequate, univocal transparency, and the most aberrant and opaque irrelevance. To understand what this economy of in-betweenness signifies, it is necessary to imagine two extreme hypotheses, the following two hyperboles: if to a translator who is fully competent in at least two languages and two cultures, two cultural memories with the socio-historical knowledge embodied in them, you give all the time in the world, as well as the words needed to explicate, clarify, and teach the semantic content and forms of the text to be translated, there is no reason for him to encounter the untranslatable or a remainder in his work. If you give someone who is competent an entire book, filled with translator's notes, in order to explain everything that a phrase of 2 or 3 words can mean in its particular form. For example, the he wore from Finnegan's Wake, which has occupied me in another place, one or else Mercy Season's Justice from the Merchant of Venice, which we shall discuss below. There is really no reason, in principle, for him to fail to render without any remainder the intentions, meaning, denotations, connotations and semantic overdeterminations, the formal effects of what is called the original. Of course, this operation, which occurs daily in the university and in literary criticism, is not what is called a translation worthy of the name, translation in the strict sense, the translation of a work. To make legitimate use of the word translation, traduction, Übersetzung, traduction, translation, and so forth, in the rigorous sense conferred on it over several centuries by a long and complex history in a given cultural situation, more precisely, more narrowly, in Abrahamic and post-Lutheran Europe, the translation must be quantitatively equivalent to the original, apart from any paraphrase, explication, explicitation, analysis, and the like. Here I am not speaking of quantity in general or of quantity in the prosodic sense, meter, rhythm, caesura, rhyme, all the classic constraints and limits that are in principle and in fact insurmountable by translation. I also deliberately set aside all sorts of phenomena quite interesting, as a matter of fact, due to which this form of quantitative equivalence is never rigorously approachable. It has been recognized that certain languages with a tendency toward excessively long constructions take them much farther in translation. No translation will ever reduce this quantitative or, in a Kantian sense, this aesthetic difference, since it concerns the spatial and temporal forms of sensibility. But this will not be my point. No, what matters to me more, and today in particular, in this quantitative law, in this economy, is the unit of measurement that governs at once the classic concept of translation and the calculus that informs it. This quantitative unit of measurement is not in itself quantitative, it is rather qualitative in a certain sense. It is not a question of measuring a homogeneous space or the weight of a book, nor even of yielding to an arithmetic of signs and letters. It is not a question of counting the number of signs, signifiers, or signifieds, but of counting the number of words, of lexical units called words. The unit of measurement is the unit of the word. The philosophy of translation, the ethics of translation, if translation does in fact have these things today, aspires to be a philosophy of the word, a linguistics or ethics of the word. At the beginning of translation is the word. Nothing is less innocent, pleonastic, and natural, nothing is more historical than this proposition, even if it seems too obvious. This has not always been the case, as you well know. As it was formulated, among others, by Cicero, I believe, to watch impassively over subsequent developments, to watch over a turbulent and differentiated history of translation, of its practices and its norms, the first imperative of translation was most certainly not the command of word to word. In De Optimo Genera Oratorum, Cicero freed translation from its obligation to the verbum, its debt to word for word. The operation that consists of converting, turning, convertere, vertere, transvertere, doesn't have to take a text at its word or to take the word literally. It suffices to transmit the idea, the figure, the force. And the slogan of Saint Jerome, who with Luther was one of the fathers of a certain translation ethics, an ethics that survives even if it is contested in our modernity, is non verbum e furbo, sed sensum ex primer de sensu, to express not word by word, but sense by sense. He was speaking just as much of translating the Greeks as of translating the Holy Scriptures, even if he had been tempted to make an exception for the mysterious order of words, verborum ordo mysterium, in the Bible. 2 In recent times, for scarcely a few centuries, a so-called literal translation that aims to attain the greatest possible relevance hasn't been a translation that renders letters or even only what is placidly termed the sense, but rather a translation that, while rendering the so-called proper meaning of a word, its literal meaning, which is to say a meaning that is determinable and not figural, establishes as the law or ideal even if it remains inaccessible, a kind of translating that is not word to word, certainly, or word for word, but nonetheless stays as close as possible to the equivalence of one word by one word, and thereby respects verbal quantity as a quantity of words, each of which is an irreducible body. The indivisible unity of an acoustic form that incorporates or signifies the indivisible unity of a meaning or concept. This is why, whenever several words occur in one or the same acoustic or graphic form, whenever a homophonic or homonymic effect occurs, translation in the strict, traditional, and dominant sense of the term encounters an insurmountable limit and the beginning of its end, the figure of its ruin. But perhaps a translation is devoted to ruin, to that form of memory or commemoration that is called a ruin. Ruin is perhaps its vocation and a destiny that it accepts from the very outset. A homonym or homophone is never translatable word to word. It is necessary either to resign oneself to losing the effect, the economy, the strategy, and this loss can be enormous, or to add a gloss, of the translator's note sort, which always, even in the best of cases, the case of the greatest relevance, confesses the impotence or failure of the translation. While indicating that the meaning and formal effects of the text haven't escaped the translator and can therefore be brought to the reader's attention, the translator's note breaks with what I call the economic law of the word, which defines the essence of translation in the strict sense, the normal, normalized, pertinent, or relevant translation. Wherever the unity of the word is threatened or put into question, it is not only the operation of translation that finds itself compromised, it is also the concept, the definition, and the very axiomatics, the idea of translation that must be reconsidered. In saying these things, I have gotten ahead of myself, formalized too quickly, proceeded to an unintelligible economy. What I have just said undoubtedly remains untranslatable. I shall slow down, then, and start over. You might ask to what language the word relevant belongs. It is one of those English words that, in a confused and irregular way, is in the process of winning both use value and exchange value in French without ever having been, to my knowledge, officially sanctioned through the institutional channels of any academy. On this score, it represents one of those words whose use floats between several languages. There are more and more examples of them, and that merits an analysis that is at once linguistic and sociological, political, and especially historical, wherever the phenomena of hegemony thus come to inscribe their signature on the body of a kind of idiom that is European or indeed universal in character, that it may in the first place be European, moreover, far from excludes the fact that it is spreading universally, and that it involves a vast question of translation without translators, if I can put it this way, although I must set it aside, like so many previous questions, for want of time. This word relevant, this present participle that functions as a predicate, is here entrusted with an exorbitant task. Not the task of the translator, but the task of defining nothing less the essence of translation. This word, whose relation to French or English is not very certain or decidable and that I hope to show shortly also retains an obscure Germanic filiation, thus comes to occupy a position that is doubly eminent and exposed. On the one hand, it extends and announces the accomplishment of an ambitious response to the question of the essence of translation. What is a translation? To know what a relevant translation can mean and be, it is necessary to know what the essence of translation, its mission, its ultimate goal, its vocation is. On the other hand, a relevant translation is assumed, rightly or wrongly, to be better than a translation that is not relevant. A relevant translation is held, rightly or wrongly, to be the best translation possible. The teleological definition of translation, the definition of the essence that is realized in translation, is therefore implicated in the definition of a relevant translation. The question, what is a relevant translation? Would return to the question, what is translation? Or, what should a translation be? And the question, what should a translation be? Implies, as if synonymously, what should the best possible translation be? Put another way, and put another way, the expression put another way, in other terms, in other words, and d'autres mots is the phrase that silently announces every translation, at least when it designates itself as a translation and tells you, in an autodidactic manner, look, I am a translation, you are reading a translation, not an interlinguistic translation, to make use of Roman Jacobson's distinction, but an intralinguistic one. 3. And I am not sure whether or not this autodidacsis accompanies the word relevant in my title. Put another way, if the question, what is a relevant translation, signifies nothing other than the question, what is a translation? Or what should the best possible translation be? Then one should jettison the word relevant and forget it, dropping it without delay. And yet I have kept it? Why? Perhaps to try to convince you of two things. On the one hand, this word of Latin origin, even though I no longer know to what language it belongs, whether French or English, has become indispensable to me, in its uniqueness, in translating several words originating in several languages, starting with German, as if it in turn contained more than one word in a single one. On the other hand, this translative word has become in turn untranslatable for the same reason. And when I say that this has happened to me, as I try to relate it, I don't mean at all that it is empirically personal, because what has happened to me, or what has passed through me coming from languages and returning to them, was also a project of institutional accreditation and canonization in the public sphere. My first concern, then, has never been to appropriate this translation for myself, but to legitimate it, to make it known as the most relevant translation possible, and therefore, on the contrary, to expropriate it from myself, to dispossess myself of it, while putting it on the market, even if I could still dream of leaving my likeness on this common currency and, like Shylock, expect an IOU for it. How can I try to justify, or in any case submit for your discussion, the reasons for which, several times over the space of 30 years, I have judged relevant my use of one and the same verb, relever, to translate first a German word, then an English one? The English word, let us start at the end, can be found in The Merchant of Venice. The privilege that I assign here to Shakespeare's play does not only depend on the presence of this word to be translated. In addition, by virtue of connotation, everything in the play can be retranslated into the code of translation and as a problem of translation, and this can be done according to the three senses that Jacobson distinguishes, interlinguistic, intralinguistic, and intersemiotic, as, for example, between a pound of flesh and a sum of money. At every moment, translation is as necessary as it is impossible. It is the law, it even speaks the language of the law beyond the law, of the impossible law, represented by a woman who is disguised, transfigured, converted, travestied, retranslated, into a man of the law. As if the subject of this play were, in short, the task of the translator, his impossible task, his duty, his debt, as inflexible as it is unpayable. At least for 3 or 4 reasons. 1. First, there is an oath, an untenable promise, with the risk of perjury, a debt, and an obligation that constitute the very impetus for the intrigue, for the plot, for the conspiracy complot. Now it would be easy to show, and I have tried to do so elsewhere, that all translation implies an insolvent indebtedness and an oath of fidelity to a given original, with all the paradoxes of such a law and such a promise, of a bond and a contract, of a promise that is, moreover, impossible and asymmetrical, transferential and counter-transferential, like an oath doomed to treason or perjury. 2. Then there is the theme of economy, calculation, capital, and interest, the unpayable debt to Shylock. What I said above about the unit of the word clearly set up a certain economy as the law of translation. 3. In The Merchant of Venice, as in every translation, there is also, at the very heart of the obligation and the debt, an incalculable equivalence, an impossible but incessantly alleged correspondence between the pound of flesh and money, a required but impractical translation between the unique literalness of a proper body and the arbitrariness of a general, monetary, or fiduciary sign. For this impossible translation, this conversion, and all translation is a conversion, vertera, transvertera, convertir, as Cicero said, between the original, literal flesh and the monetary sign is not unrelated to the Jew Shylock's forced conversion to Christianity, since the traditional figure of the Jew is often and conventionally situated on the side of the body and the letter, from bodily circumcision or Pharisaism, from ritual compliance to literal exteriority, whereas St. Paul the Christian is on the side of the spirit or sense, of interiority, of spiritual circumcision. This relation of the letter to the spirit, of the body of literalness to the ideal interiority of sense is also the side of the passage of translation, of this conversion that is called translation. As if the business of translation were first of all an Abrahamic matter between the Jew, the Christian, and the Muslim. And the releve, like the relevance I am prepared to discuss with you, will be precisely what happens to the flesh of the text, the body, the spoken body and the translated body when the letter is mourned to save the sense. Shylock recalls that he promised under oath to respect the original text of the contract, the IOU. What is owed to him refers, literally, to the pound of flesh. This oath binds him to heaven, he recalls, he can't break it without perjuring himself, that is to say, without betraying it by translating its terms into monetary signs. In the name of the letter of the contract, Shylock refuses the translation or transaction. Translation is a transaction. Portia proceeds to offer him 3 times the sum of money he is owed in exchange for the pound of flesh. If you translate the pound of flesh into money, she essentially proposes to him, you will have 3 times the sum owed. Shylock then exclaims, an oath, I have an oath in heaven. Shall I lay perjury upon my soul? No, not for Venice. Point 4. Portia pretends to take note of this refusal and to recognize that this bond is forfeit. With the contract, the bond, the IOU falling due, the Jew has the right to claim a pound of flesh that he must literally cut out very close to the merchant's heart. Why this bond is forfeit? And lawfully by this the Jew may claim a pound of flesh, to be by him cut off nearest the merchant's heart. MV 4.1.226, 29. Portia will press Shylock one last time to pardon while cancelling the debt, remitting it, forgiving it. Be merciful, she asks, take thrice the money, bid me tear the bond, the promissory note, the contract. Shylock again refuses, he swears truly on his soul that he cannot perjure himself and retract his oath. Countersigning his act of faith, swearing on what he has already sworn, he refers to language, to a tongue of man incapable of being measured, in its relative economy, in the proposed translation or transaction, against the absolute oath that binds his soul, unconditionally, before God. By my soul I swear. There is no power in the tongue of man to alter me. I stay here on my bond. MV 4.1.236, 38. Thus the oath is, in the human tongue, a promise that human language, however, cannot itself undo, control, obliterate, subject by loosening it. An oath is a bond in human language that the human tongue, as such, insofar as it is human, cannot loosen. In human language is a bond stronger than human language, more than man in man. In human language, the element of translation is an inflexible law that at once prohibits the translation of the transaction but commands respect for the original literalness or the given word. It is a law that presides over translation while commanding absolute respect, without any transaction, for the word given in its original letter. The oath, the sworn faith, the act of swearing is transcendence itself, the experience of passing beyond man, the origin of the divine or, if one prefers, the divine origin of the oath. This seems true of the law of translation in general. No sin is more serious than perjury, and Shylock repeats, while swearing, that he cannot perjure himself, he therefore confirms the first oath by a second oath in the time of a repetition. This is called fidelity, which is the very essence and vocation of an oath. When I swear in a language that no human language has the power to make me abjure, to disrupt, that is to say, to make me perjure myself. The oath passes through language, but it passes beyond human language. This would be the truth of translation. In this fabulous tale of the oath, of the contractual bond, at issue is an indebtedness in which the exchange values are incommensurable and thus each is untranslatable into the other, money/pound of flesh. In 4.1 Portia, disguised as a lawyer, first addresses herself to Antonio to ask him to acknowledge, to confess his unpaid or unpayable debt. Do you confess the bond? Do you confess, do you recognize the contract, the promise, the bond? Reconnaissez le billet. Do you recognize the note, is the flat rendering by François Victor Hugo, whose translation I have followed, at times modifying it. Do you acknowledge the acknowledgement of the debt, the IOU? Do you confirm the signed pledge, the bond, that which you owe, that because of which you are in debt or in default, indeed at fault, hence the word confess? Antonio's response, I do, a performative. Yes, I confess, I acknowledge, I recognize, I confirm and sign or countersign. I do, a sentence as extraordinary as a yes. The economy and brevity of the response, as simple and bare as possible, the utterance implies not only an I who does what it says while saying it, confirming that he himself is the very person who has already heard, understood, memorized in its entirety the meaning of the question posed and integrated in turn into the response that signs the identity between the I who has heard and the I who utters the yes or the I do. But it is also, given this understanding and the memory of the question, the same person as the one posing the question. I say yes, I do, precisely in response to what you mean by asking me this or posing this question to me. We think and mean the same thing. Intralinguistic translation, we are the same person in the mirror of this measure. This mirrored or transparent univocity, this ideal translation, is supposed to be at work in all performative utterances of the type I pardon. After Antonio's confession, the response falls like a verdict. Then must the Jew be merciful. 6 brief words name the Jew and mercy in the same breath. This short sentence simultaneously signs both the economy and the incomparable genius of Shakespeare. It deserves to rise above this text as an immense allegory. It perhaps recapitulates the entire history of forgiveness, the entire history between the Jew and the Christian, the entire history of economics, mercs, market, merchandise, merci, mercenary, wage, reward, literal or sublime, as a history of translation. Then must the Jew be merciful. Then, hence, consequently, Igitter, the Jew must be merciful. He must be clement, indulgent, say certain French translations. Obviously, this means here, therefore, Igitter, then, since you acknowledge the debt or the fault, the Jew, this Jew, Shylock, in this precise context, must free you from it. But the elliptical force of the verdict tends to take on a colossal symbolic and metonymic value on the scale of every historical period. The Jew also represents every Jew, the Jew in general in his differend with his Christian counterpart, Christian power, the Christian state. The Jew must forgive. Permit me a parenthesis here, while rereading this extraordinary verdict whose ruse we shall analyze in a moment, namely, the phrase that says then the Jew must forgive, implying that it is the Jew who must forgive, it is up to the Jew in general to forgive. I can't avoid recalling the Pope's extraordinary sigh at the end of the second millennium. Several months ago, as he was about to board a plane for one of his transcontinental journeys, he was asked what he thought of the French episcopate's declaration of repentance, and after sighing, after feeling a bit sorry for himself, after feeling a bit sorry for Christianity and Catholicism, he said, I notice that it is always we who are asking for forgiveness. Well, the implication, forgiveness from the Jews, even if some people legitimately think of certain American Indians, too, as well as various other victims of the Inquisition whom the Pope has since put on the list as another duty of commemoration, as it is called, or of repentance. It is always we, Christians or Catholics, who are asking for forgiveness, but why? Yes, why? Is it that forgiveness is a Christian thing and Christians should set an example because Christ's passion consisted of assuming sin on the cross? Or indeed because, under the circumstances, a certain church, if not Christianity, will always have reproached itself a great deal, while asking for forgiveness, and first of all from the Jew, whom it has asked for forgiveness and to be merciful. Then must the Jew be merciful. Portia thus addresses herself to Antonio, her accomplice, and while referring to the Jew as a third party, she hears what the Jew hears. Faced with your recognition, your acknowledgement, your confession, the Jew must be merciful, compassionate, forbearing, capable of forgiving, of remitting your pain or your payment, of erasing the debt, and so on. But the Jew doesn't understand Portia's deductive reasoning, he entirely refuses to understand this logic. She would like him to grant forgiveness and absolve the debt simply because it is recognized. The Jew then grows indignant. In virtue of what obligation, what constraint, what law must I be merciful? The word that is translated by obligation or constraint or law is an interesting one. It is compulsion, which signifies an irresistible impulse or constraining power. In virtue of what compulsion should I show myself merciful? On what compulsion must I? Tell me that. MV 4.1.179. In response to the Jew's question, Portia launches into a grand panegyric of the power of forgiveness. This superb speech defines mercy, forgiveness, as the supreme power. Without constraint, without obligation, gratuitous, an act of grace, a power above power, a sovereignty above sovereignty, a superlative might, mightier than might since it is a might without might, a respite within might, this transcendent might of mercy rises above might, above the economy of might and therefore above sanction as well as transaction. This is why mercy is the king's attribute, the right of grace, the absolute privilege of the monarch, or, in this case, of the doge. Yet it is also an infinite extravagance, another tread or trade in an infinite ascent, and just as this power is above power, a might mightier than might, so the monarch's attribute is at the same time above him and his scepter. This might passes beyond humanity even as it passes through humanity, just as language does. As we mentioned earlier, it is only in God's keeping. Grace is divine, in earthly power it recalls what most resembles divine power, it is the superhuman within the human. The two discourses here echo or mirror one another, that of Shylock the Jew and Portia the Christian or the Christian in the guise of the law. Both place something, the oath, forgiveness, above human language in human language, beyond the human order in the human order, beyond human rights and duties in human law. The strength of forgiveness, if you listen to Portia, is more just than justice or the law. It rises above the law or above what injustice is only law, it is, beyond human law, the very thing that invokes prayer. And what is, finally, a discourse on translation, possible/impossible, is also a discourse of prayer on prayer. Forgiveness is prayer, it belongs to the order of benediction and prayer on two sides, that of the person who requests it and that of the person who grants it. The essence of prayer has to do with forgiveness, not with power and law. Between the elevation of prayer or benediction above human power, above even royal power insofar as it is human, above the law, above the penal code and the elevation of forgiveness above human power, royal power, and the law, there exists a sort of essential affinity. Prayer and forgiveness have the same provenance and the same essence, the same eminence that is more eminent than eminence, the eminence of the Most High. Shylock is frightened by this exorbitant exhortation to forgive beyond the law, to renounce his right and his due. He is being asked to do more than he can and more than he even has the right to grant. Given the bond, one is tempted to say the bond, that obliges him beyond every human link. Shylock also senses that it is an attempt to steer his ship in circles, if I can speak this way about a story that involves a ship and a shipwreck. He who is presented as a diabolical figure, the devil in the likeness of a Jew MV, March 1st, 20, senses that he is in the process of being had, of being diabolically possessed in the name of the sublime transcendence of grace. There is a pretense of elevating him above everything, with this tale of divine and sublime forgiveness, but it is a ruse to empty his pockets while distracting him, to make him forget what he is owed and to punish him cruelly. So he protests, he grumbles, he complains, he clamors for the law, his right, his penalty. In any case, he is not deceived. In the name of this sublime panegyric of forgiveness, an economic ruse, a calculation, a stratagem is being plotted, the upshot of which, you know it well, the challenge to cut flesh without shedding one drop of blood, will be that Shylock loses everything in this translation of transaction, the monetary signs of his money as well as the literal pound of flesh and even his religion, since when the situation takes a bad turn at his expense he will have to convert to Christianity, to translate himself, convertir, into a Christian language, after having been in turn forced, through a scandalous reversal he who was entreated to be merciful to implore the Doge for mercy on his knees, down therefore, Portia will tell him, and beg mercy from the Duke. The Doge of Venice pretends to grant him this pardon so as to show how superior his generosity as a Christian and a monarch is to that of the Jew. That thou shalt see the difference of our spirit. I pardon thee thy life before thou ask it. For half thy wealth, it is Antonio's. The other half comes to the general state. Which humbleness may drive unto a fine. MV, 4.1.364, 69. The sovereignty of the Doge, in its crafty manifestation, mimics absolute forgiveness, the pardon that is granted even where it is not requested, yet it is the pardon of a life. As for the rest, Shylock is totally expropriated, half of his fortune going to a private subject, Antonio, half to the state. And then another economic ruse in order to receive a reduction of the penalty and avoid total confiscation, the Doge adds a condition, which is that Shylock repent. Repentir is Hugo's translation for humbleness. If you give proof of humility while repenting, your penalty will be reduced and you will have only a fine to pay instead of total expropriation. As for the absolute pardon, the Doge wields such sovereign power over it that he threatens to withdraw it. He shall do this, or else I do recant the pardon that I late pronounced here. MV, 4.1.387, 88. Portia had protested against the offer to reduce the total confiscation to a fine on the condition of repentance. She says, I for the state, not for Antonio, which means that the penalty of confiscation is reduced for what Shylock owes the state, but not for what he owes Antonio. Then Shylock rebels and refuses the pardon. He refuses to pardon, for sure, to be merciful, but he reciprocally refuses to be pardoned at this price. He therefore refuses both to grant and to ask for forgiveness. He calls himself a foreigner, in short, to this entire phantasmic tale of forgiveness, to this entire unsavory plot of forgiveness, to all the Christian and theologico-political preaching that tries to pass off the moon as green cheese. He prefers to die than to be pardoned at this price because he understands or in any case senses that he would actually have to pay very dearly for the absolute and merciful pardon, and that an economy always hides behind this theater of absolute forgiveness. Shylock then says, in a sort of counter-calculation, well, keep your pardon, take my life, kill me, for in taking from me everything that I have and all that I am, you in effect kill me. Nay, take my life and all, pardon not that. You take my house, when you do take the prop that doth sustain my house, you take my life. When you do take the means whereby I live. MV, 4.1.370, 73. You know how things turn out, the extraordinary economy of rings and oaths. Regardless of whether Shylock is implicated in it, he finally loses everything. Once the Doge has threatened to withdraw his pardon, he must agree to sign a complete remission of the debt and to undergo a forced conversion to Christianity. Gratiano tells him, in Christ's name shalt thou have 2 godfathers. Had I been judge, thou shouldst have had 10 more. To bring thee to the gallows, not to the font. MV, 4.1.394, 96. Exit Shylock. Immediately after the scene I have just evoked, when Shylock has lost everything and left the stage, no more Jew on stage, no more Jew in the story, the prophets are split, and the Doge beseeches, implores, entreats, which is rendered into French as conjure, Portia to dine with him. She refuses, humbly begging his pardon. I humbly do desire your grace of pardon. The fact that great people are often called your grace or your gracious majesty clearly underscores the power we are discussing here. She begs his grace's pardon because she must travel out of town. The Doge orders that she, or he, be remunerated, gratify, that she/he be paid or rewarded for her/his services. Antonio, gratify this gentleman. For in my mind you are much bound to him. MV 4.1.402, 3. This gratuity, this reward, is a wage. Portia knows it and she recognizes it. She knows and says that she has been paid for performing well in a scene of forgiveness and pardon as an able and cunning man of law. She admits, this woman in the guise of a man, that she has in some way been paid as a mercenary of gratitude le merci, or merci la merci. He is well paid that is well satisfied. And I delivering you, am satisfied. And therein do account myself well paid. My mind was never yet more mercenary. MV 4.1.411, 14. No one could better express the mercenary dimension of merci in every sense of this word. And no one could ever express it better than Shakespeare, who has been charged with anti-Semitism for a work that stages with an unequaled power all the great motives of Christian anti-Judaism. Finally, again in the same scene, Bassanio's response to Portia passes once more through a logic of forgiveness. Take some remembrance of us as a tribute. Not as a fee, grant me two things I pray you. Not to deny me, and to pardon me. MV 4.1.418, 20. Such is the context in which Portia displays the eloquence for which she is paid as a mercenary man of the law. Now here is the main dish, the plat de resistance. I have left the spiciest releve taste for the end. Just after saying, then must the Jew be merciful, and after Shylock protests by asking, on what compulsion must I? Portia begins to speak again. I cite her speech in English, then translate or rather paraphrase it, step by step. It raises the stakes in admirable rhythms. First movement. The quality of mercy is not strained. It droppeth as the gentle rain from heaven. Upon the place beneath, it is twice blessed. It blesseth him that gives, and him that takes. MV 4.1.180, 83. The quality of mercy is not forced, constrained, mercy is not commanded, it is free, gratuitous, grace is gratuitous. Mercy falls from heaven like a gentle shower. It can't be scheduled, calculated, it arrives or doesn't, no one decides on it, nor does any human law. Like rain, it happens or it doesn't, but it's a good rain, a gentle rain. Forgiveness isn't ordered up, it isn't calculated, it is foreign to calculation, to economics, to the transaction and the law, but it is good, like a gift, because mercy gives by forgiving, and it fecundates, it is good, it is beneficent, benevolent like a benefit as opposed to a malefaction, a good deed as opposed to a misdeed. It falls, like rain, from above to below, it droppeth upon the place beneath. The person who forgives is, like forgiveness itself, on high, very high, above the person who asks for or obtains forgiveness. There is a hierarchy, and this is why the metaphor of rain is not only that of a phenomenon that is not ordered up, but also that of a vertical descending movement. Forgiveness is given from above to below. It is twice blessed/it blesseth him that gives, and him that takes, thus there is already a sharing of the good deed, a sharing of the benediction, a performative event and a mirroring between two benefits of the benediction, a mutual exchange, a translation between giving and taking. Second movement. 'Tis the mightiest in the mightiest, it becomes the throned monarch better than his crown. His scepter shows the force of temporal power, the attribute to awe and majesty, wherein doth sit the dread and fear of kings. But mercy is above this sceptred sway. It is enthroned in the hearts of kings. It is an attribute to God himself. And earthly power doth then show likest God's. When mercy seasons justice. MV 4.1.184, 93. Forgiving mercy is the mightiest or the almighty in the almighty, 'tis the mightiest in the mightiest, the omnipotence of omnipotence, the omnipotence in omnipotence or the almighty among all the almighty, absolute greatness, absolute eminence, absolute might in absolute might, the hyperbolic superlative of might. The omnipotence of omnipotence is at once the essence of power, the essence of might, the essence of the possible, but also what, like the essence and superlative of might, is at once the mightiest of might and more than might, beyond omnipotence. This limit of power, of might and of the possible obliges us to ask ourselves if the experience of forgiveness is an experience of power, of the power to forgive, the affirmation of power through forgiveness at the conjunction of all the orders of I can, and not only of political power, or even the beyond of all power. What is always at issue here, another problem of translation, is the status of more as the most and as more than, of the mightiest as more mighty than and as more than mighty, and therefore as another order than might, power, or the possible, the impossible that is more than impossible and therefore possible. 5. In the same way, if forgiveness, if mercy or the quality of mercy is the mightiest in the mightiest, this situates both the apex of omnipotence and something more and other than absolute power in the mightiest in the mightiest. We should be able to follow, accordingly, the wavering of this limit between power and absolute powerlessness, or the absolute impossible as unlimited power, which is not unrelated to the impossible possible of translation. Mercy becomes the throned monarch, Portia says, but even better than his crown. It is higher than the crown on a head, it suits the monarch, it becomes him, but it suits higher than his head and the head la tête etle chef, than the attribute or sign of power that is the royal crown. Like the scepter, the crown manifests temporal power, whereas forgiveness is a supertemporal, spiritual power. Above the authority of the scepter, it is enthroned in the heart of kings. This omnipotence is different from temporal might, and to be different from might that is temporal and therefore earthly and political, it must be interior, spiritual, ideal, situated in the king's heart and not in his exterior attributes. The passage across the limit clearly follows the trajectory of an interiorization that passes from the visible to the invisible by becoming a thing of the heart, forgiveness as pity, misericorde, if you wish, pity being the sensitivity of the heart to the misfortune of the guilty, which motivates forgiveness. This interior pity is divine in essence, but it also says something about the essence of translation. Portia obviously speaks as a Christian. She is already trying to convert or to pretend that she is preaching to a convert. In her effort to persuade Shylock to forgive, she is already attempting to convert him to Christianity, by feigning the supposition that he is already a Christian so that he will listen to what she has to say. She turns him toward Christianity by means of her logic and her rhetoric. She predisposes him to Christianity, as Pascal said, she preconverts him, she converts him inwardly, something that he will soon be forced to do physically, under constraint. She tries to convert him to Christianity by persuading him of the supposedly Christian interpretation that consists of interiorizing, spiritualizing, idealizing what among Jews, it is often said, at least, that this is a very powerful stereotype, will remain physical, external, literal, devoted to a respect for the letter. As with the difference between the circumcision of the flesh and the Pauline circumcision of the heart, there will certainly be a need to look for a translation, in the broad sense, with regard to this problematic of circumcision, literal circumcision of the flesh versus ideal and interior circumcision of the heart, Jewish circumcision versus Christian circumcision, the whole debate surrounding Paul. What happens between the Jew Shylock and the legislation of the Christian state in this wager of a pound of flesh before the law, the oath, the sworn faith, the question of literalness, and so on? If forgiveness dwells within the king's heart and not in his throne, his scepter, or his crown, that is, in the temporal, earthly, visible, and political attributes of his power, a leap has been made toward God. The power to pardon interiorized in mankind, in human power, in royal power as human power, is what Portia calls divine. It will be godlike. This analogy or resemblance, supports a logic or analogic of theologico-political translation, of the translation of the theological into political. It is enthroned in the hearts of kings. It is an attribute to God himself. And earthly power doth then show likest God's. When mercy seasons justice. The earthly power that most resembles God is that which seasons justice, which tempers justice with forgiveness. Tempers is Hugo's translation for seasons. It isn't an erroneous choice, it in fact means to season assaisonner, to mix, to cause to change, to modify, to temper, to dress food or to affect a climate, a sense of taste or quality. Let's not forget that this speech began by trying to describe the quality of mercy. Yet I am tempted to replace Hugo's translation, temper, which is not bad, with another. It will not be a true translation, above all not a relevant translation. It will not respond to the name translation. It will not render, it will not pay its dues, it will not make a full restitution, it will not pay off all its debt, first and foremost its debt to an assumed concept, that is, to the self-identity of meaning alleged by the word translation. It will not be answerable to relever to what is currently called a translation, a relevant translation. But apart from the fact that the most relevant translation, that which presents itself as the transfer of an intact signified through the inconsequential vehicle of any signifier whatsoever, is the least relevant possible, the one I offer will allow me to attempt at least 3 gestures at once, to tie together, in the same economy, 3 necessities that will all be linked to the history of a translation that I took the somewhat rash initiative in proposing, over 30 years ago, and that is now publicly canonized in French, all the while naturally remaining untranslatable into any other language. I shall therefore translate seasons as releve, when mercy seasons justice, quand le pardon releve la justice, oule droit, when mercy elevates and interiorizes, thereby preserving and negating justice, or the law. 1. First justification, an immediate guarantee in the play of the idiom. Relever first conveys the sense of cooking suggested here, like assaisonner. It is a question of giving taste, a different taste that is blended with the first taste, now dulled, remaining the same while altering it, while changing it, while undoubtedly removing something of its native, original, idiomatic taste, but also while adding to it, and in the very process, more taste, while cultivating its natural taste, while giving it still more of its own taste, its own, natural flavor. This is what we call relever in French cooking. And this is precisely what Portia says, mercy seasons releve justice, the quality of mercy seasons the taste of justice. Mercy keeps the taste of justice while affecting it, refining it, cultivating it. Mercy resembles justice, but it comes from somewhere else, it belongs to a different order. At the same time it modifies justice, it at once tempers and strengthens justice, changes it without changing it, converts it without converting it, yet while improving it, while exalting it. Here is the first reason to translate seasons with releve, which effectively preserves the gustatory code and the culinary reference of to season, assaisonner, to season with spice, to spice. A seasoned dish is, according to the translation in the Robert Dictionary, un plat releve 6 justice preserves its own taste, its own meaning, but this very taste is better when it is seasoned or releve by mercy. Without considering that mercy can redeem, deliver, ease, indemnify, indeed cure, this is the chain heal, heilen, holy, heilig, justice which, thus eased, lightened, delivered, relieved, redeems itself with a view to sacrosanct salvation. 2. Second justification, relever effectively expresses elevation. Mercy elevates justice, it pulls and inspires justice toward highness, toward a height higher than the crown, the scepter and power that is royal, human, earthly, and so on. Sublimation, elevation, exaltation, ascension toward a celestial height, the highest or the most high, higher than height. Thanks to forgiveness, thanks to mercy, justice is even more just, it transcends itself, it is spiritualized by rising and thus lifting itself as irrelevant above itself. Mercy sublimates justice. 3. There is, finally, a third justification for the verb relever. I use this word justification to reconcile what would render this translation relevant to the conjoined motif of justice, mercy seasons justice, and justness or appropriateness just esse, to what must be the appropriate word, the most appropriate possible, more appropriate than appropriate. This last justification would then give a philosophical meaning and coherence to the economy, accumulation, capitalization of good grounds. In 1967, to translate a crucial German word with a double meaning, aufheben, Aufhebung, a word that signifies at once to suppress and to elevate, a word that Hegel says represents the speculative risk of the German language, and that the entire world had until then agreed was untranslatable, or, if you prefer, a word for which no one had agreed with anyone on a stable, satisfying translation into any language for this word. I had proposed the noun relever and the verb relever. This allowed me to retain, joining them in a single word, the double motif of the elevation and the replacement that preserves what it denies or destroys, preserving what it causes to disappear, quite like in a perfect example what is called in the armed forces, in the navy, say, the relief relevé of the guard. This usage is also possible in English. To relieve. 7 was my operation a translation. 8 I am not sure that it deserves this term. The fact is that it has become irreplaceable and nearly canonized, even in the university, occasionally in other languages where the French word is used as if it were quoted from a translation, even where its origin is no longer known, or when its place of origin me or its taste is disliked. Without plunging us very deeply into the issues, I must at least recall that the movement of Aufhebung, the process of establishing relevance, is always in Hegel a dialectical movement of interiorization, interiorizing memory, Erinnerung, and sublimating spiritualization. It is also a translation. Such a relevé is precisely at issue here. In Portia's mouth, mercy relevé, it elevates, replaces and interiorizes the justice that it seasons. Above all, we find the same need for the Aufhebung, the relevé, at the very heart of the Hegelian interpretation of mercy, particularly in the phenomenology of mind. The movement toward philosophy and absolute knowledge as the truth of the Christian religion passes through the experience of mercy. 9 Mercy is a relevé, it is in its essence an Aufhebung. It is translation as well. In the horizon of expiation, redemption, reconciliation, and salvation. When Portia says that mercy, above the scepter, seated on the interior throne in the king's heart, is an attribute of God himself, and that therefore, as an earthly power, mercy resembles a divine power at the moment when it elevates, preserves, and negates relevé justice, that is, the law. What counts is the resemblance, the analogy, the figuration, the maximal analogy, a sort of human translation of divinity. In human power mercy is what most resembles, what most is and reveals itself as a divine power, then show likest God's. But mercy is above the sceptered sway. It is enthroned in the hearts of kings. It is an attribute to God himself. An earthly power doth then show likest God's. When mercy seasons justice. This doesn't mean, necessarily, that mercy comes only from one person, up there, who is called God, from a pitying Father who lets his mercy descend upon us. No, that can also mean that as soon as there is mercy, if in fact there is any, the so-called human experience reaches a zone of divinity. Mercy is the genesis of the divine, of the holy or the sacred, but also the site of pure translation. A risky interpretation. It could, let us know too quickly, efface the need for the singular person, for the pardoning or pardoned person, the who irreducible to the essential quality of a divinity, and so forth. This analogy is the very site of the theologico-political, the hyphen or translation between the theological and the political. It is also what underwrites political sovereignty, the Christian incarnation of the body of God, or Christ, in the king's body, the king's two bodies. This analogical and Christian articulation between two powers, divine and royal, heavenly and earthly, insofar as it passes here through the sovereignty of mercy and the right of grace, is also the sublime greatness that authorizes or enables the authorization of every ruse and vile action that permit the lawyer Portia, mouthpiece of all Shylock's Christian adversaries from the merchant Antonio to the Doge, to get the better of the Jew, to cause him to lose everything, his pound of flesh, his money, even his religion. In expressing all the evil that can be thought of the Christian ruse as a discourse of mercy, I am not about to praise Shylock when he raises a hue and cry for his pound of flesh and insists on the literalness of the bond. I analyze only the historical and allegorical cards that have been dealt in this situation and all the discursive, logical, theological, political, and economic resources of the concept of mercy, the legacy, our legacy, of this semantics of mercy precisely inasmuch as it is indissociable from a certain European interpretation of translation. After thus proposing three justifications for my translation of seasons and Aufhebung as releve, verb and noun, I have gathered too many reasons to dissemble the fact that my choice aimed for the best transaction possible, the most economic, since it allows me to use a single word to translate so many other words, even languages, with their denotations and connotations. I am not sure that this transaction, even if it is the most economic possible, merits the name of translation, in the strict and pure sense of this word. It rather seems one of those other things in tr, a transaction, transformation, travail, travel, and a treasure trove travail, since this invention, if it also seemed to take up relever a challenge, as another saying goes, consisted only in discovering what was waiting, or in waking what was sleeping, in the language. The treasure trove amounts to a travail, it puts to work the languages, first of all, without adequation or transparency, here assuming the shape of a new writing or rewriting that is performative or poetic, not only in French, where a new use for the word emerges, but also in German and English. Perhaps this operation perhaps still participates in the travail of the negative in which Hegel saw a releve, Aufhebung. If I supposed, then, that the quasi-translation, the transaction of the word releve is indeed relevant, an English word in the process of Frenchification, that would perhaps qualify the effectiveness of this travail and its supposed right to be legitimate, accredited, quoted at an official market price. But its principal interest, if I can evaluate it in terms of usury and the market, lies in what it might say about the economy of every interlinguistic translation, this time in the strict and pure sense of the word. Undoubtedly, in taking up a challenge and relevant undefy, a word is added to the French language, a word in a word. The use that I have just made of the word relever, and relevant undefy, also becomes a challenge, moreover, to every translation that would like to welcome into another language all the connotations that have accumulated in this word. These remain innumerable in themselves, perhaps unamiable, more than one word in a word, more than one language in a single language, beyond every possible compatibility of homonyms. What the translation with the word relevant also demonstrates, in an exemplary fashion, is that every translation should be relevant by vocation. It would thus guarantee the survival of the body of the original, survival in the double sense that Benjamin gives it in the task of the translator, Fortleben and Überleben, prolonged life, continuous life, living on, but also life after death. Point 10. Isn't this what a translation does? Doesn't it guarantee these two survivals by losing the flesh during a process of conversion change? By elevating the signifier to its meaning or value, all the while preserving the mournful and debt-laden memory of the singular body, the first body, the unique body that the translation thus elevates, preserves, and negates releve? Since it is a question of a travail indeed, as we noted, a travail of the negative, this relevance is a travail of mourning, in the most enigmatic sense of this word, which merits a re-elaboration that I have attempted elsewhere but cannot undertake here. The measure of the releve or relevance, the price of a translation, is always what is called meaning, that is, value, preservation, truth as preservation, waret, bewahren, or the value of meaning, namely, what, in being freed from the body, is elevated above it, interiorizes it, spiritualizes it, preserves it in memory. A faithful and mournful memory. One doesn't even have to say that translation preserves the value of meaning or must raise relever the body to it. The very concept, the value of meaning, the meaning of meaning, the value of the preserved value originates in the mournful experience of translation, of its very possibility. By resisting this transcription, this transaction which is a translation, this releve, Shylock delivers himself into the grasp of the Christian strategy, bound hand and foot. The cost of a wager between Judaism and Christianity, blow for blow, they translate themselves, although not into one another. I insist on the Christian dimension. Apart from all the traces that Christianity has left on the history of translation and the normative concept of translation, apart from the fact that the releve, Hegel's Aufhebung, one must never forget that he was a very Lutheran thinker, undoubtedly like Heidegger, is explicitly a speculative releve of the Passion and Good Friday into absolute knowledge. The travail of mourning also describes, through the Passion, through a memory haunted by the body lost yet preserved in its grave, the resurrection of the ghost or of the glorious body that rises again esse releve and walks. Without wishing to cause any grief to Hegel's ghost, I leave aside the third movement that I had announced in Portia's speech, which would have dealt with translation as prayer and benediction. Point 11. Merci for the time you have given me, pardon, mercy, forgive the time I have taken from you. 13. The animal that therefore I am, more to follow. Translated by David Wills. To begin with, I would like to entrust myself to words that, were it possible, would be naked. Naked in the first place, but this is in order to announce already that I plan to speak endlessly of nudity and of the nude in philosophy. Starting from Genesis. I would like to choose words that are, to begin with, naked, quite simply, words from the heart. And to utter these words without repeating myself, without beginning again what I have already said here, more than once. It is said that one must avoid repeating oneself, in order not to give the appearance of training dressage, already, of a habit or a convention that would in the long-term program the very act of thanking. Some of you, and the thought of it moves me to tears, were already here in 1980, or again in 1992, at the time of the previous two conferences. Some even, among my dearest and most faithful friends, Philippe Lacoué-Labart and Marie-Louise Mallet, had already inspired, conceived of, and brought to fruition those two occasions, with the smiling genius that Marie-Louise radiates once again. Jean-Luc Nancy promised us he would be here again. With Philippe he opened the 1980 conference. I think of him constantly, and he must know that his friends and admirers send him their very best wishes from here. To those I have just named I owe so much that the language of gratitude is insufficient. What I owe them remains infinite and indelible. Without forgetting that, I wish, if you'll forgive me, to go back in time, back to an earlier moment still, to a time before that time. And to speak from that point in time, so long ago depuus le temps as one says one a time that for me becomes fabulous or mythical. Some of you here, Maurice de Gandaluc first of all, whom I wish to greet and thank in pride of place, know that about 40 years ago, in 1959, our wonderful hosts here at Saraisi were already offering me their hospitality, and it was the moment of my very first lecture, in fact the first time I spoke in public. If already I were to give in to what others might call the instinct of the autobiographical animal, I might recall that in 1959, as today, the theme was, in short, Genesis. The title of the conference was Structure and Genesis, and it was my first 10-day Saraisi event. Following that I have greatly enjoyed returning for Nietzsche in 1972, Ponge in 1974, Lyotard in 1982. I don't have to say any more about that for you to be able, not so much to measure, for it is immeasurable, but rather to sense the immensity of my gratitude. Everything I will venture to say today will be, once more, in order to express my thanks, in order to say, thanks to this place, to those who greet us here and to you. I experience my returns to Saraisi as a wonderful and intense story that has marked out almost my whole adult life, everything I have managed to think about it out loud. If ever the animal that I am were to take it upon itself to write an autobiography, whether intellectual or emotional, it would have to name Saraisi again and again, more than once and in more than one way in the renown of the proper name and of metonymy. As for this conference, the third in something like a series, it seemed to me unimaginable, even excluded in advance. Last time, in 1992, when Didier Cohen alluded to its possibility in the attic on the last evening, asking me what the theme of a third conference would be, I still remember dismissing such a hypothesis. "This guy is crazy," I exclaimed. He wasn't so crazy, but the whole idea remains, like everything that happens, and such is the condition for something to be able to happen, impossible to anticipate. It is only after the event, reading the titles of these three meetings, Les Fins de l'Homme, Le Passage de Frontières, L'Animal Autobiographique, with a feeling of uncanniness, that I perceived a sort of prescriptive arrangement, a pre-established if not harmonious order, a providential machine as Kant would say precisely concerning the animal, als een maskinder Vorshung, an obscure foresight, the process of a blind but sure prefiguration in the configuration, one and the same movement being outlined and seeking its end. Les Fins de l'Homme, title chosen by Philippe Lacoue-Labart and Jean-Luc Nancy without asking for my input, and I didn't ask to give it, although the title was also that of one of my texts, Le Passage de Frontières and L'Animal Autobiographique, titles that I myself proposed to Marie-Louise and to our hosts at Saraisi. Later I began to hear in them, in these three kick-offs, what no one, least of all myself, had ever calculated, and what no one would be able to reappropriate, namely, the outline or the temptation of a single phrase, a phrase offering more to follow qui se donnerait à suivre. It follows itself, it follows itself. It could say I follow myself, I am, in following, myself. In being pursued this way, consequentially, 3 times or in 3 rhythms, it would describe something like the course of a 3-act play or the 3 movements of a syllogistic concerto, a displacement that becomes a suite, a result in a single word. If I am to follow the suite suite suite, and everything in what I am about to say will lead back to the question of what to follow or to pursue means, as well as to be after, back to the question of what I do when I am or I follow, when I say je suis. If I am to follow the suite, then I move from the ends of man, that is the confines of man, to the crossing of borders between man and animal. Crossing borders or the ends of man, I come or surrender to the animal in itself, to the animal in me and the animal at unease with itself, to the man about which Nietzsche said, I no longer remember where, something to the effect that it was an as yet undetermined animal, an animal lacking in itself. Nietzsche also said, at the very beginning of the second treatise of the genealogy of morals, that man is a promising animal, by which he meant, underlining those words, an animal that is permitted to make promises, das Versprechen darf. Nature is said to have given itself the task of raising, bringing up, domesticating and disciplining, heranzuchten, this animal that promises. Since time, since so long ago, hence since all of time and for what remains of it to come, we would therefore be in passage toward surrendering to the promise of that animal at unease with itself. Since time, therefore. Since so long ago, can we say that the animal has been looking at us, too? What animal? The other. I often ask myself, just to see, who I am and who I am, following, at the moment when, caught naked, in silence, by the gaze of an animal, for example the eyes of a cat, I have trouble, yes, a bad time overcoming my embarrassment. Whence this malaise? I have trouble repressing a reflex dictated by immodesty. Trouble keeping silent within me a protest against the indecency. Against the impropriety that comes of finding oneself naked, one's sex exposed, stark naked before a cat that looks at you without moving, just to see. the impropriety malseance of a certain animal nude before the other animal. From that point on one might call it a kind of animal science, the single, incomparable, and original experience of the impropriety that would come from appearing in truth naked, in front of the insistent gaze of the animal, a benevolent or pitiless gaze, surprised or cognizant. The gaze of a seer, visionary, or extra-lucid blind person. It is as if I were ashamed, therefore, naked in front of this cat, but also ashamed for being ashamed. A reflected shame, the mirror of a shame ashamed of itself, a shame that is at the same time specular, unjustifiable, and unable to be admitted to. At the optical center of this reflection would appear this thing, and in my eyes the focus of this incomparable experience that is called nudity. And about which it is believed that it is proper to man, that is to say foreign to animals, naked as they are, or so it is thought, without the slightest inkling of being so. Ashamed of what and naked before whom? Why let oneself be overcome with shame? And why this shame that blushes for being ashamed? Especially, I should make clear, if the cat observes me frontally naked, face to face, and if I am naked faced with the cat's eyes looking at me as it were from head to toe, just to see, not hesitating to concentrate its vision in order to see, with a view to seeing in the direction of my sex. To see, without going to see, without touching yet, and without biting, although that threat remains on its lips or on the tip of the tongue. Something happens there that shouldn't take place, like everything that happens in the end, a lapsus, a fall, a failure, a fault, a symptom, and symptom, as you know, also means fall, case, unfortunate event, coincidence, what falls due escience, mishap. It is as if, at that instant, I had said or were going to say the forbidden, something that shouldn't be said. As if I were to admit what cannot be admitted in a symptom and, as one says, wanted to bite my tongue. Ashamed of what and before whom? Ashamed of being as naked as an animal bet. It is generally thought, although none of the philosophers I am about to examine actually mention it, for that the property unique to animals and what in the final analysis distinguishes them from man, is their being naked without knowing it. Not being naked therefore, not having knowledge of their nudity, in short without consciousness of good and evil. From that point on, naked without knowing it, animals would not, in truth, be naked. They wouldn't be naked because they are naked. In principle, with the exception of man, no animal has ever thought to dress itself. Clothing would be proper to man, one of the properties of man. Dressing oneself would be inseparable from all the other forms of what is proper to man, even if one talks about it less than speech or reason, the logos, history, laughing, mourning, burial, the gift, and so on. The list of properties unique to man always forms a configuration, from the first moment. For that reason, it can never be limited to a single trait, and it is never closed. Structurally speaking, it can attract a non-finite number of other concepts, beginning with the concept of a concept. The animal, therefore, is not naked because it is naked. It doesn't feel its own nudity. There is no nudity in nature. There is only the sentiment, the affect, the conscious or unconscious experience of existing in nakedness. Because it is naked, without existing in nakedness, the animal neither feels nor sees itself naked. And it therefore is not naked. At least that is what is thought. For man it would be the opposite, and clothing derives from technics. We would therefore have to think shame and technicity together, as the same subject. And evil and history and work and so many other things that go along with it. Man would be the only one to have invented a garment to cover his sex. He would only be a man to the extent that he was able to be naked, that is to say to be ashamed, to know himself to be ashamed because he is no longer naked. And knowing himself would mean knowing himself to be ashamed. On the other hand, because the animal is naked without consciousness of being naked, modesty would remain as foreign to it as would immodesty. As would the knowledge of self that is involved in that. What is shame if one can be modest only by remaining immodest, and vice versa? Man could never become naked again because he has the sense of nakedness, that is to say of modesty or shame. The animal would be in non-nudity because it is nude, and man in nudity to the extent that he is no longer nude. There we encounter a difference, a time or contretemps between two nudities without nudity. This contretemps has only just begun doing us harm mal, in the area of the science of good and evil. Before the cat that looks at me naked, would I be ashamed like an animal that no longer has the sense of nudity? Or on the contrary, like a man who retains the sense of his nudity? Who am I therefore? Who is it that I am, following? Whom should this be asked of if not of the other? And perhaps of the cat itself? I must make it clear from the start, the cat I am talking about is a real cat, truly, believe me, a little cat. It isn't the figure of a cat. It doesn't silently enter the room as an allegory for all the cats on the earth, the felines that traverse myths and religions, literature and fables. There are so many of them. The cat I am talking about does not belong to Kafka's vast zoopoetics, something that nevertheless solicits attention, endlessly and from a novel perspective. Nor is the cat that looks at me, and to which I seem but don't count on it to be dedicating a negative zootheology, Hoffman's or Kaufman's cat Murr, although along with me it uses this occasion to salute the magnificent and inexhaustible book that Sarah Kaufman devotes to it, namely Autobiographures, whose title resonates so well with that of this conference. That book keeps vigil over this conference and asks to be continually quoted or reread. An animal looks at me. What should I think of this sentence? The cat that looks at me naked, and that is truly a little cat, this cat I am talking about, which is also a female, isn't Montaigne's cat either, the one he nevertheless calls my pussy cat ma chat in his apology for Raymond 7.5. You will recognize that as one of the greatest pre- or anti-Cartesian texts on the animal. Later we will pay attention to a certain evolution from Montaigne to Descartes, an event that is obscure and difficult to assign a date to identify even, between two configurations for which these proper names are metonymies. Montaigne makes fun of man's impudence with regard to the beasts, of the presumption and imagination shown by man when he claims to assign them or refuse them certain faculties, pages 331, 330. Contrary to that, he deems it necessary to recognize in animals a facility in forming letters and syllables. This capacity, Montaigne confidently assures us, testifies that they have an inward power of reason which makes them so teachable and determined to learn, p. 340. Taking man to task for carving out their shares to his fellows and companions the animals, and distributing among them such portions of faculties and powers as he sees fit, he asks, and the question refers from here on not to the animal but to the naive assurance of man. How does he know, by the force of his intelligence, the secret internal stirrings of animals? By what comparison between them and us does he infer the stupidity that he attributes to them? When I play with my cat Ma Chat, who knows if I am not a pastime to her more than she is to me? The 1595 edition adds, we entertain each other with reciprocal monkey tricks. If I have my time to begin or to refuse, so has she hers. p. 331. Nor does the cat that looks at me naked, she and no other, the one I am talking about here, belong, although we are getting warmer, to Baudelaire's family of cats 6 or Rilke 7 or Buber's .8. Literally speaking, at least, these poets and philosophers' cats don't speak. My pussycat, but a pussycat never belongs, is not even the one who speaks in Alice in Wonderland. Of course, if you insist at all costs on suspecting me of perversity, always a possibility, you are free to understand or receive the emphasis I just made regarding really a little cat as a quote from chapter 11 of Through the Looking Glass. Entitled Waking, this penultimate chapter consists of a single sentence, and it really was a kitten, after all, or as one French translation has it, and, after all, it really was a little black pussy cat et, finalement, c'est bel et bien un petit chat noir. 9. Although time prevents it, I would of course have liked to inscribe my whole talk within a reading of Lewis Carroll. In fact, you can't be certain that I am not doing that, for better or for worse, silently, unconsciously, or without your knowing. You can't be certain that I didn't already do it one day when, 10 years ago, I let speak or let pass a little hedgehog, a suckling hedgehog on Nurison Harrison perhaps, before the question what is poetry. For thinking concerning the animal, if there is such a thing, derives from poetry. There you have a hypothesis, it is what philosophy has, essentially, had to deprive itself of. That is the difference between philosophical knowledge and poetic thinking. The hedgehog of what is poetry, not only inherited a piece of my name, it also responded, in its own way, to the appeal of Alice's hedgehog. Remember the croquet ground where the balls were live hedgehogs, the Queen's croquet ground. Alice wanted to give the hedgehog a blow with the head of the flamingo she held under her arm, and it would twist itself round and look up in her face, until she burst out laughing. Point 10. How can an animal look you in the face? That will be one of our concerns. Alice noticed next that the hedgehog had unrolled itself, and was in the act of crawling away. Besides all this, there was generally a ridge or a furrow in the way wherever she wanted to send the hedgehog to, p90. It was a field on which the players all played at once, without waiting for turns, quarreling all the while, and fighting for the hedgehogs, p91. We will be all the more silently attracted to Through the Looking Glass given that we will have to deal with a type of mirror stage and to ask certain questions of it, from the point of view of the animal, precisely. But if my real cat is not Alice's little cat, certain translations say le petit chat for kitten, or un petit chat noir, it is certainly not because I am going to hurriedly conclude upon wakening, as Alice did, that one cannot speak with a cat on the pretext that it doesn't reply or that it always replies the same thing. For everything that I am about to confide to you no doubt comes back to asking you to respond to me, you, to me, reply to me concerning what it is to respond. If you can. The said question of the said animal in its entirety comes down to knowing not whether the animal speaks but whether one can know what respond means. And how to distinguish a response from a reaction. In this respect we must keep in mind Alice's very Cartesian statement at the end. It is a very inconvenient habit of kittens, Alice had once made the remark, that, whatever you say to them, they always purr. If they would only purr for yes, and mew for no, or any rule of that sort, she had said, so that one could keep up a conversation. But how can you talk with a person if they always say the same thing? On this occasion the kitten only purred, and it was impossible to guess whether it meant yes or no. 11. You can speak to an animal, to the cat said to be real inasmuch as it is an animal, but it doesn't reply, not really, not ever, that is what Alice concludes. Exactly like Descartes, as we shall later observe. The letter counts, as does the question of the animal. The question of the animal response often has as its stakes the letter, the literality of a word, sometimes what the word means literally. For example, if the word respond appears twice in all the translations of Carroll that I consulted, it doesn't correspond to any word as such in the English original. It is probably implied without being stated, and this is surely a matter of economy. Where the translation says, without underlining the always, quoi qu'on leur dise, elles rendront toujours pour vous répondre, the original simply says whatever you say to them, they always purr. And where the translation says, without underlining the allusion to pouvoir, can, mais comment put on parler avec quelqu'un qui répond toujours pour elle. Carroll himself writes, but how can you talk with a person if they always say the same thing? That said, the sense of response seems to be implicit here. One can always maintain that the difference between the presence and absence of the word response doesn't count. Perhaps, on the contrary, one should take the matter very seriously, but we will come to that. In any case, isn't Alice's incredulity rather incredible? She seems, at this moment at least, to believe that one can in fact discern and decide between a human yes and no. She seems confident that when it comes to man it is possible to guess whether yes or no. Let us not forget that the Cheshire Cat had told her, in the course of a scene that deserves a long meditation, we're all mad here. I'm mad. You're mad, p. 72. After that he undertakes to demonstrate to her this collective folly. It is the moment of a simulacrum of discussion, but which comes to grief as they are unable to agree on the sense of the words, on what a word means, and in the end no doubt, on what the term word could ever mean. Call it what you like, the cat ends up saying concerning the difference between growling and purring, before announcing that he will be present at the Queen's croquet game, where my poor hedgehogs will be badly treated. Miss Amal, p. 72. No, no, my cat, the cat that looks at me in my bedroom or in the bathroom, this cat that is perhaps not my cat or my pussy cat, does not appear here as representative, or ambassador, carrying the immense symbolic responsibility with which our culture has always charged the feline race, from La Fontaine to Tieck, author of Puss in Boots, from Baudelaire to Rilke, Buber and many others. If I say it is a real cat that sees me naked, it is in order to mark its unsubstitutable singularity. When it responds in its name, whatever respond means, and that will be our question, it doesn't do so as the exemplar of a species called cat, even less so of an animal genus or realm. It is true that I identify it as a male or female cat. But even before that identification, I see it as this irreplaceable living being that one day enters my space, enters this place where it can encounter me, even see me naked. Nothing can ever take away from me the certainty that what we have here is an existence that refuses to be conceptualized. And a mortal existence, for from the moment that it has a name, its name survives it. It signs its potential disappearance. Mine also, and this disappearance, from that moment to this, /, is announced each time that, naked or not, one of us leaves the room. But I must also accentuate the fact that this shame that is ashamed of itself is more intense when I am not alone with the cat in the room. For then I am no longer sure before whom I am so numbed with shame. In fact, is one ever alone with a cat? Or with anyone at all? Is this cat a third person? Or an other in a face-to-face duel? We will return to these questions later. In such moments, on the edge of the thing, in the imminence of the best or the worst, when anything can happen, where I can die with shame or pleasure, I no longer know in whose or in what direction to throw myself. Rather than chasing it away, chasing the cat away, I am in a hurry, yes, in a hurry to have it appear otherwise. I hasten to cover the obscenity of the event, in short to cover myself. One thought alone keeps me spellbound, dress myself, even a little, or, which amounts to the same thing, run away as if I were chasing 12 myself out of the room, bite my tongue for example at the very moment that I ask myself, who? But, who then? For I no longer know who I am, following, or who it is I am chasing, who is following me or hunting me. Who comes before and who is after whom? I no longer know where my head is. Madness, we're all mad here. I'm mad. You're mad. I no longer know how to respond, or even to respond to the question that impels me or asks me who I am, following, or after whom I am, following, and the way I am running. To follow and to be after will not only be the question and the question of what we call the animal. We shall discover further along the question of the question, that which begins by wondering what to respond means, and whether an animal, but which one, ever replies in its own name. And by wondering whether one can answer for what I am, following, means when that seems to necessitate an I am inasmuch as I am after après the animal or I am inasmuch as I am alongside après the animal. Being after, being alongside, being near pres would appear as different modes of being, indeed of being with the animal. But, in spite of appearances, it isn't certain that these modes of being come to modify a pre-established being, even less a primitive I am. In any case they express a certain order of the being huddled together itreser, which is what the etymological root, prescia, indicates, whence are derived the words pres, opre, the being pressed, the being with as being strictly attached, bound, and chained, being under pressure, compressed, impressed, repressed, pressed against according to the stronger or weaker stricture of what always remains pressing. In what sense of the neighbor proc, which is not necessarily that of a biblical or Greco-Latin tradition, should I say that I am close or near to the animal and that I am, following, it, and in what type or order of pressure? Being with it in the sense of being close to it? Being alongside it? Being after it? Being after it in the sense of the hunt, training, or taming, or being after it in the sense of a succession or inheritance? In all cases, if I am, following, after it, the animal therefore comes before me, earlier than me, früher is Kant's word regarding the animal, and Kant will later be called as a witness. The animal is there before me, there close to me, there in front of me I who am, following, after it. And also, therefore, since it is before me, it is behind me. It surrounds me. And from the vantage of this being there before me it can allow itself to be looked at, no doubt, but also something that philosophy perhaps forgets, perhaps being this calculated forgetting itself it can look at me. It has its point of view regarding me. The point of view of the absolute other, and nothing will have ever done more to make me think through this absolute alterity of the neighbor than these moments when I see myself seen naked under the gaze of a cat. What stakes are raised by these questions? One doesn't need to be an expert to foresee that they involve thinking about what is meant by living, speaking, dying, being and world as in being in the world or being towards the world, or being with, being before, being behind, being after, being and following, being followed or being following, there where I am, in one way or another, but unimpeachably, near what they call the animal. It is too late to deny it, it will have been there before me who is, following, after it. After and near what they call the animal and with it whether we want it or not and whatever we do about it. I must once more return to the malaise of this scene. I ask for your forbearance. I will do all I can to prevent its being presented as a primal scene, this deranged theatrics of the wholly other that they call animal, for example, a cat. Yes, the wholly other, more other than any other that they call an animal, for example a cat, when it looks at me naked, at the instant when I introduce myself, present myself to it or, earlier, at that strange moment when, before the event, before even wanting it or knowing it myself, I am passively presented to it as naked, seen and seen naked, before even seeing myself seen by a cat. Before even seeing myself or knowing myself seen naked. I am presented to it before even introducing myself. Nudity is nothing other than that passivity, the involuntary exhibition of the self. Nudity gets stripped to bare necessity only in that frontal exhibition, in that face-to-face. Here, faced with the cat of one or the other sex, or of one and the other sex. And faced with a cat that continues to see me, to watch me leave when I turn my back on it, a cat that, from that moment on, because I no longer see it seeing me still, from behind, I thus risk forgetting. I have just attributed passivity to nudity. We could nickname this denuded passivity with a term that will come back more than once, from different places and in different registers, namely, the passion of the animal, my passion of the animal, my passion of the animal other, seeing oneself seen naked under a gaze that is vacant to the extent of being bottomless, at the same time innocent and cruel perhaps sensitive and impassive, good and bad, uninterpretable, unreadable, undecidable, abyssal and secret. Wholly other, like the, every, other that is, every bit, other found in such intolerable proximity that I do not as yet feel I am justified or qualified to call it my fellow, even less my brother. For we shall have to ask ourselves, inevitably, what happens to the fraternity of brothers when an animal enters the scene? Or, conversely, what happens to the animal when one brother comes after the other, when Abel is after Cain who is after Abel? Or when a son is after his father? What happens to animals, surrogate or not, to the ass and ram on Mount Moriah? What does this bottomless gaze offer to my sight d'un avoir? What does it say to me, demonstrating quite simply the naked truth of every gaze, given that that truth allows me to see and be seen through the eyes of the other, in the seeing and not just seen eyes of the other? I am here thinking of those seeing eyes, those eyes of a seer whose color must at the same time be seen and forgotten. In looking at the gaze of the other, Levinus says, one must forget the color of his eyes, in other words see the gaze, the face that gazes before seeing the visible eyes of the other. But when he reminds us that the best way of meeting the other is not even to notice the color of his eyes, 13, he is speaking of man, of one's fellow as man, kindred, brother. He thinks of the other man, and this, for us, will later be revealed as a matter for serious concern. As with every bottomless gaze, as with the eyes of the other, the gaze called animal offers to my sight the abyssal limit of the human, the inhuman or the ahuman, the ends of man, that is to say the border crossing from which vantage man dares to announce himself to himself, thereby calling himself by the name that he believes he gives himself. And in these moments of nakedness, under the gaze of the animal, everything can happen to me. I am like a child ready for the apocalypse. I am, following, the apocalypse itself, that is to say the ultimate and first event of the end, the unveiling and the verdict. I am, following, it, the apocalypse. I identify with it by running behind it, after its whole zoology. When the instant of extreme passion passes, and I find peace again, then I can relax and speak of the beasts of the apocalypse, visit them in the museum, see them in a painting, but for the Greeks zoography referred to the portraiture of the living in general and not just the painting of animals. I can visit them at the zoo, read about them in the Bible, or speak about them as in a book. If I began by saying, the holy other they call the animal, and for example a cat, if I underlined the call appel and added quotation marks, it was to do more than announce a problem that will henceforth never leave us, that of appellation and of the response to a call. Before pursuing things in that direction, let me confide in you the hypothesis that crossed my mind the first time my gaze met that of a pussycat that seemed to be imploring me, asking me clearly to open the door for it to go out, as she did, without waiting, as she often does, for example when she first follows me into the bathroom, then immediately regrets her decision. It is moreover a scene that is repeated every morning. The cat follows me when I wake up, into the bathroom, asking for her breakfast, but she demands to be let out of that very room as soon as it, or she, sees me naked, ready for everything and resolved to make her wait. However, when I am found naked under the gaze of what they call the animal, a fictitious tableau is played out in my imagination, a sort of classification after Linnaeus, a taxonomy of the point of view of animals. Other than the difference mentioned earlier between poem and philosopheme, one can only find, at bottom, two types of discourse, two positions of knowledge, two grand forms of theoretical or philosophical treatise regarding the animal. What distinguishes them is obviously the place, indeed the body of their signatories, that is to say the trace that that signature leaves in a corpus and in a properly scientific, theoretical, or philosophical thematics. In the first place there are those texts signed by people who have no doubt seen, observed, analyzed, reflected on the animal, but who have never been seen by the animal. Their gaze has never intersected with that of an animal directed at them. Forget about their being naked. If, indeed, they did happen to be seen furtively by the animal one day, they took no, thematic, theoretical, or philosophical, account of it. They neither wanted nor had the capacity to draw any systematic consequence from the fact that an animal could, facing them, look at them, clothed or naked, and in a word, without a word, address them. They have taken no account of the fact that what they call animal could look at them and address them from down there, from a wholly other origin. That category of discourse, texts, and signatories, those who have never been seen by an animal that addressed them, is by far the most frequent. It is probably what brings together all philosophers and all theoreticians as such. At least those of a certain epoch, let's say from Descartes to the present, but I will say later why the word epoch and even this historicism leaves me quite uneasy or dissatisfied. Clearly all those males but not all those females, and that difference is not insignificant here, whom I will later situate in order to back up my thesis, arranging them within the same configuration, for example Descartes, Kant, Heidegger, Lacan, and Levinas, belong to this quasi-epical category. Their discourses are sound and profound, but everything goes on as if they themselves had never been looked at, and especially not naked, by an animal that addressed them. At least everything goes on as though this troubling experience had not been theoretically registered, supposing that they had experienced it at all, at the precise moment when they made of the animal a theorem, something seen and not seeing. The experience of the seeing animal, of the animal that looks at them, has not been taken into account in the philosophical or theoretical architecture of their discourse. In some they have denied it as much as misunderstood it. Henceforth we can do little more than turn around this immense disavowal whose logic traverses the whole history of humanity, and not only that of the quasi-epical configuration I just mentioned. It is as if the men representing this configuration had seen without being seen the animal without being seen by it, without being seen by it, without being seen naked by someone who, from the basis of a life called animal, and not only by means of the gaze, would have obliged them to recognize, at the moment of address, that this was their affair, their lookout que cela les regardait. But since I don't believe, at bottom, that it has never happened to them, or that it has not in some way been signified, figured, or metonymized, more or less secretly, in the gestures of their discourse, the symptom of this disavowal remains to be deciphered. This figure could not be the figure of just one disavowal among others. It institutes what is proper to man, the relation to itself of a humanity that is above all careful to guard, and jealous of, what is proper to it. As for the other category of discourse, found among those whose signatories are first and foremost poets or prophets, in the situation of poetry or prophecy, those men and women who admit taking upon themselves the address of an animal that addresses them, before even having the time or the power to take themselves off sy duraber, to take themselves off with clothes off or in a bathrobe, I know of no statutory representative of it, that is to say no subject who does so as theoretical, philosophical, or juridical man, or even as citizen. I have found no such representative, but it is in that very place that I find myself, here and now, in the process of searching. That is the track I am following, the track I am ferreting out la piste que j'ai de piste, following the traces of this wholly other they call animal, for example cat. Why rename that appellation? Why say the wholly other they call animal, for example cat? In order to recall a scene of name-calling, beginning at the beginning, namely in Genesis and at least a type of new beginning, a second beginning in what is distinguished in Bereshit as the second narrative. For one must indeed specify that that story is a second heading, and tet in Chaurakwi's translation, point 14 the man who, in that rendering, calls the animals by name, is not only Adam, the man of the earth, the husbandman Glebux. He is also Ish preceding Isha, man before woman. It is the man Ish, still alone, who gives names to the animals created before him. The husbandman cried out the name of each beast. One translation, Chaurakwi, says, another, Dermes man called all the animals by their names, General 220. Let me repeat, it is only recorded thus in the second narrative. If one believes what is called the first narrative, God creates man in his image but he brings male and female into the world at the same time. Naming will thus have been the fact of man as a couple, if it can be put that way. The original naming of the animals does not take place in the first version. It isn't the man-woman of the first version but man alone and before woman who, in that second version, gives their names, his names, to the animals. On the other hand, it is said in the first version that the husbandman, created as God's replica, and created male-female, man-woman, immediately receives the order to subject the animals to him. In order to obey he is required to mark his ascendancy, his domination over them, indeed his power to tame them. Having created the living animals on the fifth day, the beasts, that is to say animals for domestication, birds, fish, reptiles, and wild beasts, and having blessed them, Elohim said, Let us make man in our image, in our likeness. Let them note the sudden move to the plural have authority my italics over the fish of the sea and the birds of the heavens, over the cattle, over all the wild beasts and reptiles that crawl upon the earth. Elohim therefore created man in his image, in the image of Elohim he created him. Male and female he created them. Elohim blessed them and said, Be fruitful and multiply, fill the earth and subdue it, have authority my italics again over the fish of the sea and the birds of the heavens, over every living thing that moves on the earth. General 1:26, 28, trans. Derrida 15. Elohim said, We will make Adam the husbandman. As our replica, in our likeness. They will subject my italics the fish of the sea, the flying creatures of the heavens, the beasts, the whole earth, every reptile that crawls upon the earth. Elohim created the husbandman as his replica. As a replica of Elohim he created him. Male and female he created them. Elohim blessed them. Elohim said to them, Be fruitful, multiply, fill the earth, conquer it. Subject my italics again the fish of the sea, the flying creatures of the heavens. Every living thing that crawls on the earth. General 1:26, 28, trans. Chowraqui 16. That is the first narrative. God commands man-woman to command the animals, but not yet to name them. What happens next, in the second narrative? There occurs something, a single and double thing, twice at the same time, something that, it seems to me, gets little notice in most readings of this Genesis that is infinite in its second breath. On the one hand, the naming of the animals is performed at one and the same time, before the creation of Isha, the female part of man, and, as a result, before they perceive themselves to be naked, and they are at first naked without shame, the two of them are naked, the husbandman and his wife, they don't blanch on account of it. 17 After a certain serpent one we shall return to comes by, they will perceive themselves to be naked, and not without shame. On the other hand, and this is especially important, the public announcing of names remains at one and the same time free and overseen, under surveillance, under the gaze of Jehovah who does not for all that intervene. He lets Adam, he lets man, man alone, Ish without Isha, the woman, freely call out the names. He lets him go about naming alone. But he is waiting in the wings, watching over this man alone with a mixture of curiosity and authority. God observes, Adam is observed, with insight, he names under observation. In Chowraqui's translation, he has them come towards the husbandman in order to see what he will call out to them, General 219.18 he has them come forward, he summons them, the animals that, according to the first narrative, he had created, and I firmly underline this factor that is fundamental to what concerns us, he summons them in order to subject, Chowraqui, them to man's command, in order to place them under man's authority, Derrida. More precisely, he has created man in his likeness so that man will subject, tame, dominate, train, or domesticate the animals born before him and assert his authority over them. God destines the animals to an experience of the power of man, in order to see the power of man in action, in order to see the power of man at work, in order to see man take power over all the other living beings. Chowraqui, he has them come towards the husbandman in order to see what he will call out to them, Derrida, he brings them to man in order to see what he will call them. 19 The in order to see that I have underlined twice seems full of meaning. It is the same expression in both translations. God gives Ish alone the freedom to name the animals, granted, and that represents at the same time his sovereignty and his loneliness. However, everything seems to happen as though God still wanted to oversee, keep vigil, maintain his right of inspection over the names that were about to echo out, and by means of which Ish all alone, Ish still without woman, was going to get the upper hand with respect to the animals. God wanted to oversee but also abandon himself to his curiosity, even allow himself to be surprised and outflanked by the radical novelty of what was going to occur, by this irreversible, welcome or unwelcome event of naming, whereby Ish would begin to see them and name them without allowing himself to be seen or named by them. God lets him, Ish, speak on his own, call out on his own, call out and nominate, call out and name, as if he were able to say, I name, I call. God lets Ish call the other living things all on his own, give them their names in his own name, these animals that are older and younger than him, these living things that came into the world before him but were named after him, on his initiative according to the second narrative. In both cases, man is in both senses of the word after the animal. He follows him. This after, that determines a sequence, a consequence, or a persecution, is not in time, nor is it temporal, it is the very genesis of time. God thus lets Ish do the calling of his own accord, he accords him the right to give them names in his own name, but just in order to see. This in order to see marks at the same time the infinite right of inspection of an all-powerful God and the finitude of a God who doesn't know what is going to happen to him with language and with names. In short, God doesn't yet know what he really wants. This is the finitude of a God who doesn't know what he wants with respect to the animal, that is to say with respect to the life of the living as such, a God who sees something coming without seeing it coming, a God who will say I am that I am without knowing what he is going to see when a poet enters the scene to give his name to living things. This powerful yet deprived in order to see that is God's, the first stroke of time, before time, God's exposure to surprise, to the event of what is going to occur between man and animal. This time before time has always made me dizzy. As if someone said, in the form of a promise or a threat, you'll see what you'll see without knowing what was going to end up happening. It is the dizziness one feels before the abyss opened by this stupid ruse, this feint, what I have been feeling for so long depuis le temps whenever I run away from an animal that looks at me naked. I often wonder whether this vertigo before the abyss of such an in order to see deep in the eyes of God is not the same as that which takes hold of me when I feel so naked in front of a cat, facing it, and when, meeting its gaze, I hear the cat or God ask itself, ask me, is he going to call me, is he going to address me? What is he going to call me, this naked man, before I give him woman, before I lend her to him in giving her to him, before I give her to him or before he gives her to himself by taking upon himself, from under him, from at his side ses cotes, or even from his rib de sa cote. Since time. For so long now it is as if the cat had been recalling itself and recalling that, recalling me and reminding me of this awful tale of Genesis, without breathing a word. Who was born first, before the names? Which one saw the other come to this place so long ago? Who will have been the first occupant, and thus the master? Who the subject? Who has remained the despot, for so long now? Things would be too simple altogether, the anthropotheomorphic reappropriation would already have begun, there would even be the risk that domestication has already come into effect if I were to give in to my own melancholy. If, in order to hear it in myself, I were to undertake to over-interpret what the cat might be saying to me, in its own way, what it might be suggesting or simply signifying in a language of mute traces, that is to say without any words. If, in a word, I assign to it the words it has no need of, as is said of the cat's voice in Baudelaire, to utter the longest of sentences it has no need of words. But in forbidding myself thus to assign, interpret, or project, must I conversely give in to the other violence or stupidity bêtise, that which would consist in suspending one's compassion and in depriving the animal of every power of manifestation, of the desire to manifest to me anything at all, and even to manifest to me in some way its experience of my language, of my words and of my nudity? From the vantage of that time when the animals were named, before original sin, I will mark, for the moment, still in the guise of an epigraph, the following reservation: the questions I am posing, my having confessed to feeling disarmed before a small mute living being, and my avowed desire to escape the alternative of a projection that appropriates and an interruption that excludes, all that might lead one to guess that I am not ready to interpret or experience the gaze that a cat fixes. Without a word, on my nakedness, in the negative, if I can put it that way, as Benjamin suggests doing within a certain tradition that we must speak of later. In fact, that tradition assigns to nature and to the animality named by Adam a sort of deep sadness, Traurigkeit. Point 20. Such a melancholic mourning would reflect an impossible resignation, as if protesting in silence against the unacceptable fatality of that very silence, the fact of being condemned to muteness, Stummheit, and to the absence of language, Sprachlosigkeit, to stupor also, to that Benommenheit that Heidegger speaks of and that he defines, in a text that I would later like to read closely, as the essence of animality, das Wesen der Tierheit. Benommenheit is a mute stupor, stupefaction, or daze. A new translation uses the word absorption accaparement in order to attenuate somewhat euphemistically the potential violence of this qualification, but also in order to render the sense of a type of encircling, umring, within which the animal, as Elegon, finds itself, according to Heidegger, deprived of access in its very opening to the being of the entity as such, to being as such, to the as such of what is. It is true that, according to Benjamin, the sadness, mourning, and melancholy, Traurigkeit, of nature and of animality are born out of this muteness, Stummheit, Sprachlosigkeit, but also out of and by means of the wound without a name, that of having been given a name. Finding oneself deprived of language, one loses the power to name oneself, indeed to respond to one's name. As if man didn't also receive his name and his names. The sentiment of this deprivation, of this impoverishment, of this lack would thus be the great sorrow of nature, das große Leid der Natur. It is in the hope of requiting that, of redemption, Erlassen, from that suffering, that humans live and speak in nature, humans in general and not only poets, as Benjamin makes clear. More interestingly, this putative sadness doesn't just derive from the inability to speak, Sprachlosigkeit, and from muteness, from an aphasic inability or stupefaction that prevents the use of words. If this putative sadness gives rise to a lament, if nature laments, expressing a mute but audible lament through the sensuous breath and rustling of plants, it is because the terms have to be inverted. Benjamin suggests as much. There must be a reversal, an umkehrung in the essence of nature. Following the hypothesis of this reversing reversal, nature, and animality within it, isn't sad because it is mute, while sie stummest. On the contrary, it is nature's sadness or mourning that renders it mute and aphasic, that leaves it without words, die Traurigkeit der Natur macht sie verstummen. For what, for so long now, has been making it sad and as a result has deprived the mourner of words, what forbids words, is not the muteness and experience of a powerlessness, an inability to name, it is in the first place the fact of receiving one's name. This is a startling intuition. Benjamin says that even when the one who names is equal to the gods, happy and well blessed, being named, benannt Zeusen, or seeing oneself given one's proper name is something like being invaded by sadness, it is sadness itself, a sadness whose origin would therefore always be this passivity of being named, this impossibility of reappropriating one's own name, or at least a sort of obscure foreshadowing of sadness. One should rather say a foreshadowing of mourning, een Ahnung von Trauer. A foreshadowing of mourning, because it seems to me that every case of naming involves announcing a death to come in the surviving of a ghost, the longevity of a name that survives whoever carries that name. Whoever receives a name feels mortal or dying precisely because the name seeks to save him, to call him and thus assure his survival. Being called, hearing oneself being named, receiving a name for the first time involves something like the knowledge of being mortal and even the feeling that one is dying. Already dead by virtue of being promised to death, dying. How could one, I ask in passing, thus refuse the animal access to the experience of death as such by depriving it of nomination? But as I was suggesting just now, I am not, following, Benjamin when I find myself naked under the gaze of the animal, I am not ready to follow him in his wonderful meditation written right in the middle of the First World War, in 1916. Why not? Among other reasons because such a meditation lays out this whole scene of a grieving aphasia within the time frame of redemption, that is to say after the fall and after original sin, nach dem Sündenfall. It would thus take place since the time of the fall. I situate this time of the fall at the purposive intersection of two traditions because in the Genesis tale as much as in the myth of Prometheus, let's remember the protagoras and the moment when Prometheus steals fire, that is to say the arts and techniques, in order to make up for the forgetfulness or tardiness of Epimetheus who had perfectly equipped all breeds of animal but left man naked gymnon, without shoes, covering, or arms. It is paradoxically on the basis of a fault or failing in man that the latter will be made a subject who is master of nature and of the animal. From within the pit of that lack, an eminent lack, a quite different lack from that he assigns to the animal, man installs or claims in a single movement what is proper to him, the peculiarity of a man whose property it is not to have anything that is exclusively his, and his superiority over what is called animal life. This last superiority, infinite and par excellence, has as its property the fact of being at one and the same time unconditional and sacrificial. That would be the law of an imperturbable logic, both Promethean and Adamic, both Greek and Abrahamic, Judaic, Christian, and Islamic. Its invariance hasn't stopped being verified all the way to our modernity. Yet I have been wanting to bring myself back to my nudity before the cat, since so long ago, since a previous time, in the Genesis tale, since the time when Adam, alias Ish, called out the animals' names before the fall, still naked but before being ashamed of his nudity. I am thus speaking from within that time frame depuis ce temps. My passion for the animal is awakened at that age. I admitted just now to being ashamed of being ashamed. I could therefore be surprised by my uneasiness, my shame at being ashamed, naked before the animal or animals, only by taking myself back to a time before the fall, before shame and the shame of being ashamed. Before evil and before all ills. Can one speak of the animal? Can one approach the animal? Can one from the vantage of the animal see oneself being looked at naked? From the vantage of the animal before evil le mal and before all ills lamo? I am trying to speak to you from within that time frame, of myself in particular, in private or in public, but of myself in particular. That time frame would also be that which, in principle, supposing it were possible, separates autobiography from confession. Autobiography becomes confession when the discourse on the self does not dissociate truth from an avowal, thus from a fault, an evil, an ill. And first and foremost from a truth that would be due, a debt in truth that needs to be paid off. Why would one owe truth? Why would it belong to the essence of truth to be due, and nude, and therefore confessed? Why this duty to pay off truth if hiding the truth, feigning also to hide, feigning to hide oneself or hide the truth, were not already the experience of evil and of ill, of a potential fault, of a culpability, of a sufferance, of a debt of a deceiving and a lie? How and why would truth be due? And how and why caught, surprised from the first instant in a logic of debt and owing? Why would truth be what is due, that is to say owed to veracity, to the revealing of oneself, to the truth of self as sincerity? Is there, and in particular in the history of discourse, indeed of the becoming literature of discourse, an ancient form of autobiography immune from confession, an account of the self free from any sense of confession? And thus from all redemptive language, within the horizon of salvation as a requiting? Has there been, since so long ago, a place and a meaning for autobiography before original sin and before the religions of the book? Autobiography and memoir before Christianity, especially, before the Christian institutions of confession? That has been in doubt for so long now, and a reading of the prodigious confessions of European history such as have formed our culture of subjectivity from Augustine to Rousseau, would not be about to dispel that doubt. Between Augustine and Rousseau, within the same indisputable filiation, within the evolving history of the ego cogito ergo sum, stands Descartes. He waits for us with his animal machines. I presume that he won't interrupt the lineage that, for so long now, has tied the autobiographical genre to the institution of confession. Since that time, that means since the time that has passed, but also since the time before time. Since time, that is to say since a time when there was not yet time, when time hadn't elapsed, if that is possible, before the verdict, the reckoning, or the fall. Although I must put off until later a patient reading and interpretation of the systematic and rich text that, in 1929-30, following Being and Time, Heidegger devoted to the animal, I note the following in anticipation of it here, having just spoken of time before time, one of the rare times, perhaps the only time, that needs checking, that Heidegger names the animal in Being and Time, a text that is also in its own way a treatise that seeks to be non-Christian, concerning a certain fall of the Dasein. It is in order to admit to a difficulty that will be saved for later. My hypothesis is this: whatever is put off until later will probably be put off forever. Later here signifies never. What is that difficulty? That of knowing if the animal has time, if it is constituted by some kind of time. According to Heidegger, that remains a problem, bleibt ein Problem. It remains a problem in itself or for itself, bleibt ein Problem für sich, remains an original problem, separate, to be treated separately, to define ontologically the way in which the senses can be stimulated or touched in something that merely has life in einem nur Lebenden, and how and where the being of animals, das Sendertier, for instance zum Beispiel, is constituted by some kind of time. 21. The being of animals is only an example, zum Beispiel. But for Heidegger it is a trustworthy example of what he calls nur Lebenden, that which is living but no more, life in its pure and simple state. I think I understand what that means, this nothing more, nur. I can understand it on the surface, in terms of what it means, but at the same time I understand nothing. I will always ask myself whether this fiction, this simulacrum, this myth, this legend, this phantasm of what is offered as a pure concept, life in its pure state. Benjamin also has confidence in what can probably be no more than a pseudo-concept. Is not precisely pure philosophy become a symptom of the history that concerns us here? Isn't that history the one that man tells himself, the history of the philosophical animal, of the animal for the man-philosopher? Is it a coincidence that the sentence is the last one preceding a chapter entitled Die Zeitlichkeit des Verfallens, the temporality of reckoning, fall, or decay? I suggested just now that for certain of us, perhaps, for those who welcome us here, for those who have gratified me by coming back once more, this chateau has remained for me, for so long now, a place of friendship but also of haunting de l'amitié hantée. For nearly 40 years. Indeed, friendship that is haunted, shadows of faces, furtive silhouettes of certain presences, movements, footsteps, music, words that come to life in my memory, on the terraces around us, among the trees, beside the lake, and in all the rooms of this mansion, beginning with this room. I enjoy more and more the taste of this memory that is at the same time tender, joyful, and melancholy, a memory, then, that likes to give itself over to the return of ghosts, many of whom are happily still living and, in some cases, present here. Others, alas, have died since that time, but they remain for me, just as when they were alive, close and present friends: Toyosaki Koichi, Francis Ponge, Gilles Deleuze, Sarah Kaufman. From here I can see them see and hear us. However, if I am to believe my memory that has thus been invaded by memories, for so long now, a memory that is almost hallucinated, I find myself about to embark upon the most chimerical discourse that I have probably ever attempted, or that has ever tempted me in this chateau. We thus confront the scene of the chimera, the temptation of or attempt at a chimera in this haunted chateau. Is it an animal, this chimera, an animal that can be defined as one, and only one? Is it more than or other than an animal? Or, as one often says of the chimera, more than one animal in one? The animal, what a word! The animal is a word, it is an appellation that men have instituted, a name they have given themselves the right and the authority to give to another living creature, à l'autre vivant. At the point at which we find ourselves, even before I get involved, or try to drag you after me or in pursuit of me upon an itinerary that some of you will no doubt find tortuous, labyrinthine, even aberrant, leading us astray from lure to lure, I will attempt the operation of disarmament that consists in posing what one could call some hypotheses in view of theses, posing them simply, naked, frontally, as directly as possible, pose them as I said, by no means in the way one indulgently poses in front of a spectator, a painter of portraits, or a camera, but pose in the sense of situating a series of positions. First hypothesis: for about 2 centuries, intensely and by means of an alarming rate of acceleration, for we no longer even have a clock or a chronological measure of it, we who call ourselves men or humans, we who recognize ourselves in that name, have been involved in an unprecedented transformation. This mutation affects the experience of what we continue to call imperturbably, as if there were nothing wrong with it, the animal and/or animals. I intend to stake a lot, or play a lot on the flexible separation of this and/or. This new situation can be determined only on the basis of a very ancient one. We must continuously move along this coming and going between the oldest and what comes of the exchange among the new, the again, and the anew of a repetition. Far from appearing, simply, within what we continue to call the world, history, life, and so on, this unheard of relation to the animal or to animals is so new that it should oblige us to worry all those concepts, more than just problematize them. That is why I would hesitate to say that we are living through that, if one can still confidently call life the experience whose limits tremble at the border crossings between bios and zoe, the biological, zoological, and anthropological, as between life and death, life and technology, life and history, and so on. I would therefore hesitate just as much to say that we are living through a historical turning point. The figure of the turning point implies a rupture or an instantaneous mutation for which the model or the figure remains genetic, biological, or zoological, and which therefore remains, precisely, to be questioned. As for history, historicity, even historicality, those motifs belong precisely as we shall see in detail to this auto-definition, this auto-apprehension, this auto-situation of man or of the human Dasein with respect to what is living and with respect to animal life, they belong to this autobiography of man that I wish to call into question today. Since all these words, in particular history, belong in a constitutive manner to the language, interests, and lures of this autobiography, we should not be over hasty in giving them credence or in confirming their pseudo-evidence. I will therefore not be speaking of an historical turning point in order to name a transformation in process, an alteration that is at the same time more serious and less recognizable than a turning point in the relation to the animal, in the being with shared by man and by what man calls the animal, the being of what calls itself man or the Dasein with what he himself calls, or what we ourselves call, what we still dare, provisionally, to name in general but in the singular, the animal. However one names or interprets this alteration, no one could deny that it has been accelerating, intensifying, no longer knowing where it is going, for about 2 centuries, at an incalculable rate and level. Given this intermination, the fact that it is left hanging, why should I say, as I have more than once, for about 2 centuries, as though such a point of reference were rigorously possible in speaking of a process that is no doubt as old as man, as old as what he calls his world, his knowledge, his history, and his technology. Well, in order to recall, for convenience to begin with and without laying claim to being exact, certain pre-existing indices that allow us to be heard and understood and to say us here today. Limiting ourselves to the most imposing of these indices, we can refer to those that go well beyond the animal sacrifices of the Bible or of ancient Greece, well beyond the hecatombs, sacrifices of 100 cattle, with all the metaphors that that expression has since been charged with, beyond the hunting, fishing, domestication, training, or traditional exploitation of animal energy, transport, plowing, draft animals, the horse, ox, reindeer, and so on, and then the guard dog, small scale butchering, and then animal experiments, and so on. It is all too evident that in the course of the last 2 centuries these traditional forms of treatment of the animal have been turned upside down by the joint developments of zoological, ethological, biological, and genetic forms of knowledge and the always inseparable techniques of intervention with respect to their object, the transformation of the actual object, its milieu, its world, namely, the living animal. This has occurred by means of farming and regimentalization at a demographic level unknown in the past, by means of genetic experimentation, the industrialization of what can be called the production for consumption of animal meat, artificial insemination on a massive scale, more and more audacious manipulations of the genome, the reduction of the animal not only to production and overactive reproduction, hormones, genetic crossbreeding, cloning, and so on, of meat for consumption but also of all sorts of other end products, and all of that in the service of a certain being and the so-called human well-being of man. All that is well known, we have no need to dwell on it. However one interprets it, whatever practical, technical, scientific, juridical, ethical, or political consequence one draws from it, no one can deny this event any more. No one can deny the unprecedented proportions of the subjection of the animal. Such a subjection, whose history we are attempting to interpret, can be called violence in the most morally neutral sense of the term and even includes a certain interventionist violence that is practiced, as in some very minor and in no way dominant cases, let us never forget, in the service of and for the protection of the animal, most often the human animal. Neither can one seriously deny the disavowal that this involves. No one can deny seriously, or for very long, that men do all they can in order to dissimulate this cruelty or to hide it from themselves, in order to organize on a global scale the forgetting or misunderstanding of this violence that some would compare to the worst cases of genocide. There are also animal genocides, the number of species endangered because of man takes one's breath away. One should neither abuse the figure of genocide nor consider it explained away. For it gets more complicated here. The annihilation of certain species is indeed in process, but it is occurring through the organization and exploitation of an artificial, infernal, virtually interminable survival, in conditions that previous generations would have judged monstrous, outside of every supposed norm of a life proper to animals that are thus exterminated by means of their continued existence or even their overpopulation. As if, for example, instead of throwing people into ovens or gas chambers, let's say Nazi doctors and geneticists had decided to organize the overproduction and overgeneration of Jews, gypsies, and homosexuals by means of artificial insemination, so that, being more numerous and better fed, they could be destined in always increasing numbers for the same hell, that of the imposition of genetic experimentation or extermination by gas or by fire. In the same abattoirs. I don't wish to abuse the ease with which one can overload with pathos the self-evidences I am drawing attention to here. Everybody knows what terrifying and intolerable pictures a realist painting could give to the industrial, mechanical, chemical, hormonal, and genetic violence to which man has been submitting animal life for the past 2 centuries. Everybody knows what the production, breeding, transport, and slaughter of these animals has become. Instead of thrusting these images in your faces or awakening them in your memory, something that would be both too easy and endless, let me simply say a word about this pathos. If these images are pathetic, if they evoke sympathy, it is also because they pathetically open the immense question of pathos and the pathological, precisely, that is, of suffering, pity, and compassion, and the place that has to be accorded to the interpretation of this compassion, to the sharing of this suffering among the living, to the law, ethics, and politics that must be brought to bear upon this experience of compassion. For what has been happening now for 2 centuries involves a new experience of this compassion. In response to the irresistible but unacknowledged unleashing and the organized disavowal of this torture, voices are raised, minority, weak, marginal voices, little assured of their discourse, of their right to discourse and of the enactment of their discourse within the law, as a declaration of rights in order to protest, in order to appeal, will return to this, to what is still presented in such a problematic way as animal rights, in order to awaken us to our responsibilities and our obligations with respect to the living in general, and precisely to this fundamental compassion that, were we to take it seriously, would have to change even the very basis, and that basis is what I wish to discuss today, of the philosophical problematic of the animal. It is in thinking of the source and ends of this compassion that about 2 centuries ago someone like Bentham, as is well known, proposed changing the very form of the question regarding the animal that dominated discourse within the tradition, in the language of both the most refined philosophical argument and everyday acceptation and common sense. Bentham said something like this: the question is not to know whether the animal can think, reason, or talk, something we still pretend to be asking ourselves. From Aristotle to Descartes, from Descartes, especially, to Heidegger, Levinas, and Lacan, this question determines so many others concerning power or capability, pouvoirs and attributes, avoirs, being able, having the power to give, to die, to bury one's dead, to dress, to work, to invent a technique, and so on, a power that consists in having such and such a faculty, thus such and such a power, as an essential attribute. Thus the question will not be to know whether animals are of the type zoon logon ekon, whether they can speak or reason thanks to that capacity or that attribute implied in the logos, the can have pouvoir avoir of the logos, the aptitude for the logos, and logocentrism is first of all a thesis regarding the animal deprived of the logos, deprived of the can have the logos. This is the thesis, position, or presupposition maintained from Aristotle to Heidegger, from Descartes to Kant, Levinas, and Lacan. The first and decisive question will rather be to know whether animals can suffer. Can they suffer? Asks Bentham simply yet so profoundly. Once its protocol is established, the form of this question changes everything. It no longer simply concerns the logos, the disposition and whole configuration of the logos, having it or not, nor does it concern more radically a dynamis or hexis, this having or manner of being, this habitus that one calls a faculty or power, this can have or the power one possesses, as in the power to reason, to speak, and everything that implies. The question is disturbed by a certain passivity. It bears witness, manifesting already, as question, the response that testifies to a sufferance, a passion, a not being able. The word can pouvoir changes sense and sign here once one asks can they suffer. The word wavers henceforth. As soon as such a question is posed, what counts is not only the idea of a transitivity or activity, being able to speak, to reason, and so on, the important thing is rather what impels it towards self-contradiction, something we will later relate back to autobiography. Can they suffer, amounts to asking can they not be able? And what of this inability in pouvoir? What of the vulnerability felt on the basis of this inability? What is this non-power at the heart of power? What is its quality or modality? How should one account for it? What right should be accorded it? To what extent does it concern us? Being able to suffer is no longer a power, it is a possibility without power, a possibility of the impossible. Mortality resides there, as the most radical means of thinking the finitude that we share with animals, the mortality that belongs to the very finitude of life, to the experience of compassion, to the possibility of sharing the possibility of this non-power, the possibility of this impossibility, the anguish of this vulnerability and the vulnerability of this anguish. With this question, can they suffer? We are not standing on the rock of indubitable certainty, the foundation of every assurance that one could, for example, look for in the cogito, in je pense dans je suis. But from another perspective we are here putting our trust in an instance that is just as radical, however different it may be, namely, what is undeniable. No one can deny the suffering, fear, or panic, the terror or fright that humans witness in certain animals. Descartes himself was not able to claim that animals were insensitive to suffering. Some will still try. This is something else we will come to contest the right to call that suffering or anguish, words or concepts that they would still reserve for man and for the Dasein in the freedom of its being towards death. We will have reason to problematize that discourse later. But for the moment let us note the following: the response to the question "can they suffer?" leaves no doubt. In fact, it has never left any room for doubt. That is why the experience that we have of it is not even indubitable, it precedes the indubitable, it is older than it. No doubt either, then, for the possibility of our giving vent to a surge of compassion, even if it is then misunderstood, repressed, or denied, held in respect. Before the undeniable of this response, yes, they suffer, like us who suffer for them and with them, before this response that precedes all other questions, the problematic changes ground and base. Perhaps it loses all security, but in any case it no longer rests on the old, supposedly natural, its ground, or historic and artifactual, its base, foundation. The 2 centuries I have been referring to somewhat approximately in order to situate the present in terms of this tradition have been those of an unequal struggle, a war being waged, the unequal forces of which could one day be reversed, between those who violate not only animal life but even and also the sentiment of compassion and, on the other hand, those who appeal to an irrefutable testimony to this pity. War is waged over the matter of pity. This war probably has no age but, and here is my hypothesis, it is passing through a critical phase. We are passing through that phase and it passes through us. To think the war we find ourselves waging is not only a duty, a responsibility, an obligation, it is also a necessity, a constraint that, like it or not, directly or indirectly, everyone is held to. Henceforth and more than ever. And I say to think this war, because I believe it concerns what we call thinking. The animal looks at us, and we are naked before it. Thinking perhaps begins there. Here now, in view of another thesis, is the second hypothesis that I think must be deduced without hesitation. It concerns or puts into effect another logic of the limit. I will thus be tempted to inscribe the subject of this thesis in the series of 3 conferences that, beginning with Les Fins de l'Homme and followed by Le Passage de Frontières, have been devoted to a properly transgressive if not transgressive experience of limitrophy. Let's allow that word to have both a general and strict sense, what abuts onto limits but also what feeds, is fed, is cared for, raised, and trained, what is cultivated on the edges of a limit. In the semantics of tropho, trophy, or trophos, we should be able to find everything we need to speak about what we should be speaking about in the course of these 10 days devoted to the autobiographical animal, feeding, food, nursing, breeding, offspring, education, care and keeping of animals, training, upbringing, culture, living and allowing to live by giving to live, be fed and grown, autobiographically. Limitrophy is therefore my subject. Not just because it will concern what sprouts or grows at the limit, around the limit, by maintaining the limit, but also what feeds the limit, generates it, raises it, and complicates it. Whatever I will say is designed, certainly not to efface the limit, but to multiply its figures, to complicate, thicken, delinearize, fold, and divide the line precisely by making it increase and multiply. Moreover, the supposed first or literal sense of tropho is just that, transform by thickening, for example, in curdling milk. So it will in no way mean questioning, even in the slightest, the limit about which we have had a stomachful, the limit between man with a capital M and animal with a capital A. It will not be a matter of attacking frontally or antithetically the thesis of philosophical or common sense on the basis of which has been built the relation to the self, the presentation of the self of human life, the autobiography of the human species, the whole history of the self that man recounts to himself, that is to say the thesis of a limit as rupture or abyss between those who say we men, I, a man, and what this man among men who say we, what he calls the animal or animals. I won't take it upon myself for a single moment to contest that thesis, nor the rupture or abyss between this I we and what we call animals. To suppose that I, or anyone else for that matter, could ignore that rupture, indeed that abyss, would mean first of all blinding oneself to so much contrary evidence, and, as far as my own modest case is concerned, it would mean forgetting all the signs that I have sought to give, tirelessly, of my attention to difference, to differences, to heterogeneities and abyssal ruptures as against the homogeneous and the continuous. I have thus never believed in some homogeneous continuity between what calls itself man and what he calls the animal. I am not about to begin to do so now. That would be worse than sleepwalking. It would simply be too asinine. Point 22 to suppose such a stupid memory lapse or to take to task such a naive misapprehension of this abyssal rupture would mean, more seriously still, venturing to say almost anything at all for the cause, for whatever cause or interest that no longer had anything to do with what we claim to want to talk about. When that cause or interest begins to profit from what it simplistically suspects to be a biologistic continuism, whose sinister connotations we are well aware of, or more generally to profit from what is suspected as a geneticism that one might wish to associate with this scatterbrained accusation of continuism, the undertaking in any case becomes so aberrant that it neither calls for nor, it seems to me, deserves any direct discussion on my part. Everything I have suggested so far and every argument I will put forward today stands overwhelmingly in opposition to the blunt instrument that such an allegation represents. For there is no interest to be found in a discussion of a supposed discontinuity, rupture, or even abyss between those who call themselves men and what so-called men, those who name themselves men, call the animal. Everybody agrees on this. Discussion is closed in advance. One would have to be more asinine than any beast plus Betkele bets to think otherwise. Even animals know that. Ask Abraham's ass or ram or the living beasts that Abel offered to God. They know what is about to happen to them when man says, "Here I am to God," then consent to sacrifice themselves, to sacrifice their sacrifice or to forgive themselves. The discussion is worth undertaking once it is a matter of determining the number, form, sense, or structure, the foliated consistency of this abyssal limit, these edges, this plural and repeatedly folded frontier. The discussion becomes interesting once, instead of asking whether or not there is a discontinuous limit, one attempts to think what a limit becomes once it is abyssal, once the frontier no longer forms a single indivisible line but more than one internally divided line, once, as a result, it can no longer be traced, objectified, or counted as single and indivisible. What are the edges of a limit that grows and multiplies by feeding on an abyss? Here is my thesis in 3 paragraphs. 1. This abyssal rupture doesn't describe 2 edges, a unilinear and indivisible line having 2 edges, man and animal in general. 2. The multiple and heterogeneous border of this abyssal rupture has a history. Both macroscopic and microscopic and far from being closed. That history is now passing through the most unusual phase in which we find ourselves and for which there is no scale. Indeed, one can only speak here of history, of an historic moment or phase, from one of the supposed edges of the said rupture, the edge of an anthropocentric subjectivity that is recounted or allows a history to be recounted about it, autobiographically, the history of its life, and that it therefore calls history. 3. Beyond the edge of the so-called human, beyond it but by no means on a single opposing side, rather than the animal or animal life, there is already a heterogeneous multiplicity of the living, or more precisely, since to say the living is already to say too much or not enough, a multiplicity of organizations of relations between living and dead, relations of organization or lack of organization among realms that are more and more difficult to dissociate by means of the figures of the organic and inorganic, of life and or death. These relations are at once close and abyssal, and they can never be totally objectified. They do not leave room for any simple exteriority of one term with respect to another. It follows from that one will never have the right to take animals to be the species of a kind that would be named the animal, or animal in general. Whenever one says, the animal, each time a philosopher, or anyone else says, the animal in the singular and without further ado, claiming thus to designate every living thing that is held not to be man, man as rational animal, man as political animal, speaking animal, zoon logon ekon, man who says I and takes himself to be the subject of a statement that he proffers on the subject of the said animal, and so on, each time the subject of that statement, this one, this I does that he utters an asinanity betise. He avows without avowing it, he declares, just as a disease is declared by means of a symptom, he offers up for diagnosis the statement I am uttering an asinanity. And this I am uttering an asinanity should confirm not only the animality that he is disavowing but his complicit, continued and organized involvement in a veritable war of the species. Such are my hypotheses in view of theses on the animal, on animals, on the word animal or animals. Yes, animal, what a word! Animal is a word that men have given themselves the right to give. These humans are found giving it to themselves, this word, but as if they had received it as an inheritance. They have given themselves the word in order to corral a large number of living beings within a single concept, the animal, they say. And they have given themselves this word, at the same time according themselves, reserving for them, for humans, the right to the word, the name, the verb, the attribute, to a language of words, in short to the very thing that the others in question would be deprived of, those that are corralled within the grand territory of the beasts, the animal. All the philosophers we will investigate, from Aristotle to Lacan, and including Descartes, Kant, Heidegger, and Levinas, all of them say the same thing, the animal is without language. Or more precisely unable to respond with a response that could be precisely and rigorously distinguished from a reaction, the animal is without the right and power to respond and hence without many other things that would be the property of man. Men would be first and foremost those living creatures who have given themselves the word that enables them to speak of the animal with a single voice and to designate it as the single being that remains without a response, without a word with which to respond. That wrong was committed long ago and with long-term consequences. It derives from this word, or rather it comes together in this word animal that men have given themselves at the origin of humanity and that they have given themselves in order to identify themselves, in order to recognize themselves, with a view to being what they say they are, namely men, capable of replying and responding in the name of men. I would like to try and speak of a certain wrong or evil that derives from this word, to begin with by stammering some chimerical aphorisms. The animal that I am, following, does it speak? That is an intact question, virginal, new, still to come, a completely naked question. For language is like the rest, it is not enough to speak of it. From the moment of this first question one should be able to sniff the trace of the fact that this animal seems to speak French here and is no less asinine for it. The animal that I am, following, does it speak? This address could be a feint, like the switch from I to it. The question could be the ruse or stratagem of a rhetorical question, one that would already be assured of a response. The question will shortly be very much that of the response, and no doubt I shall try to imply that one cannot treat the supposed animality of the animal without treating the question of the response and of what responding means. And what erasing means. Even those who, from Descartes to Lacan, have conceded to the said animal some aptitude for signs and for communication have always denied it the power to respond, to pretend, to lie, to cover its tracks or erase its own traces. But whether it is fictive or not, when I ask the animal that I am, does it speak, that same question seems at that moment to be signed, sealed by someone. What does it seal? What claim does it make? Pretense or not, what does it seem to translate? What this animal is, what it will have been, what it would like to, or could be, is perhaps what I am following. But saying that is what I am, following, kjele suis in French, in this and in no other language, amounts less to claiming some national idiom than to recalling an irreducible ambiguity about which we shall have more to say. An animal's signature might yet be able to erase or cover its traces. Or allow it to be erased, rather, be unable to prevent its being erased. And this possibility, that of tracing, effacing, or scrambling its signature, allowing it to be lost, would then have serious consequences. Having or not having traces at one's disposal so as to be in a position to cover or erase them, in such a manner as, it is said, some can, man, for example, and some cannot do, the animal, for example, according to Lacan, does not perhaps constitute a reliable alternative defined by an indivisible limit. we will have reason to go back over these steps and tracks. The fact that a trace can always be erased, and forever, in no way means, and this is a critical difference, that someone, man or animal, can of his own accord erase his traces. It is a question of words, therefore. For I am not sure that what I am going to set about saying to you amounts to anything more ambitious than an exploration of language in the course of a sort of chimerical experimental exercise, or the testing of a testimony. Just to see. We can act as though I was simply trying to analyze a number of discursive modalities or usages in order to put them to the test and to see, to keep an eye out for what will come of it, that they, I insist on this they, what humans do with certain words, but also, and for some time yet, to track, to sniff, to trail, and to follow some of the reasons they adduce for the very confident usage they make, and which for the moment we are making together, of words such as, therefore, animal and I. A critical uneasiness will persist, in fact a bone of contention will be incessantly repeated throughout everything that I wish to develop. It would be aimed in the first place, once again, at the usage, in the singular, of a notion as general as the animal, as if all non-human living things could be grouped without the common sense of this commonplace, the animal, whatever the abyssal differences and structural limits that separate, in the very essence of their being, all animals, a name that we would therefore be advised, to begin with, to keep within quotation marks. Confined within this catch-all concept, within this vast encampment of the animal, in this general singular, within the strict enclosure of this definite article, the animal and not animals, as in a virgin forest, a zoo, a hunting or fishing ground, a paddock or an abattoir, a space of domestication, are all the living things that man does not recognize as his fellows, his neighbors, or his brothers. And that is so in spite of the infinite space that separates the lizard from the dog, the protozoan from the dolphin, the shark from the lamb, the parrot from the chimpanzee, the camel from the eagle, the squirrel from the tiger or the elephant from the cat, the ant from the silkworm or the hedgehog from the echidna. I interrupt my nomenclature and call Noah to help ensure that no one gets left on the ark. Since this has come down to sketching out a taxonomy, excuse me the immodesty of a further confession. It won't be autobiographical, like that I tried on another occasion in respect of a Nietzschean ear, although he, like Kafka, knows his stuff better than most others when it comes to animals. Instead it will be zooautobiographical. This zoo-autobiobibliography will be brief. I allow myself or constrain myself to this indulgence precisely for mnemonic effect, in the name of our meeting, El Animal Autobiographique. I will indulge in it before dealing in a different mode with what ties the history of the I am, the autobiographical and autodidactic relation to the self as I, to the history of the animal, the human concept of the animal. Since today I would like to run ahead of myself and sketch out other steps in moving forward, that is to say in stepping out without too much retrospection and without looking twice, I will not go back over arguments of a theoretical or philosophical kind, or in what we can call a deconstructive style, arguments that for a very long time, since I began writing in fact, I have sought to dedicate to the question of the living and of the living animal. For me that will always have been the most important and decisive question. I have addressed it 1,000 times, either directly or obliquely, by means of readings of all the philosophers I have taken an interest in, beginning with Husserl and the concepts of the rational animal, of life, or transcendental instinct that are found at the heart of phenomenology, but, paradoxically, when it comes to the animal, Husserl, like Hegel, is not the most Cartesian of the philosophers I shall later speak of. Still, short of outlining a philosophical autobiography, short of retracing my steps along the paths of philosophy, I could have, or perhaps should have undertaken an anamnesic interpretation of all my animals. They certainly do not form a family, but they are the critters' bets that I have been, following, from the start, for decades, and from conference to conference. I will not do that, out of modesty or discretion, and because there are too many of them, it would be interminable and seen as indecorous in this august setting. But I do think I need to open other paths, too perhaps, for whomever might wish, retrospectively, to follow such an exploration. I shall do so briefly, limiting myself strictly to the theme of our conference. On the one hand, my animal figures multiply, gain in insistence and visibility, become active, swarm, mobilize, and get motivated, move, and become moved all the more as my texts become more explicitly autobiographical, are more often uttered in the first person. I just said animal figures. These animals are without doubt something other than figures or characters in a fable. For as I see it, one of the most visible metamorphoses of the figural, and precisely of the animal figure, would perhaps be found, in my case, in white mythology. Indeed, that essay follows the movement of tropes and of rhetoric, the explanation of concept by means of metaphor, by prowling around animal language, between an Aristotle who deprives the animal of language and word and mimesis, and a Nietzsche who, if it can be said, reanimalizes the genealogy of the concept. The one who parroted Ecce Homo tries to teach us to laugh again by plotting, as it were, to let loose all the animals within philosophy. To laugh and to cry, for, as you know, he was mad enough to cry for an animal, under the gaze of, or cheek to cheek with a horse. Sometimes I think I see him call that horse as a witness, and primarily, in order to call it as a witness to his compassion, I think I see him take its head in his hands. Animals are my concern. Whether in the form of a figure or not. 23 They multiply, lunging more and more wildly in my face in proportion as my texts seem to become autobiographical, or so one would have me believe. It is obvious. Even a little too obvious were we to begin, say, at the end of A Silkworm of One's Own, published in 1998.24 already, in the iconography of Socrates and Plato at the Bodleian Library, the animals emerge from page after page, says the signatory of a postcard from July 1979, like squirrels in a forest. As for the monkey of Heidegger's hand, he takes, he grasps, but he will not give or greet, and especially not think according to Master Heidegger. The hedgehog of What is Poetry, letter written in the first person, bears in its quills, among other things, the heritage of a piece of my name, which is signed Formis Ants in Lectures de la Différence Sexuelle. For, on the other hand, I note in passing, almost all these animals are welcomed, in a more and more deliberate manner, on the threshold of sexual difference. More precisely of sexual differences, that is to say what for the most part is kept under wraps in almost all of the grand philosophical type treatises on the animality of the animal. This opening, on the threshold of sexual differences, was the very track left by the hedgehog or ant, but more than that, in the most recent text, where it is precisely a matter of nakedness, with or without a veil, I was interested in the thinking of what is naked, as it is said, like a worm. 25 A Silkworm of One's Own. From beginning to end that three-part journal talks of the ambiguity of the sexual experience at its birth. It deals with veils of modesty and truth, at the same time recalls one of the zoautobiographical origins of my bestiary. After noting that it was impossible to discern a sexual organ, the child recalls. There was indeed something like a brown mouth, but you could not recognize in it the orifice you had to imagine to be at the origin of their silk, this milk become thread, this filament extending their body and remaining attached to it for a certain length of time, the extruded saliva of a very fine sperm, lustrous, shiny, the miracle of a female ejaculation which would catch the light and which I drank in with my eyes. The self-displacement of this little fantasy of a penis, was it erection or detumescence? I would observe the invisible progress of the weaving, a little as though I was about to stumble on the secret of a marvel, the secret of the secret over there, at the infinite distance of the animal, of this little innocent member, so foreign yet so close in its incalculable estrangement. Later, the child continues. The spinning of its threads or sons or daughters beyond any sexual difference or rather any duality of the sexes, and even beyond any coupling. In the beginning, there was the worm which was and was not a sex, the child could see it clearly, a sex perhaps, but then which one? His bestiary was starting up. 26. there is a rhythmic difference between erection and detumescence. It is no doubt at the heart of what concerns us here, namely, a sentiment of shame related to standing upright, hence with respect to erection in general and not only phallic erection and to the face-to-face. Let us leave that remark, notably the role played by sexual difference in the matter of shame, to be followed up on or discussed later. Why would a man be at the same time more and less modest than a woman? What must shame be in terms of this at the same time of the more or less? In calling up still more of my animal texts of yesterday or the day before, I take my cue from the title of our program. Indeed, that title obliges us to cross the animal with autobiography. I therefore admit to my old obsession with the personal and somewhat paradisiac bestiary. It came to the fore very early on, the crazy project of constituting everything I have thought or written within a zoosphere, the dream of an absolute hospitality and an infinite appropriation. How to welcome or liberate so many animal words. Animats 27 Shamoy. In me, for me, like me? It would have amounted at the same time to something more and less than a bestiary. Above all, it would be necessary to avoid fables. We know the history of fabulation and how it remains an anthropomorphic taming, a moralizing subjection, a domestication. Always a discourse of man, indeed on the animality of man, but for and as man. Rather than developing that fabulous bestiary, I gave myself a horde of animals within the forest of my own signs and the memoirs of my memory. I was no doubt thinking about such a company well before the visitation of the innumerable critters that now overpopulate my texts. Well before the ant, the hedgehog, or the silkworm, well before the spider, bee, or snakes of Freud and the scene of writing or of white mythology, well before the wolves of the wolfman in furs, well before the horse of spurs, and especially before Kant's horse, about which it is said, in Paragon, concerning his theory of free and dependent beauty, that unlike birds or crustaceans, it is bothersome, the theory is straight-jacketed by this horse, whether one takes it to be wild or broken. In, exploited, tamed, finalized by man, by the subject of aesthetic and teleological judgments, relayed through the genet, the Spanish horse that runs through the middle of glass. The horse from Paragon is moreover compared to the steer, the sheep, the pig, and the ass. There was also a quite different ass, the ass of multiple references to the Jaja of affirmation following the traces of Zarathustra, well before the mole from I forget where, spectres of Marx I think. Well before Florian's hare and Kant's black swan in Politics of Friendship, but also before those I secretly call my friends the birds of Laguna Beach in Circumfiction, where I also bring back on stage certain white hens sacrificed in the parts on the Day of Atonement of my Algerian childhood, and still yet before the fish of plus are in the truth in painting that plays upon I by means of the ich of ictus, of ish and isha, crossed with chi by means of a chiasmus, and with a certain chi. Mir whose name decomposes in glass, where a certain eagle soars over the two columns, well before the dead alive viruses, undecidedly between life and death, between animal and vegetal, that come back from everywhere to haunt and obsess my writing, well before the reminder of all of Nietzsche's animals in Spurs but also in autobiographies, including a certain hypocritical dog, the church, and the ears of a phonograph dog, well before Ponge's zooliterature in Sign Sponge, the swallow, the shrimp, the oyster. Well before the sponge itself, that marine zoophyte that is wrongly held to be a plant, and about which I spoke in this very place, but which had also passed through my work earlier, again in white mythology, in relation to what Bachelard identified by the name of the Metaphysics of the Sponge 28. But since I wish ultimately to return at length to the treatment of the animal in Heidegger, permit me to create a special place in this short taxonomy in the form of a reminder pence bet, for a note that appears in brackets. It is from Of Spirit. That short text deals abundantly and directly with the Heideggerian concept of the animal as poor in world, Welterm, something I wish to analyze tomorrow, looking closely at the seminar of 1929-30. The note in brackets in my text does not appear to relate to the development of the problematic of the animal. It brings to the fore the gnawing, ruminant, and silent voracity of an animal machine and its implacable logic. but there is only the resemblance of an animal machine, Cartesian or otherwise. It is an animal of reading and rewriting. It will be at work in all the tracks we are heading down here, announcing them and ferreting them out in advance. Pause for a moment, to dream of the face the Heideggerian corpus would put on the day when, with all the application and consistency required, the operations prescribed by him at one moment or another would indeed have been carried out. Avoid the word spirit, at the very least place it in quotation marks, then cross through all the names referring to the world whenever one is speaking of something which, like the animal, has no Dasein, and therefore no or only a little world, then place the word being everywhere under a cross, and finally cross through without a cross all the question marks when it's a question of language, i.e., indirectly, of everything, etc. One can imagine the surface of the text given over to the gnawing, ruminant, and silent voracity of such an animal machine and its implacable logic. This would not only be simply without spirit, but the face, figure, of evil. The perverse reading of Heidegger. End of pause. 29. This animal machine has a family resemblance with the virus that obsesses, not to say invades everything I write. Neither animal nor non-animal, organic or inorganic, living or dead, this potential invader is like a computer virus. It is lodged in a processor of writing, reading, and interpretation. But, if I may note this in generous anticipation of what is to follow, it would be an animal that is capable of deleting, thus of erasing a trace, something Lacan thinks the animal is incapable of. This quasi-animal would no longer have to relate itself to being as such, something Heidegger thinks the animal is incapable of, since it would take account of the need to strike out being. But, as a result, in striking out being and taking itself beyond or on this side of the question, and hence of the response, is it something completely other than a species of animal? Yet another question to be followed up on. We follow ourselves. I shall not impose upon you a complete exposition of this theory of animats that I am following, or that follow me everywhere and the memory of which seems to me inexhaustible. Far from resembling Noah's Ark, it would be more like a circus, with an animal trainer having his sad subjects, bent low, file past. The multiple animat would still suffer from always having its master on its back. It would have it up to the neck en orite plein le dos with being thus domesticated, broken in, trained, docile, disciplined, tamed. Instead of recalling the menagerie that some who badmouth me might characterize as my autobibliography, I shall simply recall the idea, or rather the troubling stakes of a philosophical bestiary, of a bestiary at the origin of philosophy. It was not by chance that it first imposed itself in the region of an undecidable pharmakon. Concerning the Socratic irony that precipitates out one pharmakon by bringing it in contact with another pharmakon, that is to say reverses the pharmakon's powers and turns its surface over, I tried, in 1968, that is 30 years ago, to imagine what the program of a Socratic bestiary on the eve of philosophy might be, and more precisely, I note in the context of Descartes, how that would appear in a place where the demonic, the cunning, indeed the evil genius has some affinity with the animal, a malign and hence perverse beast, at one and the same time innocent, crafty, and evil. Keeping myself to the program, let me refer to the note that made explicit, right in the middle, in the very center, in the binding between the two parts of Plato's pharmacy, this alternating border crossing. Alternately and / or all at once, the Socratic pharmakon petrifies and vivifies, anesthetizes and sensitizes, appeases and anguishes. Socrates is a benumbing stingray but also an animal that needles. This is a reference to well-known texts. We recall the bee in the Phaedo, 91c, later we will open the Apology at the point where Socrates compares himself precisely to a gadfly. This whole Socratic configuration thus composes a bestiary. Of course, since this is a matter of animal figures in Socrates' presentation of the self, the question is indeed that of Socrates as autobiographical animal. Is it surprising that the demonic inscribes itself in a bestiary? It is on the basis of this zoopharmaceutical ambivalence and of that other Socratic analogy that the contours of the anthropo are determined. Point 30. At the risk of being mistaken and of having one day to make honorable amends, which I would willingly accept to do, I will venture to say that never, on the part of any great philosopher from Plato to Heidegger, or anyone at all who takes on, as a philosophical question in and of itself, the question called that of the animal and of the limit between the animal and the human, have I noticed a protestation of principle, and especially a protestation of consequence against the general singular. That is the animal. Nor against the general singular of an animal whose sexuality is as a matter of principle left undifferentiated or neutralized, not to say castrated. Such an omission is not without connection to many others that form either its premise or its consequence. This philosophical or metaphysical datum has never been required to change philosophically speaking. I indeed said philosophical, or metaphysical, datum, for the gesture seems to me to constitute philosophy as such, the philosopheme itself. Not that all philosophers agree on the definition of the limit separating man in general from the animal in general, although this is an area that is most conducive to consensus and is no doubt where we find the dominant form of consensus on the matter. But in spite of that, through and beyond all their disagreements, philosophers have always judged, and all philosophers have judged, that limit to be single and indivisible, considering that on the other side of that limit there is an immense group, a single and fundamentally homogeneous set, that one has the right, the theoretical or philosophical right, to distinguish and mark as opposite, namely, the set of the animal in general, the animal spoken of in the general singular. It applies to the whole animal realm with the exception of the human. Philosophical right thus presents itself as that of common sense. This agreement concerning philosophical sense and common sense that allows one to speak blithely of the animal in the general singular is perhaps one of the greatest, and most symptomatic idiocies bêtises of those who call themselves humans. We shall perhaps speak of bêtise and of bestiality later, as that from which beasts are in any case exempt by definition. One cannot speak, moreover, it has never been done, of the bêtise or bestiality of an animal. It would be an anthropomorphic projection of something that remains reserved to man, as the single assurance finally, and the single risk, of what is proper to man. One can ask why the ultimate fallback of what is proper to man, if there is such a thing, a property that could never in any case be attributed to the animal or to God, thus comes to be named bêtise or bestiality. Interpretive decisions, in all their metaphysical, ethical, juridical, and political consequences, thus depend on what is presupposed by the general singular of this word animal. I was tempted, at a given moment, in order to indicate the direction of my thinking, not just to keep this word within quotation marks, as if it were a citation to be analyzed, but without further ado to change the word, indicating clearly thereby that it is indeed a matter of a word, only a word, the word animal do mot animal, and to forge another word in the singular, at the same time close but radically foreign, a chimerical word that sounded as though it contravened the laws of the French language, l'animat. Ecce animat. Neither a species nor a gender nor an individual, it is an irreducible living multiplicity of mortals, and rather than a double clone or a portmanteau word, a sort of monstrous hybrid, a chimera waiting to be put to death by its Bellerophon. Who or what was the chimera? Chimera was, as we know, the name of a flame-spitting monster. Her monstrousness derived precisely from the multiplicity of animals, of the animat in her, head and chest of a lion, entrails of a goat, tail of a dragon. Chimera of Lycia was the offspring of Typhon and Echidna. As a common noun, echidna means serpent, more precisely a viper, and sometimes, figuratively, a treacherous woman, a serpent that one cannot charm or make stand up by playing a flute. Echidna is also the name that is given to a very special animal found only in Australia and New Guinea. This mammal lays eggs, something quite rare. Here we have an oviparous mammal that is also an insectivore and a monotreme. It only has one hole, monotrema, for all the necessary purposes, urinary tract, rectum, and genitals. It is generally agreed that the echidna resembles a hedgehog. Along with the platypus, the 5 species of echidna make up the family of monotrams. As the child of Typhon and Echidnae, Chimera interests me therefore because chimerical will be my address 31, and I will gradually explain the reasons for it. In the first place, it concerns my old and ambivalent attachment to the figure of Bellerophon, who puts Chimera to death. He deserves a 10-day conference on him alone. He represents, as is well known, the figure of the hunter. He follows. He is he who follows. He follows and persecutes the beast. He would say, I am, following, I pursue, I track, overcome, and tame the animal. Before Chimera, the animal in question was at first Pegasus, whom he held by the bit, a golden bit given to him by Athene. Holding him by the bit, he makes him dance, he orders him to do some dance steps. I underline in passing this allusion to the choreography of the animal in order to announce that, much later, we will encounter a certain animal danceness 32 from the pen of Lacan. Pegasus, archetypal horse, son of Poseidon and the Gorgon, is therefore the half-brother of Bellerophon himself, who, descending thus from the same god as Pegasus, ends up following and taming a sort of brother, an other self. I am half, following, my brother. It is as if he says, I am, following, my other, and I have the better of him, I hold him by the bit. What does one do in holding one's other by the bit? When one holds one's brother or half-brother by the bit. There was also the matter of a dead animal between Cain and Abel. And of a tamed, raised, and sacrificed animal. Cain, the older brother, the agricultural worker, therefore the sedentary one, submits to having his offering of the fruits of the earth refused by a god who prefers, as an oblation, the firstborn cattle of Abel, the rancher. God prefers the sacrifice of the very animal that he has let Adam name in order to see. As if between the taming desired by God and the sacrifice of the animal preferred by God, the invention of names, the freedom accorded Adam or Ish to name the animals, was only a stage in order to see, in view of providing sacrificial flesh for offering to that God. One could say, too hastily no doubt, that giving a name would be a means of sacrificing the living to God. The fratricide that results from it is marked as a sort of second original sin, in this case twice linked to blood, since the murder of Abel follows as its consequence the sacrifice of the animal that same Abel had taken it upon himself to offer to God. What I am here venturing to call the second original sin is thus all the more linked to an apparition of the animal, as in the episode of the serpent, but this time it seems more serious and more consequential. On the one hand, in fact, Cain admits to an excessive fault, he kills his brother after failing to sacrifice an animal to God. This fault seems to him unpardonable, not simply wrong but excessively culpable, too grave. But isn't a wrongdoing always excessive, in its very essence? As a form of default in the face of the imperative le defaut devant leil faux? Cain said to Jehovah, my fault is too great to bear, General 4:13, trans. Dermes. My wrong is too great to carry, General 4:13, trans. Chaurakwi, 33. This excess will be paid for in 2 ways, by his flight, of course, for Cain is said to be hunted, expelled, tracked, persecuted. You have expelled me, you have chased me out, Cain says to God, but also by means of the flight of the one who feels pursued, by the shameful hiding of himself, by the veil of yet another nakedness, by the avowal of that veil, I will hide myself from before you. I will be a fugitive and flee on earth, and it will come to pass that whoever happens upon me will kill me. General 4:14, trans. Dermes, I will veil myself before you. I will move and wander throughout the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me. General 4:14, trans. Chaurakwi, 34. There is thus a crime, shame, distancing, the retreat of the criminal. He is at the same time put to flight and hunted, but also condemned to shame and dissimulation. He must hide his nakedness under a veil. A little as though it followed a second original sin, this ordeal follows the murder of a brother, it is true, but it also follows the test to which he has been put by a God who prefers the animal offering of Abel. For God had put Cain to the test by organizing a sort of temptation. He had set a trap for him. Jehovah's language is indeed that of a hunter. As if he were going after a nomad shepherd farmer, such as Abel, herder of cattle paître d'ovins, or shepherd of small animals pasteur de petit bétail, as opposed to the sedentary agriculturist, the cultivator of the ground cultivateur du sol, the servant of the glebe serviteur de la glebe. That was Cain, who made his offering from the fruits of the earth or of the glebe. Having refused Cain's vegetable offering, preferring Abel's animal offering, God had exhorted a discouraged Cain not to lose face, in short to be careful not to fall into sin, not to fall victim to the wrongdoing that was waiting for him around the corner. He encouraged him to avoid the trap of temptation and to once more tame, dominate, govern. So Jehovah said to Cain, "Why do you feel anger, and why is your visage downfallen? If you act well, will you not pick yourself up? If you do not act well, sin lurks at your door." I underline this word lurks, stapi, referring to sin, like an animal lying in wait in the shadow, waiting for its prey to fall into the trap, a victim prey to temptation, a bait or lure. Its force is coming towards you, but have dominion over it. General 4:6, 7, trans. Dermis 35. The word lurk also appears in the otherwise very different Chawaraqui translation. At the opening fault lurks, its passion comes towards you. Govern it, General 4:7, 36. By killing his brother Cain falls into the trap, he becomes prey to the evil lurking in the shadow like an animal. However, on the other hand, the paradoxes of this manhunt follow one after the other as a series of experimental ordeals, in order to see. Having fallen into the trap and killed Abel, Cain covers himself with shame and flees, wandering, hunted, tracked in turn like an animal. God then promises this human animal protection and vengeance. As if God had repented. As if he were ashamed or had admitted having preferred the animal sacrifice. As if in this way he were confessing and admitting remorse concerning the animal. This moment of repentance, of retraction, going back on oneself. There is an immense problem of translation here. Unlimited stakes in the semantics that I leave aside for the moment is not the only such moment. There is at least one other at the time of the flood, another animal story, 37. So God promises 7 vengeances, no more, no less. He vows to take revenge 7 times on anyone who kills Cain, that is to say the murderer of his brother, he who, after this second original sin, has covered the nakedness of his face, the face that he has lost before him. This double insistence upon nudity, fault and default at the origin of human history and within sight or perspective of the animal cannot not be associated once more with the myth of Epimetheus and Prometheus. First, man receives fire and technology to compensate for his nakedness, but not yet the art of politics. Then, from Hermes this time, he receives shame or honor, and justice, Atos and Dike, which will permit him to bring harmony and the bonds of friendship, desmoiphilias, into the city, polis. In bringing Genesis into relation with the Greek myths once more, still with insight and perspective of the animal, of fault and of nakedness, I am not speculating on any hypothesis derived from comparative history or the structural analysis of myth. These narratives remain heterogeneous in status and origin. Moreover, I don't hold them to be causes or origins of anything whatsoever, nor verities or verdicts. Simply and at least I hold them to be 2 symptomatic translations whose internal necessity is confirmed all the more by the fact that certain characteristics partially overlap from one translation to the other. But translation of what? Well, let us say of a certain state, a certain situation of the process, world, and life obtaining among these mortal living things that are the animal species, those other animals and humans. Its analogous or common traits are all the more dominant given that their formalization, that to which we are devoting ourselves here, will allow us to see appear in every discourse concerning the animal, and notably in the Western philosophical discourse, the same dominant, the same recurrence of a schema that is in truth invariable. What is that? The following: what is proper to man, his superiority over and subjugation of the animal, his very becoming subject, his historicity, his emergence out of nature, his sociality, his access to knowledge and techniques, all that, everything, in a non-finite number of predicates, that is proper to man would derive from this originary fault, indeed from this default in propriety, what is proper to man as default in propriety, and from the imperative ilfo that finds in it its development and resilience. I will try to show this better later, from Aristotle to Heidegger, from Descartes to Kant, from Levinas to Lacan. Let us return to Bellerophon. He didn't trouble me only because he gained the upper hand with respect to his animal brother or half-brother, Pegasus, nor only because he vanquished Chimera and so confirmed his mastery as hunter-tamer. Rather, all of Bellerophon's exploits can be deciphered from top to bottom as a history of modesty, of shame, of reticence, of honor, to the extent that he is linked to modest decency, Ischun this time and not just Aden. That allows us to make explicit in advance the fact that the truth of modesty will, in the end, be our subject. The ordeals that constitute the story of Bellerophon are well known. They are all destined to put to the test his sense of modesty. Because he has resisted the shameless advances of Sthenboe, the wife of his host, Proetus, king of Argos, because he is accused by that shameless woman, also called Antea, of having seduced her or of having taken her with violence during the hunt, he is condemned to death by her husband. But, out of respect for the laws of hospitality, the latter cannot himself put his rival to death. He therefore sends to his father-in-law, king of Lycia, this Bellerophon, bearing a letter that, instead of recommending him to his future host, prescribes his execution. This is already the story of Hamlet sent to England by his father-in-law, who entrusts to him a letter that is a death sentence. Hamlet escapes the trap. I make this allusion to Hamlet in order to recall in passing that play is an extraordinary zoology, its animal figures are innumerable, which is somewhat the case all through Shakespeare, more to follow. Bellerophon thus carries with him, without knowing it, a verdict in the form of a letter of death whose truth escapes him. He becomes its unconscious purveyor factor. But his second host begins sheltering the postman before unsealing the letter. He is therefore obliged in turn, as if held by a potential bit, to respect the laws of hospitality and so defer the execution of the sentence. Instead, he submits Bellerophon to a new series of hunting, war, and combat exploits. It is in that context that the hunt of the Chimera takes place. The Chimera was said to be invincible, of a divine race and in no way human, Diongenos, Udanthropon, says the Iliad in Book 6, line 180, a lion in front, a serpent behind, a goat in the middle, its breath spouting frightening bursts of flame, Chimera, Dianon apapiasoporos minos athamanoio. As we shall understand, that is not how Descartes describes the Chimera, whose existence is excluded at the moment of I think therefore I am in Part 4 of Discourse on the Method. We can distinctly imagine a lion's head on a goat's body without having to conclude from this that a chimera exists in the world. 38. What is this world? We will later ask what world means. In passing, we can consider whether we should take seriously the fact that in his description of the Chimera Descartes forgets the serpent. Like Homer, he names the lion and goat, but he forgets the serpent, that is to say the behind. The serpent, dragon, is the animal's behind, the part that is at the same time the most fabulous, the most chimerical, like the dragon, and also the most cunning, the cunning genius of the animal, the evil genius as animal perhaps. A question concerning the serpent, therefore, concerning evil and shame. The final episode is not recounted by Homer but by Plutarch. It again puts Bellerophon to the test of nakedness. It is the seventh and last test. Once more Bellerophon falls prey, if I might suggest, to women. In a movement of shame or of modesty, hypiscuans, before women he backs down from his outrage at the hounding persecution that he is victim to, perpetrated by his brother-in-law Iobates. Having decided to destroy the city with the help of Poseidon, his father, he advances on it followed by a wave that threatens to engulf everything. But the women come onto him, offering themselves to him shamelessly. Their behavior is doubly indecent, for they expose themselves in all their nakedness, and they offer their bodies, prostituting themselves, for sale. They try to seduce him in exchange for being saved. Faced with this pornography, Bellerophon weakens. He doesn't give in to their shameless advances, quite the contrary, he gives in to the impulse of his own shame and backs down before the immodesty of these women. He pulls back, retreats in shame, Hypiscuans, faced with the shameful conduct of these women. So the wave recedes and the city is saved. This movement of shame, this reticence, this inhibition, this retreat, this reversal is, no doubt, like the immunizing drive, the protection of the immune, of the sacred, heilig, of the holy, of the separate, kadosh, that is the very origin of the religious, of religious scruple. I have tried to devote several essays to analyzing that, relating it to what Heidegger calls Verhaltenheit, restraint, in his Beitrag zur Philosophie. As I tried to do in Faith and Knowledge, where I sought to account for all the paradoxes of the autoimmune, I might have been tempted today, had I the time, which I don't, to bring into focus once more this terrible, and always possible, perversion by means of which the immune becomes autoimmunizing, finding there some analogical or virtual relation with autobiography. 39. Autobiography, the writing of the self as living, the trace of the living for itself, being for itself. The auto-affection or auto-infection as memory or archive of the living would be an immunizing movement, a movement of safety, of salvage and salvation of the safe, the holy, the immune, the indemnified, of virginal and intact nudity, but an immunizing movement that is always threatened with becoming auto-immunizing, as is every autos, every ipsiety, every automatic, automobile, autonomous, autoreferential movement. Nothing risks becoming more poisonous than an autobiography, poisonous for itself in the first place, auto-infectious for the presumed signatory who is so auto-affected. Ecce animat, that is what I was saying before this long digression. In order not to damage French ears too sensitive to spelling and grammar, I won't repeat the word animat too often. I'll do it several times, but each time that, henceforth, I say the animal or the animals animos, I'll be asking you to silently substitute animat for what you hear. By means of the chimera of this singular word, the animat, I bring together three heterogeneous elements within a single verbal body. 1. I would like to have the plural of animals heard in the singular. There is no animal in the general singular, separated from man by a single indivisible limit. We have to envisage the existence of living creatures whose plurality cannot be assembled within the single figure of an animality that is simply opposed to humanity. This does not of course mean ignoring or effacing everything that separates humankind from the other animals, creating a single large set, a single great, fundamentally homogeneous and continuous family tree going from the animat to the homo, faber, sapiens, or whatever else. That would be an asinanity, even more so to suspect anyone here of doing just that. I won't therefore devote another second to the double stupidity of that suspicion, even if, alas, it is quite widespread. I repeat that it is rather a matter of taking into account a multiplicity of heterogeneous structures and limits. Among non-humans and separate from non-humans there is an immense multiplicity of other living things that cannot in any way be homogenized, except by means of violence and willful ignorance, within the category of what is called the animal or animality in general. From the outset there are animals and, let's say, animat. The confusion of all non-human living creatures within the general and common category of the animal is not simply a sin against rigorous thinking, vigilance, lucidity, or empirical authority, it is also a crime. Not a crime against animality precisely, but a crime of the first order against the animals, against animals. Do we agree to presume that every murder, every transgression of the commandment "Thou shalt not kill" concerns only man, a question to come, and that in some there are only crimes against humanity? 2. The suffix mot in animat should bring us back to the word, namely, to the word named, a noun nama nam. It opens onto the referential experience of the thing as such, as what it is in its being, and therefore to the reference point by means of which one has always sought to draw the limit, the unique and indivisible limit held to separate man from animal, namely the word, the nominal language of the word, the voice that names and that names the thing as such as it appears in its being, as in the Heideggerian moment in the demonstration that we are coming to. The animal would in the last instance be deprived of the word that one names a noun or name. 3. It would not be a matter of giving speech back to animals but perhaps of acceding to a thinking, however fabulous and chimerical it might be, that thinks the absence of the name and of the word otherwise, as something other than a privation. Ecce animat, that is the announcement of which I am, following, something like the trace, assuming the title of an autobiographical animal, in the form of a risky, fabulous, or chimerical response to the question but me, who am I, that I have bet on treating as that of the autobiographical animal. Assuming that title, which is itself somewhat chimerical, might surprise you. It brings together 2 times 2 alliances, as unexpected as they are irrefutable. On the one hand, the title gives rise to the thought, in the informal form of a playful conversation, a suggestion that would take witty advantage of idiom, that quite simply there are those among humans, writers, and philosophers whose character implies a taste for autobiography, the irresistible sense of or desire for autobiography. One would say, he's an autobiographical animal, in the same way that one says, he's a theatrical animal, a competitive animal, a political animal, not in the sense that one has been able to define man as a political animal but in the sense of an individual who has the taste, talent, or compulsive obsession for politics, he who likes that, likes doing that, likes politics. And does it well. In that sense the autobiographical animal would be the sort of man or woman who, as a matter of character, chooses to indulge in or can't resist indulging in autobiographical confidences. He or she who works in autobiography. And in the history of literature or philosophy, if it can be suggested in such a summary manner, there are autobiographical animals, more autobiographical than others, animals for autobiography, Montaigne more than Malherbe, similarly Rousseau, the lyrical and romantic poets, Proust and Gide, Virginia Woolf, Gertrude Stein, Celan, Baudelaire, Genet, Duras, Sixus, but also, the matter is structurally more rare and more complicated when it comes to philosophy, Augustine and Descartes more than Spinoza, Kierkegaard, playing with so many pseudonyms, more than Hegel, Nietzsche more than Marx. But because the matter is really too complicated, it is our theme after all, I prefer to end the list of examples there. With the problems it poses, this connotation of the autobiographical animal must certainly remain present, even if tangential, to our reflections. It will weigh on them with its virtual weight. But, on the other hand, I was not thinking of that usage of the expression autobiographical animal in the last instance, and in order to get to some bottom of the matter, if there is such a thing. It happens that there exist, between the word I and the word animal, all sorts of significant connections. They are at the same time functional and referential, grammatical and semantic. 2 general singulars to begin with, the I and the animal designate an indeterminate generality in the singular and by means of the definite article. The I is anybody at all, I am anybody at all, and anybody at all must be able to say I to refer to herself, to his own singularity. Whosoever says I or apprehends or poses him or herself as an I is a living animal. On the other hand, animality, the life of the living, to the extent that one claims to be able to distinguish it from the inorganic, from the purely inert or cadaverous physico-chemical, is generally defined as sensibility, irritability, and automotricity, a spontaneity that is given to movement, to organizing itself and affecting itself, marking, tracing, and affecting itself with traces of itself. This automotricity as auto-affection and relation to itself is the characteristic recognized as that of the living and of animality in general, even before one comes to consider the discursive thematic of an utterance or of an ego cogito, more so of a cogito ergo sum. But between this relation to the self, this ipseity, and the I of the I think, there is, it would seem, an abyss. The problems begin there, we suspect, and what problems they are. But they begin where one attributes to the essence of the living, to the animal in general, this aptitude that it itself is, this aptitude to being itself, and thus the aptitude to being capable of affecting itself, of its own movement, of affecting itself with traces of a living self, and thus of autobiographing itself as it were. No one has ever denied the animal this capacity to track itself, to trace itself or retrace a path of itself. Indeed, the most difficult problem lies in the fact that it has been refused the power to transform those traces into verbal language, to call to itself by means of discursive questions and responses, denied the power to efface its traces, which is what Lacan will do, and we will come back to everything that implies. Let us set out again from this place of intersection between these two general singulars, the animal, l'animat, and the is, the place where in a given language, French for example, an I says I. Singularly and in general. It could be anyone at all, you or I. So what happens there? How can I say I and what do I do thereby? And in the first place, me, what am I, following, and who am I, following? I, by saying I the signatory of an autobiography would claim to point himself out physically, introduce himself in the present se presenter au present, sui referential deictic, and in his totally naked truth. And in the naked truth, if there is such a thing, of his or her sexual difference, of all their sexual differences. By naming himself and responding in his own name he would be saying I stake and engage my nudity without shame. One can well doubt whether this pledge, this wager, this desire or promise of nudity is possible. Nudity perhaps remains untenable. And can I finally show myself naked in the sight of what they call by the name of animal? Should I show myself naked when, concerning me, looking at me, is the living creature they call by the common, general, and singular name of the animal? Henceforth I will reflect on the same question by introducing a mirror. I import a full-length mirror on Psyche into the scene. Wherever some autobiographical play is being enacted there has to be a Psyche, a mirror that reflects me naked from head to toe. The same question then becomes whether I should show myself but in the process see myself naked, that is reflect my image in a mirror, when, concerning me, looking at me, is this living creature, this cat that can find itself caught in the same mirror? Is there animal narcissism? But cannot this cat also be, deep within her eyes, my primary mirror? The animal in general, what is it? What does that mean? Who is it? To what does that at 40 correspond? To whom? Who responds to whom? Who responds in and to the common, general, and singular name of what they thus blithely call the animal? Who is it that responds? The reference made by this what or who regarding me in the name of the animal, what is said in the name of the animal when one appeals to the name of the animal, that is what needs to be exposed, in all its nudity, in the nudity or destitution of whoever, opening the page of an autobiography, says, here I am. But as for me, who am I, following?